group stage.
And will end the goal for the win.
And they win against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member, as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your 3-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
It's day 2 of CFS PH Masters 2025, and even more teams are gonna be battling it all out to reach the top of the apex sa ating standings. Kami po ang inyong panelists for today. Ako si Bipolar, together with Sneaky Frog, your analyst.
Yeah, very, very exciting day for today, my man. It's gonna be a lot of Davids versus Goliaths, pare. And ayun nga, it's gonna be maybe the underdogs upsetting itong top teams natin, or it could just be another day dito sa ating stream.
Yeah, it's a possibility, pero you know what? I've been instilling this into everybody's minds. May trend tayo every week na 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 for the entirety of those 2 days. Ngayon, kahapon puro 2-0. Ngayon, baka possibly na naman because just like you said, it's a David Goliath kind of thing. But, you know, we never know because everybody's playing their A game now. And now, let's see. Mabilisan muna tayo before we start things off. Let's look at the tournament discussion kung ano nga bang pinaglaban ng ating mga teams or paano nga ba ang ating format for today. Pero yes, it's gonna be the qualifiers wherein 2 open qualifier legs yung mangyari. There's a best of 1 and a best of 3 series. OQ1 includes the top 2 teams. OQ2 top 3 teams naman. So a total of 5 teams will join the 3 invited teams in the group stage. And that's happening right now. The group stage is a single round robin wherein a best of 3 series ang mga nangyayari. Top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs and top 6 teams will secure a slot to the CFS PH regional finals.
Yeah, and para naman dito sa playoffs natin, it is gonna be a single eliminations best of 5. Top 2 teams will of course fly to Esports World Cup, replacing itong CFS Summer Championship natin. And of course, the prize pool is gonna be 20k, 10k for the first prize, 4k for the second, and the third is gonna get 2k here, my man. So there's a lot at stake, not just yung prize pool, kundi yung that first class ticket flight to go to Riyadh for ESWC, pare.
Yeah, totoo man. Yun talaga yung talagang bigger prize, yung mga nasa mata ng ating mga players. But right now, we're finally looking at the tournament schedule. Sneaky, for the past few weeks, umabot na tayo ng week number 5 if I'm correct. Kasi these past 4 weeks, dito nagkatikiman yung ating mga players, di tayo nagkaramdaman. Pero right now, we're getting closer to the end. But yes, it's gonna be great one. Maraming naglaban-laban. Pero Sneaky, I think we can move on to week number 5.
Yep. Yun nga, it's still jarring para sa akin that we're already on the second page of this tournament schedule already as of today, man. And ayun nga, 3 weeks left dito sa ating group stage before we do enter itong playoffs natin. But of course, from yesterday's games, it is going to be 2-0. Team Acceptance losing dito sa Team Secret, and of course, UBEC losing to Pacific, one of the bigger upsets dito sa tournament natin. But of course, we're gonna look at more upsets potentially dito sa EVOS Gaon and Fervid Execration. We're gonna take a look at the team standings, man. And if you guys are wondering kung sino yung teams na invite dito sa tournament natin, just look at the top 3. Rest of them coming in galing sa open qualifiers natin.
Yeah, very much so. Actually, that's a good point to notice na they rightfully took their spot sa ating week number 5. Pacific, though, was really something to look forward to, or something na pinanood talaga natin kahapon na really jarring and talagang napanganga tayo ng mga bunganga natin. But yeah, I think that first spot's gonna be Pacific, EVOS Esports on the second, which is gonna be happening later on. They will possibly get the number 1 spot or possibly stay sa ating second spot. UBECMANIAC, of course, Team Secret, Execration, Gaon Gaming, Team Sentence, and one of our also players for today. It's gonna be Fervid Esports. Possibly, can they get that first win into their bag? Kasi syempre, even though it's week number 5, you still want to put your name in those standings and para mapakita na you're not just a team na on the bottom of the standings. But right now, we'll look at today's matchup para ma-recall natin kung sino nga ba maglaban-laban natin and kung sino nga ba ang ating versus screens. It's EVOS versus Gaon Gaming sa match number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Gaon Gaming obviously hasn't been the best run para sa kanila dito sa Masters. I mean, the Gaon na nakasanayan nga natin within this tournament is, you know, they're solid 5th place team. They can beat anyone that is outside of yung top 4 and including siguro some good map wins up against itong mga higher ranked teams natin. But then, yun nga, no, this Gaon this season looks a lot different. Maybe it is yung roster changes natin, but at the same time, just like the point that I said earlier, no, dito Polar, which is everyone just got way better dito, pare.
Yeah, very much so. Sobrang iba ang in-improve na ating mga players. And for, again, match number 2, ito rin naman yung isang matchup na medyo there's really a big underdog and one team na definitely taking the top 4 spots possibly if they do get the chance. Pero yes, everybody, that's our matchups for today. That will be possibly the conclusion of week number 5. Mamaya may kita-kita natin yan. Pero syempre, Sneaky, before we move on, magandang umaga sa inyo, magandang hapon sa ating mga viewers. Keep on sharing the live stream, keep on liking. Sobrang dami ng nanood kahapon. Hopefully we can get that numbers up by today because it's a storyline that is very much different. Pero yeah, Sneaky, anong mga thoughts natin for the matches for today?
I mean, I really feel like EVOS with the state of yung team nila compared dito sa Gaon, I really feel like it's just gonna be a one-sided affair, no? I mean, as much as I do love, you know, Gaon and the players inside of it, I think Jackpan is still a very good player. Ellison obviously legendary, no? Pagdating dito sa Filipino Crossfire. But then EVOS have already staked their claim up against yung mga ibang teams natin. They're still undefeated, convincing halos lahat ng kanilang panalo dito with the exception of that Pacific game. And ayun nga, with UBEC losing, suddenly opportunity para dito sa EVOS men to kind of claim that top spot once again, kagaya na nakita natin ng regionals.
Yeah, yun talaga yung name of the game. Question of the day after their defeat kahapon na can the young guns na talagang nagro-rule ng Crossfire Philippines right now really be put down on their top tier spot? And definitely so sa ngayon, ang tanong ng lahat, sino nga bang kuha ng spot na yun? And EVOS definitely is one of those teams na possibly can take over. And for the other side naman ng ating matchup, it's Execration versus Fervid. And Execration has fumbled a little bit, naging bumpy din yung kanilang performance. Pero right now, we're seeing a lot of light. They might pop off, they might also get a 2-0. Pero Fervid, with Fervid being their opponents, hungry for a point at least sa ating buong CFS PH Masters, it might also be a bumpy road for Execration once again. Pero we just need to see if Lance really pops off later or even Nomad. But for Execration, Folix is a player that you don't really expect to fall off every time. May kita natin siya, he is the one player na, from Execration that can really bring in his teams, especially with CBN, and even Even is also a player that we also look out for sometimes para sa Execration. So sa matchup na yun, medyo for me it's a little bit of a 50-50, but I'll siguro 75-25. There's a 25% for Fervid to maybe get that dub at the end. Pero syempre, you know what? It's Execration. The Wild Dogs are back in town. The Wild Dogs are definitely back here. Pero yeah, EVOS versus Gaon Gaming. Just like what you said, Ellison being one of the guns there, and also Jackpan is something na palagi kong nilook out for. Might be, you know, might come in close, but it's EVOS Esports nonetheless. Yobib, I'm excited to see him once again. Every time I see Yobib, parang siya na lang palagi nakikita natin sa MVP screen.
I mean, it's not a surprise. In all honesty, it's either Yobib or itong si KSA or itong si Zetra, pare. Those three players, the amount of talent na meron sila is absolutely absurd, na to the point na sometimes they can just actually 3v5 yung mga ibang games natin, and Elvin and itong si Keller can just kind of sit back and watch the amazingness ng kanilang mga teammates dito. And ayun nga, no, speaking of EVOS, I think we're gonna expand upon yung point na yun with these graphics. Of course, EVOS Esports gonna be the exact same 5 na nakita natin from last time. It is gonna be Elvin, Keller, KSA, Zetra, and itong si Yobib. Looking excited, ready, bored more than anything, pare.
Yeah, very much so. And looking back at their games last time or last week's performance, may kita nyo, everybody almost hit that top above 1.0 KD na talagang masasabi mo na every single player coming in from EVOS is contributing a hell of a lot. So hindi lang yan isang player na nagke-carry ng team, but most of them really are playing out of their hands, even though na meron silang Yobib na kasama wherein kill per round niya is 92, headshot per kill is not really there, pero AP niya is 69, something to look out for.
For sure. And after yung nangyari, yung Pacific and UBEC game, actually, Zetra's name might actually be put in with one of the best dito pare, kasi yun nga, KLP, honestly, yun nga, he had not too good of a game dun sa last series dito, but I mean, if Zetra can spot the small vulnerability ng dalawang ibang snipers natin, could be the era where Zetra becomes the number 1 sniper, and I can see him becoming it pare, kasi tingnan mo naman yung mechanics na it's so solid, so fast, his movement is so clean. And if he can keep that going, man, ayun nga, he might just chase forward. We're gonna take a look at the team data, of course, with the exception of Pacific. 2-0 naman ang kanilang lahat na laruan dito, including a 2-0 to Secret and Execration, man. 2 very big wins.
Yeah, very, very big. And an almost clean record means that they really are, there's a possibility na talaga makuha nila yung ating top 1 spot. And it just means that ang ating CFS PH Masters ngayong year is really, really improved, really aggressive, and every team is really up in their game. But yeah, that's your team data and that's your team statistics for EVOS Esports para sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa ating mga Tigre all the way from EVOS Esports. It's your time to give your shoutout sa kanila kasi syempre they need that a little bit of extra push para sa atin. But yeah, I think these sets of players are at the top contender talaga na maging top of the line sa buong CFS PH, sa buong Pilipinas ng Crossfire.
Yeah, and that's what the roster is built for, no? I mean, ever since na nawala nga si Tino sa roster na to, I really feel like this project has really taken another form. Yun nga, I think SCJ back in the day, granted na they can get some distance going sometimes in internationals. Itong attempt na to of this roster, I feel like this is the attempt of EVOS to try and go all the way, hopefully sa international, no? And I really feel like yung mga tao na nang-aasar dito sa EVOS na natalo lang sila sa Baisha Gaming ng ACL kaya hindi sila magaling sa international. Baisha Gaming ang nanalo ng tournament.
Yeah, no?
Like Baisha Gaming nanalo ng tournament, bro. What do you guys want them to do? So para sa akin, I really feel like this team is built for international, man.
Yeah, very much so. And speaking of international prospects, we can call in our interview person for today, all the way from EVOS Esports. Ang isa sa pinaka-favorite kong interview every time. Keller, kamusta tayo dyan? Napaka-pogi mo naman, sir.
Okay lang. Magana.
Magana. Mukhang gamit na gamit yung gym dun sa bootcamp. Hopefully, pare. Pero yun nga, Keller, obviously nagkwentuhan na tayo last week na nagtanong ako na kung nag-prepare ba dito yung EVOS or hindi sa sa matchup yung last week. Ang tanong talaga nag-prepare ba kayo for this specific na series, pare?
Sobrang prepared kasi talagang hindi na basta-basta mga makakaharap ngayon
Kasi Gaon.
Hindi porket Gaon, yun na yun
Wow. This is the most humble I've seen yung EVOS the entire time. So we're not interviewing the guy na nag-pop out sa screen kanina. Ikaw, Polo, meron ka pang
speaking of Keller na yun nga sinaseryoso or you've learned a lot about Gaon or talagang inaral niyo sila, talagang nag-prepare kayo. Ano yung mga changes na pwede nating ma-expect sa game natin? Possibly mga sinabi ni Coach Shane din, possibly pwede mo namang i-share na sa amin.
Hindi ko sure kung ano yung mga nagbago sa amin, pero makikita na lang natin mamaya kung ano yung tingin ko nagbago. Kasi hindi ko talaga alam
Basta it's aim for number 1 spot tayo, no? Keller, after this.
Yes.
Yun, okay. Keller, it's your time to shine. Meron ka bang mga shoutout, mga pasasalamatan sa ating mga viewers?
Meron. Maraming salamat nga pala sa mga sumusuporta sa EVOS at ganun din sa Arcilia. Shoutout sa Arcilia Pam at Arcilia mga manginginom. Mahal na mahal namin kaya.
Ayun. Isang heart para sa inyong lahat. Keller, maraming salamat. It's a pleasure na palagi ka nandito sa ating interview. Maraming salamat, Keller. Good luck sa inyong team.
Thank you.
And ayun na nga. That has been itong si KLR, pare. Yun nga, once again, shout out to the Arcilia fam. Hope to join you soon in the Inumans, pare. Pero yun nga, EVOS man, overall, just a pretty solid team. They can barely see any mistakes galing sa team na to na you can point out. Wala silang critical na mistake na ginagawa sa mga maps natin. Like, if they're gonna attempt a push, it's gonna be the most perfect push and you have to have the most perfect reaction, pare.
Yeah, and on the other side naman, syempre, meron tayong Gaon Gaming na kailangan pag-usapan. If EVOS Esports is the perfect perfect standard na pwede sabihin, Gaon Gaming right now is a little bit struggling, but we know that they can perform under pressure. Nandyan naman kasi si Jack Ban, si Frey, si Ellison, si Ray, and si Vincent. Medyo inahanto ko si Ellison, pero syempre, unat-unat lang tayo dyan para umangat mamaya. Pero yeah, Gaon Gaming, one of our contenders para sa ating buong CFS PH Masters. We'll be looking at their team statistics. Close to 1.0 KD naman may kita natin for these sides. So there's a lot of promise talaga na Sneaky.
For sure. I think yun nga, Jack Pan is still a very, very good player, pare. Vincent obviously performing just as expected, no? I mean, he's performing exactly as he did last year. I think yung nangyari lang talaga dito sa Gaon Gaming, maybe they're still not used to kay Frey dito. Knowing naman si Frey, he was very good in his stint during that MJ time. Pero feeling ko hindi niya napakita dito sa Gaon Gaming. Maybe it's a different environment, different calling. Pero ayun nga, overall, despite Gaon not having a good run so far dito sa Masters, man, I mean, narinig mo naman si Keller, they still demand respect.
Yeah, kasi talagang sa first week pa lang naman natin ng buong CFS PH Masters, binilagyan na natin ng name ang Gaon Gaming to be a force to be reckoned with. Sinabi nga natin na Gaon Gaming has a possibility of taking that fourth spot sa buong Team 4 natin. Pero yeah, we'll definitely look at their team data para malaman natin kung ano nga bang naging journey nila. Pero yeah, looking back at their games, a formidable start. Fervid Esports ang kinalaban nila and it was a 2-1 win. Pero after that, it's been a series of 0-2s. Ngayon, EVOS Esports really is a tough opponent na makakalaban nila. Let's just see kung ano nga bang maging result later.
Yeah, for sure. And the rest of the schedule looks pretty rough. Parang nga dito sa Gaon. UBECMANIAC and Execration. Right after this, yung nga, granted UBEC did lose dun sa last na series nila. I feel like yung nga, UBEC will definitely bounce back knowing them, pare. Pero Gaon yung usapan naman, of course. And para naman sa Gaon, big win over itong Fervid, but then, ayun nga, it wasn't even close nung kalaban nila yung Secret. Team acceptance definitely was a surprise, man. Pero that's where the roster change did come in. Pero yun nga, Pacific Esports with a 0-2 as well. Pero at least yung mga teams na they did lose to wasn't actually, you know, it's not how would you say this? It's not the way na sobrang one-sided. At least may nakikita mo pa naman yung laban dito ng Gaon dito sa mga ibang maps natin.
Yeah, yun yung maganda kapag nakikita mo yung Gaon against another opponent kahit mataas pa yun or mababa kasi they are there to maybe fight it out. Talagang nagpapakita sila ng performance. But right now, let's look at the interview. One of my favorite players as well, and I think it's also one of your favorite players, Sneaky. Ellison, kamusta po tayo dyan? Welcome to the interview panel.
Ala po. Basta po kaya.
Ayun.
Okay lang kami.
Ayun. Kamusta, Boss Ellison? Boss Ellison, no, medyo mahirap yung kalaban natin na EVOS Esports. Ano bang preparation or anong pakiramdam naman na nasa kampo nyo na mga kalaban nyo? Prepared ba kayo for today?
Di po kami prepared. Kung hindi na po kami nagpa-practice po, parang enjoy na lang po yung natitira naming laban po.
I understand. Okay. Naintindihan ko naman yung ganun, Boss Ellison, na ayun nga, it's gotten to a point sa season na yun nga, alam niyo na hindi kayo mag-playoffs. Kaya, why not, no? Bossing. Baka may pa-highlights ka naman, isang ace lang, boss.
Enjoy na lang talaga po, enjoy.
Alam mo, that's what I love to see sa inyong buong Gaon Gaming is that when you are in the server talaga, nakikita naman namin na you guys are still playing and you guys are having fun. May isang tanong lang ako, as an entire team, naging stronger ba tayo throughout the entirety of the matches? Alam naman natin week number 5 na tayo, pero feeling ko naman you guys have grown from week number 1. Naging stronger ba tayo dyan, Ellison? Nang onte, yung buong Gaon game?
Opo, may mga bad experience po na talagang dapat po namin na iayos yung mga last matches. Kaya maybe next season po parang maging mas malakas or mas mag-improve pa po kami.
Ayun nga.
Okay lang, that's okay. Yun ang inaasahan namin para sa iyo, Ellison, and for the entirety of Gaon Gaming. A better every time and every week na lumalagpas pa sa buong CFS PH Masters. Hopefully sa next season. Pero Ellison, it's your time to shine. May pasasalamatan ka ba? Kung may shoutout ka ba sa ating mga viewers?
Yun po, salamat po sa sumusuporta po ng Gaon Gaming, lalo na po kay Gaon March, kay Master Laime, at sa mga kagaon po dyan. Shoutout kay Jebrax Gaming, kay Tio,
Yun.
kay Unen, kay Harold, kay Vincent. Yun po. Thank you po.
Well, Ellison, it's just good vibes. Huwag ka mag-alala. Lalaban tayo every time para sa inyo. Maraming nanonood, tandaan mo yan. Gaon Gaming, Ellison, maraming salamat. Good luck on your match later on. Pakitaan mo kami magandang laban.
Salamat po. Thank you po.
And ayun nga, that has been itong si Ellison. I like that he said na babawi kami last season. Kasi alam na ni Ellison that they're gonna qualify sa Open anyways. Kasi, ayun nga, that always happens. And that is a constant dito sa CFS PH Masters na, ayun nga, we are gonna have, heartbreaks, defeat, and we're gonna have Gaon in the tournament, pare, no matter what. So, excited to see what the future looks like para sa kanila dito.
Yeah, ako din talaga excited to possibly anong magiging outcome after the CFS PH match for Gaon Gaming. Pero right now, let's look at the key players para naman ma-highlight natin kung ano nga bang magaling ng mga individual players natin. Pero of course, it's gonna be Yobeb on the side dito for EVOS Esports and Vincent naman sa kabila. You know what, pag tinignan mo naman yung kanilang mga statistics, ang pinagkaiba lang nila halos siguro is the KDs, Nikki.
For sure. And ayun nga, I really feel like the 1.46 making all the difference. I think yung pinaka masakit dito kay Yobib, which is the KR, pretty high KR for an M4 player, kumpara sa mga nakikita natin sa iba, but it is Yobib, man. He's probably the most talented player sa lahat ng usapang Crossfire, at least in the Philippines. So it's gonna be quite a tough matchup para dito kay Vincent. Pero Vincent has had his fair share of pop-off games, para dito sa Gaon Gaming. Maybe they just need to pop off all at the same time para kalabanin itong EVOS. But even then, man, I mean, you're gonna have to be all 5 popping off dito, pare, kasi that's how strong you have to be itong EVOS. If you are not online as 5 players, EVOS are gonna eat you alive, man.
Yeah, definitely. So, yun yung sinasabi natin na talagang if you are up against EVOS, kailangan yung power mo dapat kasing galing na mga tigre na galing sa kanila. Pero Gaon Gaming, hopefully, all of the 5 players are definitely so na tulad nga na sinabi mo are online later on. Pero kailangan na natin online yung next 2 na makakasama natin dito. Ang ating Jet to Holiday casters is gonna be Daydom. And once again, Mochi, kamusta naman tayo dyan?
Okay naman kami dito. Super excited for the incoming matchup. And I really love that interview with Ellison. Napaka forward thinking ng mentality ng team na to. Even though they've been through a lot this year, they're still staying level-headed and very enthusiastic pa rin sila. So I'm excited their matchup against EVOS dito.
Ikaw, Mochi, may thoughts ba tayo after those 2 interviews? Kasi syempre, EVOS Esports and Gaon Gaming ang pinag-usapan natin nga.
I feel like yung astounding quality na na-observe ko dun sa dalawang interviews natin is yung matter of acceptance and respect. Especially nung in-interview to si Kellar na despite knowing yung history ni Gaon, all throughout Masters, they still respected, pinag-aralan pa rin, at they definitely took the necessary steps para hindi underestimate yung kalaban nila, which is a very interesting contrast sa mga past interviews natin with the other members. Tapos para naman dito kay Ellison, siguro nandun na rin yung acceptance na yes, hirap tayo. It's already a given thought. What we can do is to just push through and then let's see where the wind will take us pagdating ng pagkatapos nitong ligang ito.
Totoo yan, Mochi, pati Daydom. Isa ata to sa pinaka naging what do you call this? Naging serious na interview natin pero fruitful din nonetheless. The respect is there, but right now kailangan natin maging seryoso ng konti kasi the map veto is here. Mukhang ready ng ating mga players to show ano nga bang pinik and bans nila. Let's look at this. It's gonna be Port Mexico 2 is in the boards, and also Ankara, sub-base being the bans here, pati Black Widow, Eagle Eye 2.0 in Compound. I think this is a good set of matches. Ikaw ba, Sneaky? What do you think?
I was actually surprised na lumabas yung Eagle Eye dito sa second banning phase natin instead of the first. Obviously, Gaon Gaming gonna respect yung isa sa mga best maps dito ng EVOS, which is that Black Widow. Pero leaving open port is definitely not the choice para sa kanila dito. Mexico 2 is definitely a curveball na Gaon Gaming is gonna try to win on. Pero Ankara, that's EVOS written all day, pare.
Ikaw, Mochi, ano sa tingin mo yung mga possibilities natin na may kita dito sa Port Mexico and Ankara?
I actually find it really interesting na pinik nila yung Mexico 2 dito. But it also made sense kasi yung previews na, or yung pinaka-recent na preview show natin, parang diniscuss na rin natin, hindi nila na-expect na pipiliin tong Mexico 2. Pero sinabi na rin ni Coach Roger na gusto nilang higitan o lalo nilang pag-aralan itong mapang ito. No, hindi siya masyado na-bring up, pero merong posibilidad na bring up. And I do hope that they will make or seize the opportunity na lalaro sila dito sa Mexico 2 na mapa.
Ikaw, Daydum, anong mga final thoughts natin dyan towards this map veto for these two teams?
I mean, I definitely agree with Mochi. It's definitely a learning experience, lalo na when you're going up against one of the best teams in the region, no? Mexico 2. Point of or something you can learn for the rest of the season. Port, I'm not really that surprised because Port one of the maps where Ellison can go ham. So excited ako makita yung matchup dito ni Zetra tsaka ni Ellison, the young star versus the veteran sniper dito sa ating first map. Ankara's gonna be an interesting one. I do hope we get there with Mexico in the way. I think Gaon are gonna tie everything pagdating sa Mexico. So sana makabot tayo sa Ankara.
Yeah, I agree with all of your thoughts, especially with Ankara being their decider. Pero syempre, I think it's gonna be a fun map kasi gonna be fun match kasi syempre, Gaon Gaming, we know na they're playing a little more than fun right now. Kaya pinili nila Mexico 2.0. Ngayon, anong predictions natin dyan? For me, it's gonna be 2-1 in favor of EVOS Esports just because nakita ko si Ellison nakangiti kanina. Ikaw ba, Sneaky?
Yeah, but man, as much as I love the homie, man, I gotta start being realistic with my predictions, pare. So yun nga, 2-0 para dito sa EVOS. As much as there is Mexico 2 dito sa map pool natin, I really feel like yun nga, everyone probably watched yung Pacific game last time. So I feel like yung mga ibang teams natin may have picked up a thing or two.
Mochi, anong prediction natin dyan?
It's gonna be 2-0 for EVOS then. I feel like this is gonna be like what you guys mentioned, more of a learning experience than the hunger to win. So I'll be leaning forward that prediction score.
Okay, Daydum, samahan mo naman ako, man. Tuwan na natin yan, brother. Para palagi ako mag-isa sa prediction natin. Daydum, anong prediction mo?
I'm sorry, Polar, pero yesterday nakapag-predict na tayo.
Alis na
sa
ako.
sa preview master. Wag ka ulit. Teka lang. I mean, kahapon kasi nakapag-predict na kami ni Mochi sa preview show. And I already said my piece about EVOS at a next level dito sa competition this year. Granted, we have Mexico for map number 2. Pero kasi BL side yung pagsisimulan dito ng Gaon eh. And we all know how hard that can be. So my prediction gonna be 2-0 in favor of EVOS dito.
Well, look, again, it's a 2-1 for me, and it's 2-0 all across the boards other than me. So, medyo, I'm just banking on that Mexico 2.0 map for Gaon Gaming. Pero everybody on the comment section, you can also predict your outcomes sa ating comment section. Samahan nyo naman kami dito sa ating live stream. Pero everybody, wala nang patumpik-tumpik pa because we are gonna be later coming back kami ni Sneaky and Bipolar. Time to throw it to our wonderful host, wonderful casters ngayon. It's gonna be Mochi and Dado.
Thank you so much, Polar. Maraming salamat sa insights mo rin, of course, Sneaky, Frog. And here we go, day number 10, Mochi. Lagpas na tayo sa kalahating point ng group stage natin. It's sort of setting the trend as to what the playoffs are going to look like. Talagang nahihiwalay na yung top 4 teams natin. So Gaon, we heard the thoughts of Ellison. We heard the insights of the team. Nothing to lose mentality. And actually, for me, Mochi, that's a scary prospect for Gaon.
Actually, yung mga ganong mga types kasi, wala ka na naman din po patutungan ba kundi pataas, di ba? So, that's
Yeah.
gonna be all the more reason for you to try and venture out the possibilities para lalo mong ma-improve sarili mo alongside with the team. Pero kasi ang napapansin kasi ko din dito kay Gaon, despite the fact na well aware sila sa mga weaknesses nila, nandun pa din talaga na nakikita mo na they're try to shift their mindset into something more positive kahit paano eh. So that is what really matters the most, and I really hoping that they'll get to adjust or try to inch further no kontra dito sa kalaban ng si EVOS, which is definitely nakakatakot din naman talaga pagka EVOS yung katapat mo.
Exactly. And speaking of which, you have to respect the amount of respect na binibigay dito ng EVOS up against Gaon. You know, we all know Gaon has been around for a long time. They've been around Crossfire for the longest time, and there's no way around that. And EVOS, they're on a high. They're definitely the only team that haven't had any losses in the group stage. So pinakamataas yung respeto para sa kanila, no? But they still are giving a lot of props para sa Gaon Gaming. Shows you just how much this team has contributed to the scene in general, and still the amount of talent that they command, no? So we may be in it for a surprise dito. I did mention kanina na in the first map that we have, which is Port, it's one of the signature maps din naman of Gaon, especially with Ellison as your sniper. Alam mo, Mochi, this team kasi as a squad refuses to go the new meta, which is double AWM. Pero okay lang kasi ang lakas mag-sniper nitong si Ellison, ha? I mean,
kaya niya na.
he was very anong tawag dito? He's very humble sa interview natin. Pero guys, this is still one of the best snipers in the country. So, this might be a closer game that what a lot of people might expect, especially sa ating set 1.
Yeah, parang makakategory mo talaga siya alongside Cetra, Charson, and a bunch of the other best snipers out there here in PH. So, yeah, definitely a testament for us to notice as well and worthy of praise. Pero, I really wonder what's going to be ano yung magiging timpla natin para sa unang mapa natin dito sa Port. Lalong-lalo na it's one of the best maps of Gaon, pero pinili din ng EVOS ito. So, I wonder, nang meron.
Because it is the best map of EVOS, no? So, one of the best port players in the world ang EVOS, no? So, let's see what Gaon can put up in this first set sa ating first series of the day. Gaon Gaming started off on the GR side, EVOS on the BL. So, this is where that Ellison sniper could shine on the GR side. Jack Ban, the only one with an AK dito sa Gaon Gaming. Is he going to push further than that cut position? Tingnan natin.
Dahil marami-rami ng mga taong tumatao sa bandang mid area wherein there might be some presence na nararamdaman na rin ng Gaon here on the GR side, but also we're just raining upon with the utilities naman sila dito, the flash at the smoke, even the grenades, pero wala pa man din natatamaan except for Cetra, wherein si Frey lang naman ang nakapita sa kanya.
Yeah, good catch from Frey there. Getting a timing onto the sniper of EVOS. Mahirap pa sila makapasok dito, but they've already penetrated a little bit of that mid defense. Pero tignan mo yung attention na binigay ng Gaon agad to rotate from Ray, pushing up a little bit of an unsafe release there. With Ray going down means it's a 4v4 tayo dito with 1 minute left on the clock.
Seems like masusundan pa man din yan as Jack Ban falls down in the hands of Elvin as they try to put themselves in a better position in terms of commitment sa kung anumang side ng kanilang piliin, pero mukhang sa A-side sila tutungo dito at yun ay kung hahayaan sila ng Gaon Gaming as they try to keep themselves cozy behind the smoke na inilatag dito from both sides. Some shots already being thrown onto each other pero wala pa man din kumokonekta, but it is visible. Marami ng sugatan sa kanila.
EVOS, good job isolating the fights, but they're getting crunched by Gaon. 3 players pushing up. Good reaction from Yobib, who gets a kill with the Colt as well. What an opener mula dito sa EVOS. And Yobib with the close quarters combat. Doesn't matter na naka-AWM siya dito at naka-Colt, still getting a lot of the kills in this round.
Yeah, pero by the way, napansinin ko lang si Frey kanina. It seems like super proactive and well aware siya or hyper aware siya sa surroundings niya, which definitely gave him the couple of kills, which is a good sign for Gaon as well. But EVOS, I feel like it's just another day for EVOS. It's just them being them. So definitely first round gonna be taken by them.
A bit of a change of defense dito. Wow! What an angle. Wala kay Zetra. Split second lang, nakita niya dun si Jackban and immediately Jackban going down. The reaction time, immense mula dito sa sniper ng EVOS. And like I said, a different setup, no? Jackban kanina nasa cut, this time pushing down mid, walking straight into the crosshairs of Zetra.
Of course, but wait lang, si Yobi, may makikita. Ray's gonna be going down. And there's all the more reason for them to try and rotate dito sa B-site natin habang hindi pa nito na-occupy. Pero meron mga nagkakandapatayan dito as they try to find and see how they would be able to narrow down yung numbers na meron pa dito kay Gaon as ngayon. Dalawa na lang ang naiiwan. Shetra already being able to secure him and another onto Vincent. And hindi pa man din siya magpapatinag. Ito ang problema pag di mo na pick up si Cetra ng maaga sa isang round.
Exactly. And nakita mo pa yung entry ni Yobib kanina. Siya na yung nag-entry, naka-cult pa siya.
Totoo.
Di niya na inintay si KSA, still got a kill while holding the pistol, which is super impressive. And it goes to show why he's the most consistent MVP player sa ating Masters week in, week out. Madalas si Yobib yung nakikita natin sa highlights. 2-0 start. Exactly. 2-0 start para din sa EVOS Moch. And Gaon still yet to find a good D dito sa ating opener. Medyo play safe na ngayon si Jackban. Uy, nag-double na sila. Frey holding on to the second sniper. And Ellison finding the kill. There you go. Zetra going down early.
Okay, we're seeing them exploring. They're trying new things. And so far, meron na sila nakita and nakuha from that. And so far, Vincent is gonna be receiving some shots from the counterpart as they try to put themselves in a better position dito sa bandang bodega natin. And Gaon will try to put themselves in a more passive and safer position as the time progresses. Total, may isang minuto pa naman tayo dito. They can even offer a retake. Total, they can get that advantage. But Frey would be able to get a pick off in this one. But Elvin will be able to find him out. Trades coming in here, pero si Jackban ay makakakuha ng isa as well as Yubib. And unfortunately for them, Elvin will be left alone here without the C4 on his hands.
Malay si Elvin will go the long way round. Is it a bait though? No, it is not. Jackban, a good punish. And Frey showing us that he can play the sniper as well. Gaon shifting their strategies, no? I think it's one of the few times na nakita natin double sniper dito ang Gaon. It worked out. Frey coming up huge with the opening kills there. Ellison as well, of course, taking down Zetra, making it a little bit easier for Gaon. Pero ngayon, EVOS, a quicker approach down mid. Derecho RS, Yobib taking down Jackban and Zetra with a massive flank, getting a double kill. Papasok ng site. Pero Ellison, dito pa rin siya buhay with the sniper. Will be taken down by Yobib. And now it's a 1v3 for Frey, who has a sniper and a Colt. And Yobib will be saying no. EVOS, 3-1, 2-round lead as we head into round 5.
Sabi nga nila, no, you can't outdo the doers of the two sniper lineup. But kita mo naman, well, okay, dalawa yung sniper siya kanina. What if gawin nating practice or gawin natin, subukan natin, i-recta na lang natin sa spot.
Yeah.
And it's just so straightforward for them to do that. Parang, ano na rin nila yun? Paano ko ba masasabi? Parang on and off switch nila. Okay, they see that, this is what they do. Pero,
exactly.
We are just gonna be seeing EVOS taking a heavy commitment, possibly here on A site, wherein a couple of members here from Gaon Gaming will be sort of on a chokehold, definitely, as KSA takes out a couple of them and mukhang masusundan ba from the bunch of the team. And now it's all up to Ellison in trying to make his way through the 4 remaining members from EVOS here.
Yeah. Yobib found so much space. Gaon They couldn't find Elvin, and Ellison's gonna pay the price for it. 4-1 in favor of EVOS. Yubib wreaking havoc sa site. Pumasok lang siya, dire-diretso, creating space. He went down, pero sakto yung dating ni KSA, no? The moment Yubib went down, KSA was there to punish. Getting a double, and Zetra again with a nasty kill. Ridiculous shot onto Frey. And just like that, one of the snipers of Gaon down. Pero sasagot si Vincent, si Ray getting one apiece. So it's a 4v3. Gaon getting the man advantage, Moji.
Definitely. And granted na rin, no? Meron naman tayo advantage in terms of numbers dito kay Gaon, and we still have the C4 in the hands of Vivo, so they can even try and offer a reset here with the possibility of picking someone off here from Gaon themselves. But right now, dahil pa man ding oras, there's still a lot of ways for them to approach this current situation. They find themselves, and Rado ay makikita ni Cetra, and just that quick, he is gonna be out of the equation.
Oh my God, Zetra, what was that? Kakaiba yung level ng mga sniper natin ngayong araw. Not just Zetra, Elson Frey with their own highlights as well. Every kill, quick flick, no? So it's impressive stuff. It shows you port as a map. And as I say that, another good shot from Zetra takes down Vincent. On Gaon. The aggressive peak so far not working out with Zetra punishing them one by one. Ellison, walang matatakbuhan. Will be taken down by KLR with the wall banks as well. So it's a Jackban 1v3. Okay, Imba. Cutting all the noise, pero I think EVOS have got all corners covered. KLR getting info. I think alam niya na, no? Hindi na siya nagpipeak. Jumps up the moment Jackban makes noise, and that's another round win para sa EVOS dito. 5-1 sa ating first half match.
Yep, and this is definitely really dominating feat here for EVOS. I mean, we already saw that time and time again. But from what we're seeing here though, Gaon, I feel like they're really making the most out of this opportunity into learning more on which approaches they can do in this map alone. Pero I feel like they let go of that double sniper setup right now. Si Ellison na lang uli ang naghahawak ng And you're seeing quite of a strong stack here at the bridge area. So you might possibly be seeing early pickups from here. Ayun!
Wow. Elvin, what was that? Taking down Ray, kahit di pa siya nakikita. And again, the streak of first kills continue here for EVOS. Taking down Ray early. Ellison looking for something. Medyo malalim siya sa LB pero hindi tumama yung shot niya doon. Going for the re-peek. Ellison waded out by the grenade. Pero mukhang babalik. Vincent at the backup. Narinig niya kasi. Nakita niya kasi yung information. There's the shot, but the trade is good from Yobib. Another kill in the works. Vincent taking down Yobib. Okay, good start for Gaon. But their sniper is down and B site is wide open. Vincent not done. Taking control of mid. And EVOS now down to the last two people. Habang hindi pa nila nakakontrol yung B site. Still stuck in-house. KSA rotating around through mid. Pero mahirap to ha. Wala silang info na saan mga players ng Gaon. They're getting struck back into LB. RS play coming through. Vincent searching for KSA. Ayun na. Getting the shot in, and KLR all alone. C4 in hand. KLR has time to get the C4 planted much.
Kayang-kaya ata ni Keller itong secure ang objective. Pero ang tanong ay, masisegregate niya ba itong si Jackban as well as si Frey? Nako, kaya ata! Pero it's all up to Jackban. It's a matter of positioning after all. Sino o saan yung aabangan? And he's gonna be hit him where it hurts. At kung kailan siya hindi nakatingin, another round here for Gaon after the 4-round or rather the 3-round streak na meron dito kay EVOS.
Yeah, I love the play from Keller as well. Anticipating the angle right next to the box. Pero at that point kasi dahil mong kailangan tingnan na angle. No? You have to sacrifice at least one. At yung hindi niya tinignan, doon pumasok.
Doon pa sumipot.
Gaon. Ellison, uy! Good flash from EVOS taking down Ellison. Vincent Ray though, hindi sila flash. They will be taking one apiece. And Ray with the wall bang through the window. Gets KSA pero I don't think alam nila na nandun yung C4 ha. They're gonna have to contest the angle to see the C4,
Ooh.
but Elvin, waiting for that contest, takes down Ray. And Gaon, well, they lose one player, or two players, but still have control of that B side.
Afford pa man din nilang lumaban, most especially that they have each other on the same side, but it is gonna be quite a certainty na rin na magro-rotate itong si EVOS papuntang A site natin, and all the while that they are doing that, well, I'm pretty sure na makakaramdam na rin si Gaon at this point on na, wait lang, iba na ata yung balak nilang puntahan na site. There's still a lot of time once again. Cetra though, nakaabang and he's looking at the best time possible. I'm not sure or certain if i-expect niya si Jack Ban though.
I think he is. Hindi pa rin umali sa RS dito si Zetra no? So he's expecting one more player from Gaon to peek out from LB. But it's Jack Ban. A little bit smarter on the decision making. Actually finds a timing. Hindi nakita ni Zetra. Nakalagpas na si Jackban. Pero kailangan niya tumingin sa likod. Jackban! Checks the angle. Does get the kill. Okay, Zetra going down. Good discipline mula kay Jackban dito. And Vincent finding Elvin as well. Gaon finding the kills. Give them that round. 3-5. As I said, Mochi, this game actually closer than what a lot of people might expect. But you have to remember GR side is the favored side dito. So Gaon kailangan nilang mag-ipon ng round habang nasa GR pa sila.
I mean, the best that they can do is to get this last round for this half as they can. And wait lang, nabalik uli yung double natin, no? As Frey and Ellison will try to harness that and hopefully it plays in their favor. And C4 natin though, just gonna be lying down there. Alvin taking some damage from the grenade being thrown at him. And of course, the coverage being laid down na rin by Frey. Tahimik so far.
Exactly. And this is kind of conditioning mula sa EVOS. Kasi kanina pa sila nagra-rush eh. Gaon, oh, there you go. They crack under the silence. Elvin taking down Frey. And once more, EVOS start with the first kill of this round. Mid-control na naman ang plano dito ng EVOS. The yet to find anything for Gaon Gaming. Smokes will be used here. So EVOS deterred a little bit. Dilipat muna sa LB. Cat play as well for Yobib, giving them a lot of options. But Ray is just lying in wait sa B.
Wow, wait lang. Medyo nakakatakot yung position ni Ray dito, but he's gonna be able to get that kill. Wonderfully done. And this is already about time. Jack Ban already finding out kung saan pumupunta itong mga member natin from EVOS. He's gonna be falling down the rounds of Kiz Ado at mukhang masusundan pa. One for each. Isa silang pinapatumba dito ng mga members ng EVOS up to Vincent, but with such critically low HP and out in the open, he's not gonna be surviving for long. That is the end of our first half. 5-4 ngayon ng ating scoreline. Closer naman than ever, which is or rather 3-6.
Yeah.
No? We still have some time. We still have chances here.
Yeah, but that's not a lot of room para sa Gaon, no? EVOS only have to win 4 more. And Yobib is wreaking havoc from that last round of the half. Jackban this time taking the reins. Taking down Elvin through the smoke, will push up. Good nade. Half HP na agad si Freydon. KLR taking down to half as well. Almost going down. Muntik na mapopcorn, so KLR will be backing off into RS. So, good start for Gaon taking down Elvin.
Of course. Definitely one of the worrisome players here with his 10-5 KD as of the current time. Well,
Grabe.
true. Silang dalawa ni Ubib right now. That was to be followed by Cetra din. Pero, currently, what matters here is kompleto pa man din sila. They're even chipping up some damage dito kay Ubib. And this is already an opportunity for them to take advantage of the current setup that they have. They can choose whichever side. There's 2 people occupying each. It's a matter of which angle they can definitely occupy, no? All of them. Since sama-sama na lang sila dito, they can overwhelm them with numbers. But You're just gonna be taking some time at the house B here. You're just gonna be chilling, playing it safer than ever. And mukhang si KSA ang unang makakaramdam on this one.
Yeah. Push na nga dito ang Gaon. Lots of nades being pulled by EVOS as KLR goes in with a big flank. Yung site hindi pa rin nakakontrol ng Gaon dito as Yobib joins the fray. C4 goes down. Good angles mula sa Gaon but the nades are just too deadly. Yobib with a headshot and KSA with the rotate gets a double. House B the only place that Gaon can hide in but Zetra has come in. Yung defuse di pa rin nagagawa pero naubos ang players ng Gaon. There you have it. EVOS with a beautiful retake. And what a two-man play mula kay Yobib at KSA dismantling that defense from Gaon.
Grabe. Grabe. Dalawa lang sila dun sa site pero naubos nilang lahat.
Exactly.
Like sabihin ganun ka-caught off guard itong mga members natin from Gaon. Every one of them is trying to look at Yobib and the rest of the people trying to rotate from spawn pero hindi nila nakita yung daga sa isang corner. Unfortunately. Pero they might be trying something different here. Keeping themselves in a good position papuntang bridge area natin. Di ko lang alam kung i-expect nila si Keller on that one. Vincent Doga's gonna be looking and staring down that doorstep just in case na meron dumaan doon. But they're not gonna be gambling themselves, no? Their lives in this forefront as Cetra is gonna be chilling, waiting for some presence at A, pero lahat sila rito nasa bandang house B, LB area natin eh.
I think Gaon are planning for a B split execute dito. Mid control and medyo malapit na sa house dito yung C4 no in the hands of I believe that's Ellison. They could rotate away. Marami pa namang oras dito ang Gaon but EVOS are refusing to respond to this mid presence. Hold lang sila dito. In case mag-rotate sila sa mid into Cat, there is Elvin lying in wait. And I think that is what's gonna happen dito, Moji.
I'm actually wondering if mag-comment sila dito sa A site but there's a lot more people there. KLR be spotting multiple of them. Iingat muna siya, backing up from that and putting himself into safety but with the possibility of picking someone up in this current situation at magagawa nila yon, even getting two in the process alongside Cetra and Melvin. And every single one here from Gaon will just face their demise. 8-3 scoreline natin ngayon. No? Just 2 more rounds. EVOS will be able to take a port for themselves once again. And unfortunately, they weren't been able to support each other during that, no? Sayang, ang dai pa man nila doon sa area na yun.
Para silang inipit ng dingding eh. Parang nagsara yung mid sa kanila eh, no? There was nowhere to go for Gaon. And the crunch was just too deadly for EVOS. What a highlight play as well from Elvin na naman. KLR as well, just melting the forces of Gaon. So it's 8-3. 5 ang lamang ng EVOS. Jackban playing down Cat. LA slowly getting controlled by Gaon. They have to be careful of their flanks, no? Kailangan hindi sila maipit ulit sa mid. They have to extend their extremities of control dito much, but medyo mahirap, especially when you consider the positions in A. Ang ganda ng position ni Elvin dun eh. And then you've got Zetra to worry off as well with a cheeky angle. Tignan mo yung angle ni Zetra dito. Medyo malalim, pero pwede niya makita yung LA.
Of course, and even so, just as we're saying that, we're already seeing them being taken down. Isa-isa na naman. Naku po, is this such an unfortunate sight for us to see? But it is definitely evident that I don't know, ang nakikita kasi natin POV so far, syempre, is yung sa POV ng pumapatay. I am not quite sure if it's a matter of hindi nila na-out-aim or is it because they're looking at a different angle or position here from Gaon. Because we are seeing them, madami naman sila, no? They can push unanimously. But when it comes to trade-offs, dun talaga sila nagkakahirapan.
Yeah, EVOS are just so creative with the defensive angles dito, no? Kaya sila nahihirapan eh. Especially with that Zetra angle in the last round. Speaking of defense, Yobib. Oh!
Ooh!
What a shot from Yobiv.
Nasty.
Despite being 1 HP, or half HP, still gets a kill there. And again, from on top of the box, Yobiv inubos si Jackban. Yung entry ng Gaon, denied by Yobiv. And it's down to Ray and Frey. 1 HP sila pareho, pero Frey with the arm still finds Elvin. Okay, good punish onto the push of Elvin. But still, there's 4 people to look out for, and Gaon are running out of time.
It's so scary, man. Pareho sila, isang ihip na lang tumba na sila. Even less than a bullet, no? Pero, they'll still try. I wonder what's going to be the game plan here. You have 55 seconds on the clock, etc. pa ang posibleng makakaharap nila dito. If they can push together, might be a possibility, but Killer will be coming from the back lines. And they'll get taken down. EVOS. Wow. Another day for EVOS, I guess, as they rummage through the entirety of Gaon Gaming and definitely proving that port is their territory and theirs alone. And that's a 1-0 in terms of our score line, and that's crazy. And I feel like we're gonna be seeing more of that on Mexico too.
Well, in Mexico too, it could be different. I mean, as a map, I don't think a lot of teams specialize, or any team specialize in Mexico. Port, ito yung ace in the hole ng EVOS. Ito talaga yung best map that they have. And big respect to Gaon still providing a decent enough fight nung nasa GR side sila. But nung lumipat sila sa BL, well, that's when things fell apart for Gaon Gaming. There were so many interesting angles that EVOS put up to the plate here. Zetra in particular, that LA angle, this is the first time I've seen that being brought out here sa GR side nila, and it proved effective. Walang smoke line up ang Gaon for that particular angle, which is why it was so deadly in that round. And they're so good at weeding out the numbers of the BL side as well. That last round, medyo naubusan ng oras yung Gaon, that 2v4. That's the thing as well, when you are down a man, kailangan mag-push ka kagad, but EVOS knew that, and Gaon Gaming did not take advantage of the window that they had. So it was a very convincing win there for EVOS. Very, very powerful still. This is still the EVOS that we've come to know and respect. Do you think things are going to change in Mexico too? Well, remember, Mochi, it is Gaon na pumili ng mapang to. No? In the BL side as well, medyo mahirap kasi humanap ng strat sa Mexico eh. So do you think with the revamped Mexico, there's a chance that Gaon can come back?
I mean, ayoko nung revamp ng Mexico. I don't even know what they did in it. Pero Gaon can definitely use this map as a way to, improve. Kasi sa coach na rin nila nanggaling, this is their weakest map. So maybe choosing it is just a matter of, what if pag-ensayonin na natin. Tas, let's learn from the best, which is yung kalaban nila ngayon, which is from EVOS. So, ayun, siguro no? Siguro opportunity na rin to kay EVOS since hindi naman natin lagi na nakikita tong Mexico to, no? Like, pagka nakikita natin yung Mexico to, yung magkakaroon ng subtitles yung mga mukha natin na parang, but Mexico too. Like, diba? Hindi natin talaga siya trip. Pero, we are gonna be there right now. And I guess this is gonna be a good change of pace for us. But I feel like may masasabi din sila Bipolar and Sneaky Frog dito. So, ano bang naantay niyo, panel? Take it away.
Isang kalmado at very much a dominating fashion coming in from EVOS Esports all the way dito sa ating port against Gaon Gaming. Gaon Gaming though, put up a fight. Definitely so against one of the top teams right now.
Yeah, I mean, itong si Jackban, no? I mean, he did do some things dito sa mapa natin. Vincent had some good shots as well. Pero overall talaga, pag bababangga mo dito yung EVOS when it comes to the map of port, I mean, unless your name is Pacific, pare, I mean, this is not gonna work out for any other team that is outside of yung top 3 sphere natin. Pero yun nga, we're gonna take a look at the highlights. And obviously, tama nga yung sinabi ko kanina, no, Polar, na if you're not online as 5 players, hindi nyo talaga matatalo yung EVOS kahit kailan. And the thing is naman with EVOS is kung sino pa yung actually yung hindi masyado online from last week, Elvin, stepping up to the plate. And galing sa eye test ko dito kay Elvin, no, pag mainit si Elvin, man, it's so annoying to play the game of Crossfire kasi yun nga, bigla na lang siyang lalabas from a random corner and he's gonna catch, yun nga, as per example on screen pare, na it's really hard to keep up with all this information. Parang ano siya, professional na taga-distract, but at the same time, you can also kind of put him in that lurk position so he can get that flank going. And obviously, Elvin, no, we haven't seen too much statistically great games galing sa kanya dito, but this is a prime example of what he can do pag na-allow yung kanyang movement dito sa mapa.
Yeah, we definitely see the prime position or prime Elvin, kumbaga ang pwede natin sabihin dito ngayon for his performance. Grabe din talaga mandaga si Elvin, yung mga spots na talagang tinitignan niya and the spots that he chooses to defend and position himself. Doon natin nakikita na he can really defy the expectations na against a team na very much nakita natin sama-sama every time. He can still pick off 1 or 2 people and distract them every time and just throw the game para sa kalaban, and that was definitely the downfall para sa buong Gaon Gaming. But still, you gotta give it to Gaon Gaming pa rin. Even though they were not the 100% or 200% for each players, nakikita naman natin Jackban was one of the players na nakikita natin as well as si Vincent, just trying to pop off, trying to get those peak outs, trying to get those entry flags para makakuha sila ng onting advantage. But nevertheless, the retakes of the sides and even the defense pagplanta na ng bomba were just overwhelmed by Yobib and the squad of the entirety of EVOS. Ito na nga isang part kung saan talagang inipit nga sila. So, sabi nga ni Daydums dun sa mid, para tayong nanonood ng movie ng So na unti-unti na lang nagko-close yung lugar ng buong Gaon Gaming, and that was just the prime example as well for EVOS Esports kung saan may kita natin they were a team individually very much great, pero alam nila kung paano maglalaro. Right now, we're seeing the set summary and looking back at it, hindi ko na expect na awat pala tayo ng 3.25 KD para kay Kellar.
Yeah, I mean, the IGL doing the most para sa kanyang team in this map. However, Yobib will overtake him in terms of the AP department pare. So, ayun nga, overall great contributions across the board. KSA, you know, it's a normal entry fragger statistic no pare. Yung nagmamatter naman dito, all the other players are fragging para naman kay KSA, all he has to do is go in. Pero yun nga men, it's very unfortunate, especially yung statistic dito ni Ellison at Frey with 0 smokes thrown per round. And obviously, napaka-importante na smoke dito. Tignan mo naman si Keller. IGL na IGL pare. 0.69 smokes per round, as in gamit na gamit yung utility dito ng EVOS. Which I think, yun yung isa sa pinaka-strong part ng EVOS in general. No? Alam nila lahat ng lineups, alam nila lahat ng setups. Especially in international play, pag hindi mo alam lahat ng setups, kagaya na nakita natin from EVOS men, I mean, group stage pa lang, malalaglag ka na.
Yun nga, medyo maganda talaga yung defense ng buong EVOS squad dito. Even the entries ng paggamit nga ng mga smokes, paggamit ng mga flash, and you can definitely see na it's just pinpoint accurate na alam nila kung saan nilalagay ito, and they use that to their advantage, and that is what Kellar is using para sa buong EVOS squad. Pero yeah, they were just definitely something na hindi mo talaga matibag dito sa ating port map, given that it was their map choice, but still, they are just beautifully outplaying Gaon Gaming. Kellar with a 3.25 KD and 1.1 kill per round, and headshot na medyo mababa, but still the damage is there. He is doing a lot of work para sa kanila, and that is our set MVP.
Yeah, I mean, normal M4 things, obviously, itong si Keller, no? I mean, I think the thing is with the M4, especially with your hard entry, and you're not really going for the head, you're going as much damage as possible. Pero yun nga, we're gonna take a look at some of Keller's highlights dito, pare, and let's see what the homie was up to. And, ayun nga, I feel like overall, Keller as well fits yung mold of yung modern Crossfire IGL of being capable of coming up with very, very good strats, but at the same time, yung offensive output pa min hindi maiiwan.
Yun nga talagang naging yun na rin napansin ko every time that we are on the panel. Pagkasama kita, we can see the IGLs just really popping off. It's not just them calling off the shots. Sila rin yung nakikita natin na doing the hard work and also just relying on his team para ma-back up yung mga ginagawa nila. Pero everybody, that is our first set para sa ating EVOS versus Gaon Gaming. Any last thoughts before I throw it away, Sticky?
Hopefully, I don't know, man. Wala akong thoughts for Mexico too, honestly. Anything can happen sa mapa na yun. It's 50-50.
Ito man, talagang it's a 50-50 coin flip. Talagang hindi natin ma-expect, especially for both of these squads. Medyo hindi pa natin alam kung paano sila maglaro. But then again, everybody, Ari ba tayo mamaya sa Mexico at pupunta tayo dyan sa pinanggalingan at kung saan magaling ang ating mga players. Magkikita-kita tayo in just a little while. Tayo ay magbabalik after a quick short break.
group stage.
And will end that one with a win.
And they win against Pacific MASTERS.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific MASTERS will be your three-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
Welcome back to more Filipino Crossfire. Kami pa rin ng inyong panel for today. Ako po si Bipor together with Sneaky Frog. Set number 1 has concluded with 1-0 going towards EVOS. Gaon Gaming right now tries to defy the expectations, letting us travel from port to Mexico.
Ayun nga, kind of feel bad para dito kay Dadomen kay Mochi, not gonna lie, kasi yun nga, they have to witness Mexico too.
Yeah.
Pero ayun nga, I guess we could see some interesting stuff. Obviously, nakita na natin from that Pacific series yung yun nga, the additional entrance. It's easier to take itong P-side. There's bigger spaces to play dito sa Mexico. I think it made it actually slightly more BL-sided, no? Yung mapa na to. But then, it's still Mexico at the end of the day. It's a really, really small map. Shotguns, I'm not gonna be surprised kung ilalabas dito. So, yun nga, we're gonna have to wait and see if Gaon has anything prepared dito sa ating game.
Yeah, baka ito na talaga yung gulat factor na may pwede ibigay sa atin ng Gaon Gaming, might extend it to game number 3. But then again, it's Mexico 2.0. It's the battle ng door mamaya doon. Pero everybody, we're gonna be traveling to Mexico with our two casters, Mochi and Daedum. Arriba!
maraming salamat, Bipolar. And yes, we're going to the best map in the game. Mochi, may tanong ako sa'yo May tanong ako sa'yo. Is it better to watch or play Mexico 2? In your opinion, mas masaya bang panoorin o maglaro sa Mexico 2?
Pwede bang wala? Pero, okay, siguro panoorin. I guess, panoorin because we don't see it that often. So, it is gonna be better for you to absorb some notes galing sa mga pros rather than us playing on our own. Nang wala tayong idea what could be the possible strategies to be played on here. When in fact nga na even yung mga pros is medyo clueless din what's going to be the best thing here for Mexico too. What you should do, especially it is a matter of question like if is it balanced at all even after the adjustments na ginawa dito ng mga developers, di ba? So it's out in the air, out in the open, parang bahala kayo what's gonna happen on that one. So, yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a really interesting map for us to see.
Yeah, interesting is a word definitely to use para sa Mexico 2.0 dito. Alam mo ako, in my opinion, I'd rather play in it than watch it. Kasi Mexico 2, feeling ko yung design philosophy ng Smilegate dito is to make it more sort of an individualistic place. Kasi ang daming corner, ang daming pwede mong daanan, especially with the introduction of yung underground way papunta sa taas, sa terrace ng site dito, sa B, I believe. So, it kind of gives you options to become a rat, in my opinion. Which is something that rarely happens sa pro play. But in solo queue, kapag ka mag-isa ka lang naglalaro ng rank dito, you could definitely do that. You could definitely catch your opponents off guard. Especially in this map where nobody has any clue what's happening most of the time. So, yeah, it's definitely, in my opinion, more fun to play than watch. But it's definitely an interesting one. For sure. Guys, by the way, in case you haven't read yung pinned comment natin dito, if you have any questions for us or the panelists, kay Sneaky or Polar, pwede nyo ilagay dyan sa comments down below. Your questions might be featured on the live broadcast later on, or maybe even tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Next week. No. So make sure to comment down below kung may mga gusto kayo itanong, may gusto ba kayo insights na malaman about Mexico or Port or any of our teams or players. Gawin nyo interesting para ma-feature yan sa ating broadcast. Maybe tomorrow, maybe later, maybe next week, no? The most interesting questions lang ang pipili natin, guys. So make sure to make it an interesting one at relevant sa crossfire natin, no? So yan, comment nyo lang. Mag-feature yan sa ating live broadcast. Sasagutin namin or ni Sneaky and Bipolar sa panel. And as we head into our second set of EVOS versus Gaon Gaming. Ito, Mochi, tanong ko sa'yo. Ever since Mexico is a map na pinipili talaga in very specific situations. One of those situations is like this, where Gaon is sort of more of a learning experience, trying to catch EVOS off guard and then maybe matuto na rin ng mga possible setups. Kasi EVOS as a team, no, they are a team that want to gun for that international run. Syempre, kailangan aralin mo lahat ng maps in that regard. So, it's Gaon trying to prod EVOS na turuan sila how to play this map or maybe even catch them off guard. Nakalimutan ko na yung tatanong ko sa'yo, Mochi. Pero having said that,
Sige, gusto mo yan eh.
What do you think is the probability na merong mailabas ang Gaon dito na magulat ang EVOS? Yun na lang yung tanong ko sa'yo.
I mean, probability. I feel like high possibility naman. What I really just don't understand with the map of Mexico 2 is that it goes on very wide spaces, tas biglang magiging narrow. So, by that pa lang, it is very susceptible to multiple chokes, no? Like, you can be cornered, you can be sandwiched in multiple areas, multiple times, na hindi mo naman syempre mapipili, no? Once na nandun ka na, there's already some pickups, may mga nawala na sa team mo, you already lost some space, you already got some space. So, there's a lot of stuff that you have to consider in this map. As much as possible, you can even take advantage of the coverage na mabibigay dito ng mga boxes natin and the forklift and whatnot. Pero, at the end of the day, it's a matter of game sense and as well as how good you would be able to coordinate with your team alone. So if those are some of the things na gustong i-harness or i-improve ng Gaon on this one, then of course, why not, diba?
Yeah. Fundamentals, kumbaga, no? But I actually disagree with one of your points, no? I think Mexico as a map actually promotes individualism rather than team play, no? I mean, when it comes to becoming unpredictable, at least. I mean, sure, that's been proven wrong over Mexico 1 last year. Dami tayong nakitang Mexico over the grand finals. But I think in Mexico too, you have more opportunity to become lurkers. And that's the type of playstyle that I think Gaon would fit really, really well. I mean, in Port, may nakita tayo mga times kung saan nagpo-push dito si Jackban, and then lumalalim siya sa Cat, minsan sa LA. I think that's the type of playstyle that Mexico somewhat encourages on the GR side. Which is, or somewhat translated ngayon nung Mexico 2 na on the BL side. So, I would love to see that unpredictability come into play dito from Gaon if ever, they get a chance to do it. Hindi lang tayo magmi-mid, no? Just go for the extremities of the map, which is very hard to defend from, especially that introduction nung door na umaangat with the water area. So, let's see how that's going to go out. It's a like, Mexico
what is that? Pero, okay, as you mentioned that, alam mo, naisip ko lang din, andyan si Kelar, andyan si KSA, and they can even do the same thing, no?
That's true.
Siguro, it's all up to them how they would be able to counter or answer back dun sa mga plays and strategies na ibabato sa kanila ng kanilang counterpart. Pero yeah, I feel like we can definitely more towards dun sa part that there is the room for them to a bit more independent. Well, independent dun sa mga plays na ginagawa nila dito. Pero, yeah, I mean, second time of Mexico 2 being chosen here in the whole duration of Masters. What if hindi pala ito just the second time? Malay mo sa mga susunod na linggo, maging favorite o maging staple pala to si Mexico 2. Ba't ganyan mukha mo?
Wag, please. Wag. Hindi, kasi ito, Mexico 2, if I were to... Alam, ito, Mochi, maggagawa ako ng racing reference. Meron ba tayong, dyan, Formula 1 fans in the chat?
Meron yan.
Sa baba. Meron kayong mga Formula 1s in the chat. Mexico 2, para siyang ulan sa Formula 1. And for the fans, you know what I mean. Explain ko sa'yo, Mochi, Sa Formula 1 kasi, kapag umulan, merong magic na nangyayari.
Magic.
Kasi, para siyang yung standings sa ating sa ating group stage. Very clear cut sino yung nasa top 3, top 2, top 4, ganon. Pero kapag umuulan, nawawala yung gap nila between the teams na wala sa top 4. I think Mexico is kind of like that, no? And, in the sense na it's a map where anything could happen, as Nikki said earlier. Just like in racing, if it rains, yung mga traditionally pinakamabibilis na kotse, minsan napupunta sila sa likod kasi hindi nila designed for the rain or hindi lang talaga sila sanay sa ulan. That's kind of like what Mexico 2 is in Crossfire. It's a map where strengths kind of go out the window. Anything could happen, and who knows? Maybe Gaon is that team that can, turn the tides around dito sa Mexico. I mentioned Gaon as a team that loves playing the single sniper setup. Iniba nila yon sa port kanina, no? To try and adjust to EVOS. Maybe pwede silang mag-no sniper dito sa Gaon. So, it's gonna be interesting anong lalaroin dito ni Ellison. If they do go the no sniper setup, shotguns might be used as well in Mexico. I mean, in mid, it is a little bigger, but you can use shotguns in this map.
Maraming areas na pwede mo paggamitan ng shotgun kasi maraming mahikitid ng mga spots, no? So, we can see, bahala na dyan experiment. That's the reason as well why we're casters, because we don't want to be the ones playing here on its own. Pero, yeah, I feel like we're just... By the way, guys, kung nagtataka kayo, bakit nagpa-podcast na tong dalawang casters na to? We're just definitely waiting for our players to be set up, primed up, prepared, para naman, of course, pagka naglaro sila, is tip-top shape ang kanilang status and hindi sila mamabother or wala silang iisipin at the back of their head na hindrance sa paglalaro nila. So, yun lang yun. Thank you for bearing us and thank you for waiting. Pero I hope that while kasama yung kami dito, why not chip in sa ating usapan and try to comment down below kung meron kayong mga gustong i-bring up and some other stuff and malay nyo ma-feature kayo dito. Tulad ng sabi ni Didum kanina.
Exactly. Baka nga pwede tayo mag-feature ng comment ngayon. Direct, meron pa tayong pwedeng i-feature na comment dyan, no? Medyo madami tayong tao sa comment section natin. Shout sa mga nanonood natin dyan, sa mga supporters ng EVOS and Gaon Gaming. Guys, make sure to show your support for these teams as well down below.
They need it,
they definitely need it, especially now that we are in week 5, no? Week 5, day number 10, our group stage. Palapit na tayo ng palapit sa ating playoffs. Ilang araw na lang ba natitira ng group stage natin, Morty? I think only week 5, so 3
Less
weeks.
than
6 more days. 6 more days of group stage.
So, ayun, 6 days.
If I'm not mistaken,
Grabe, no?
So, 6 days na lang ang natitira. And if you look at the standings, medyo lumalabas na. Kung sinong naaangat, no? I'm gonna take a look at the standings real quick. Habang nandyan ka muna, Mochi, teka lang, binubuksan ko yung kabila akong notebook dito.
Lumilinaw na yung lumilinaw na, no? Palinaw na ng palinaw as days goes by. Sobrang bilis din ng mga pangyayari here. Despite the fact na every week is meron naman tayo broadcast, may pre-shows tayo, for some reason, nakagulat lang din na, wow, we're already half through the league and half through the year. So, things are just bound to be much, much more better and explosive as time goes by. And shoutout ka pala kay Boy Polar, no? Ang alam ko, busy siya ngayon. Ano kaya ginagawa niya ngayon?
Ano nga kaya bipolar? Yung taong yan, madaming sideline si bipolar. Kaya, nakita ko yung ginagawa ni bipolar dito.
Diba?
Sige, bipolar, tingnan natin anong magiging resulta niya. No? Baka pakita niya mamaya pagka nag-panel ulit tayo. Pero guys, we're getting word that we're gonna fix up in just a bit. So sa ngayon, magbe-break muna tayo. We'll be right back with CFS Masters. This is Didum and Mochi, your casters for the day. Huwag kayong mawawala. Magbabalik kami.
group stage.
And will end the game with a win.
And they win against Pacific MASTERS.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Facta will be your three-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
And we're back with CFS Masters Day 10 dito, set 2 between Gaon and EVOS Esports. The second time we'll be seeing Mexico 2 sa ating group stage. My name's Daydom here with the one and only Mochi. And we're getting the game readied up, folks. Pasensya na, pero I think we are ready with our players. Mochi, are you looking forward to our second Mexico match dito sa ating group stage? Excited ka ba para sa Mexico?
Yeah. I mean, hindi ako excited sa mismong map. Excited ako sa kung anong gagawin ng mga players natin in this map. Since it's quite unorthodox, no? Kakaiba siya. It's the best term that I can put it. Pero, yeah, and I feel like maraming matututunan yung mga nanonood ngayon dyan, especially if kasama ito sa ating rank maps rotation. So, ayun. Let us see what is gonna be their baons, what will they be cooking, and what's gonna be served on our table.
Yeah, for sure. Especially Gaon, no? Sila yung mauna sa BL side dito, so they have to be creative with this map. Sneaky did mention na medyo naging mas PL-sided na itong Mexico 2 na to. If you were to put it in numbers, Mochi, ito, ganun na lang. Let's say, yung ibang mapa kasi 50% BL, 50% GR. Ilan yung sa Mexico sa'yo?
60... Joke lang, 75. Ang taas sila. Pero ayan, wala, feeling ko lang naman. I'm no expert in Mexico too. Pero seems like we're already, or there is a potential for us to see some very early engagements here sa bandang water serya natin. Naka po! Buti na lang! Mayroong sangguni dito si Ellison.
Lalim ng push to ni Ellison tsaka ni Frey. KSA taking one down. And Ellison with a close quarter. AWM shot, beautifully executed para dito. There's another one. KelR going down. But Yobeb is also here. Nakatago in the corner. And Ellison has to expect another person pushing through. Sino ba mag-expect na may tatlong tao na magpupush from GR dito sa may waters? I think Ellison is expecting.
It's crazy how this
Joke
area
lang.
is being our hotspot right now. But Yobeb is gonna be able to take out Ellison after the couple of kills na ibinigay sa kanya or panagkaloob sa kanya kanina, no? Pero currently, medyo malayo-layo ibang mga member natin dito from Gaon Gaming sa isa't isa, but I feel like it's a matter of a pick-off if there is going to be the opportunity for them in doing so. We are already gonna be seeing some shots being heard here from Gaon, and yes, they will be able to take out Yobeb in that area, but Elvin though, from one part, he's gonna be able to take out Ray.
This map is so confusing, but Jackban hoping to hold the line against Zetra. Medyo mahirap kasi mag-retake with the AWM, you know. Have to take every corner very slowly. Elvin nahuli doon sa Jackban, and Zetra finds Vincent as well. Oh my gosh. What a retake from Elvin and Zetra. Somehow finding a timing on both of them. And Zetra with the as well, finding a kill. EVOS, good start in this map. Despite Gaon expecting their push.
That's actually a good thing, no? For the B site, they really had to utilize the waters area when they're trying to pursue or they're in pursuit of their entry. But currently, Ellison once again looking after any possible people na magpapakita
Binuksan na yung pinto.
doon. Uy, nakita ang elbow, namataan, pinatay at pinatumba. KSA already being eliminated here, but there's still a lot more stuff to do.
And that's the door that I was talking about kanina, no? This an injection point papuntang B-side. So hindi pwedeng iwan ni Yobib yung B-side. Kailangan niyang panoorin yung tear at yung B entrance. So just two angles that Yobib has to watch because of the door being opened and yung C4 nilalakad na nga down in waters. EVOS currently don't have any information that gives them a sign that it is going to be a B hit. And Gaon tap walking their way towards B site. And Yobib expecting. Hinangan natin yung sa terrace sa taas.
Yobib!
Flashes coming through. Yobib, cheeky angle. Pero hindi nakita rin siya. Eventually, Vincent jumping down. KelR taken down as well. And Yobib unable to defend that B site. Gaon rather. Pushing themselves towards the site. And that's the C4 planted sa B.
Terrace is such a weird mechanic, no? Papahulog ka talaga dyan. Pero, Shetra, just gonna be eyeing any possible people here that can try and take out. Pero Jackban, well prepared, eyeing on Elvin as Ray takes out Shetra as the remaining person here from EVOS. Wonderfully done. And sisakli pinipo to take itong B-site natin na napakaaga.
Exactly.
But I wonder if there is a moment here na A-site naman ang pipiliin nila. But to be fair, I feel like it's gonna be pretty difficult to defend once that you put the bomb down na, no? Kasi maraming pwedeng panggalingan ng mga kalaban eh. Uy!
Ellison down early.
Update.
Zetra taking him down. And that approach from Gaon in the last round, I think ganun lang kasimple yung kailangan nila gawin dito eh, no? Yobib taking down Frey. And the spread out approach from Gaon not working out with two of their players down. The deep push from Ray denied as well with the nades. And Zetra sees Jackban through the smoke.
Wow.
That's the C4 down as well. Vincent, mahihirapan siyang kunin to, ha? Especially with the smoke dissipating now. And Ray far away. Okay, Vincent finding an angle. KelR taking him down. So it's 1v3. Para kay Ray dito. The lurk now has to be the 1v3 clutcher. Uy, actually, Ray finding an angle onto Yobib.
Wow.
Nice timing. But there's still two more people to work out against, and the C4 is so far away.
Yeah, he gotta find this workaround from that one, which is, I think, is nagagawa niya naman, no? For the alley bridge stairs, the forklift, and the outer. Ata siya dadaan dito. Yes, it's not gonna be spotting anyone here kasi malayo-layo naman kanilang area. The question is, what's gonna be the path papunta dito because KZ tamang bantay lang, no? Bantay sarado tong C4 natin just in case that he's gonna be seeing Ray trying to reach that for himself. No more smokes, so wala siyang coverage, wala siyang choice but to face them head on and be prepared for the worst. Ray, though, not gonna be taking the C4 and KSA will be simply dabbing a couple of bullets onto him and that is the round end.
Yeah, Gaon, I think they should try and make things less complicated. Komplikado na nga yung mapa. Huwag nyo na akong pakomplikahin yung strats nyo, no? Just do what you did in round 2. Rush with all of your force on one side and let EVOS do the overthinking. This time, they're doing the same. I think this is a good idea here, no? Invest rather your players in one side, put the C4 down as fast as you can, and then hold for the post plant. Yan na nga, pushing in. Zetra unaccounted for, getting the double. And Zetra's still alive until Vincent takes him down. But Vincent has to fight for angles. And he does. Jackban takes down one. Elvin going down as well. And that's the A site in control of Gaon for now. KelR manggagaling mula sa window will be taking down Jackban. And it's Ellison again in a massive task at hand with the AWM. Has to isolate the fight between Yobib and KelR as well, pero hindi niya nakita si Yobib, so that's EVOS winning the round and Gaon unable to push to the site.
Pareho lang din silang nag-aabang dun sa specific corner na yon, which is pretty crazy for us to witness kasi biro mo, naiwasan ni Cetra yung flash and been able to take a couple of people with a really quick switch up from the to his cult. So definitely shows, no, who is the dominating one in this lobby so far. But currently KSA just waiting Ego peak, no? Possibly another? No? Ellison will be able to trade his comrade out, which is great. But, also, some shots will be let out. Some idea kung sino ang naroon. Ray will be taken down by Yobeb. Really quick in his steed and his shoes, though. Vincent will also up for a trade here onto Keller.
Talim ni Vincent Uy! There you go. Vincent and Ellison both finding one each habang hawak-hawak ni Vincent yung C4 tinanim na sa B. And Elvin finds Ellison but that is just a lurk para sa Gaon. It's B site where the C4 is planted. Daan muna ng RS dito si Elvin.
Pre, napansin ko lang ang daing nanonood sa likod ni Jack Ban na mga bata. Ang daing yung audience. Ayan.
Likod ni Vincent.
Nakakaaliw. Ayan.
There you go.
Diba?
May audience. I mean, kahit ako din naman manonood ako sa Gaon if I were in the same shop as they are playing right now.
Ang cute lang tignan.
And there you go, Gaon, speaking of, wins their round. And as I said, they don't have to make things complicated, no? 4-1 split, isang lurk. And it worked. Get the C4 planted in B. Invest all your players in one area. This time, mag-mid play. Standard play coming through from Gaon.
Uy.
And Bray pushing through from Bridge, finding Yobib sa may akyatan. And that's a good opening kill again. Gaon, uy. Spider sense mula kay KSA taking down Jackpan.
Ooh, Vincent. As well as Jackman will be able to take out on si KSA, pero sa kabilang banda, Elvin will be able to eliminate itong si Ray. C4 being hold here from outer papuntang B possibly. I wonder if they will be expecting that Kellar will also be present lurking. Medyo kinakabahan ako kay Vincent. Baka magkakitaan sila. But all fear from Teres, they will try to make their way into securing this objective or this very objective that they need. Frey throwing out the grenade there. Wala pa man ding madadamage from that. Ellison will be spotting out itong si Cetra. And dahil nangyayari, all segregated duels that is bound to happen anytime soon. But we still have a minute on the clock naman that they can work with so far.
Ayun na nga.
Ooh.
KLR waiting in there. But it doesn't matter still. C4 will be planted in the site. So KLR still has to find more kills. Lapit ni Ellison dito ha. Pero dami niyang angle na kailangan tingnan. Looks at the right one. Elvin struck down. But KLR from up above could kill them. Yun na nga. But the trade is good from KLR. And Zetra finds the other one. Vincent taken away. And Zetra with the defuse. That's EVOS pulling ahead 4-2.
Well, look at that. Actually, akala ko secure nila yung objective nila dun, no? There are no really good path towards B, but I feel like everything crumbled because of Cetra being in that area that they didn't check, no? Walang na-occupy, walang nagtao. And instead, bro just hid there and waited for the best time to strike. KSA, though, in a really cheeky position, be able to take out si Ray. Wow! The crosser placement is insane! That's crazy!
Grabe yung flick na yun. KSA. May pa-fade away pa nga with the double kill.
Yeah.
And quite surprisingly, no, much ang daming priority na binibigay ng parehong teams sa TER. Again, this round, no exception. KLR still invested in that position. But I don't think it's got anything to worry about for now as all three players of Gaon are primed towards an A execute. Yung C4 nga, nandito na no? And Jackpan will be able to take down Elvin, guarding down the site. May isa pang nandun, but Jackpan is in a safe enough spot until Yobib shows up, takes down Frey. Wala nang kasama si Jackpan, kailangan lumapit ni Vincent, and the push from Zetra doesn't connect with the shot. Mag-isa lang dito si Jackpan, no? Just playing time until Vincent comes in, but Zetra takes him down. It's all up to Vincent now, who does not have C4. Playing from, actually, the doors.
That's the reason why I don't like the A site din. You can also notice the players are really shifting more towards the B site natin. Ang dai mong kailangan tignan. Which is really annoying. And definitely, makes you more paranoid, no? Oo, mapapa-overthink ka kung ano yung mga anggulong kailangan mong titigan the moment that you try to secure your objective, makaplant ka man din or makapag-retake ka. Pero, sa kabilang banda, Elden be able to take out itong si Reyno, which is quite unfortunate for him from EA area, but now lots of coverage being thrown here from both sides, while the rest of them will just be anchoring down the specific positions that they find themselves in since kanina pa.
Ray is down. Sa mga lurkers dito yan ng Gaon. But everyone will be coming in quietly from behind dito sa A. Zetra's got no clue. Now he's got an idea. Flash connects onto him. And Zetra connects on to Frey. Kaylee, SA, and Elvin finding one. And suddenly, naubos ang Gaon. Ellison, good 2 kills. But it's not enough. Elvin takes him down and EVOS get the advantage already. Kahit wala pa tayo sa second half. 6-2 ang score.
Empty, man. I mean, it's good that we're seeing that they're changing their approach every single time, no? You can see that they are on their path of exploration and looking at the possibilities na pwede nilang magawa when doing an execute. Kanina, they just really focused more on the alley bridge, yung stairs natin. Pero right now, they try to take tong CEA. Sometimes, some of their people nasa mid area pa, no? Beside the doors. Pero right now, Vincent will be able to take out itong si Cetra early on, which is wonderful. But unfortunately, a quick trade will also be present here from Elvin, and that's all the more reason for them to back out in a bit, even though that some of them are receiving some tip damage. But Kel R, very courageous player, will be able to take out tong si Ellison as they try to pick off every single person din na nakikita nila dito inside.
And now it's Vincent all alone. And there's nothing he can do in the face of Yobib, who pushes the score 7-2 in favor of EVOS Esports. Mas malala pa yung lamang dito ng EVOS in map number 2. As we head over to the switch of sides, Gaon naman ang nasa GR. So tingnan natin ano magagawa nila dito, Mochi. Mexico is notorious for being GR-sided naman. So there is a chance that they can win 5 rounds in a row para maging 7-7 yung score natin.
Just gonna be checking out in a bit though, since I believe this is gonna be a dead round. So, yeah, I wonder what's going to be the changes in terms of behavior, some approach dito from Gaon, no? Lalo na this already decides being swapped. Definitely, we are seeing some good start from them kanina. Unfortunately, everything crumbled when they tried to do something else than the norm na of going to A and trying different ways into reaching A, no? Pero, right now though for EVOS, I feel like eto na, parang ito na yung kanilang magiging pathway na mag-wreck ng havoc no, na nasa BL side na sila. There is just something about EVOS na pag nakita mong nasa BL sila, imposibleng hindi dadal ng dugo or hindi ka mapapawaw or hindi ka masu-surprise or hindi ka I don't know, there's just something about it that if they are on the BL side, sobrang flashy nila maglaro and they definitely get the job done. So, let us see what is going to be the plan of action here by Gaon, most especially that I'm not quite sure what is going to be their look or their behavior ngayon na nasa GR na sila.
It's a big question din naman how EVOS are going to execute said plays, Mochi. Because, as I said, Mexico heavily defense-sided, heavily GR-sided for that matter. So, it's still a question kung kaya ba maging flashy, maging explosive ng EVOS dito sa mapang to. But, in theory naman, you don't have to be very complicated when it comes to executing in Mexico too, no? You can invest all of your players in Ter, papuntang B. Lahat kayo tumalon pababa that B site and magugulat na agad yung kalaban mo, no? Because of the way this map works. You don't have to be unpredictable because playing normal in this map is unpredictable enough. So, that's something that EVOS can take advantage of, but it is a GR-sided map at the end of the day. So, Gaon Gaming, they could just stronghold their defense and it could work to a certain degree dito against EVOS, but it's still a question of fundamentals, how well they're going to fight EVOS in the fundamentals department, how well they're gonna out-aim them and how well they're gonna take advantage of the micro things you have to learn when you're fighting a 1v1. For example, yung mga peeker's advantage, yung mga crouching, when to crouch, when to tap walk, when to imba jump. It gets a highlight dito sa Mexico 2, coupled with how instinctive you have to be. Instinctive you have to be in this map, no? Kasi most of the time, that's how Mexico works. There's so many angles to look out for. Kailangan mo na lang naman pakiramdaman kung saan manggagaling yung kalaban.
Lalo na, no, sobrang thin pa naman ng walls here sa Mexico 2. So, ewan ko, pwede mong buong laro, magtapwa ka na lang. Char. Maninipis kasi yung walls, and the spaces are, yes, they are segregated, pero once that has certain sound triggers, alam mo na kaagad kung nasan yung kalaban eh. So, that is definitely something that they should take into consideration, and maybe yung mga grinders natin dyan in the comment section kung dalas-dalas silang mag-rank. So, yeah, I guess those are some things that we might anticipate here from Gaon, and some things na EVOS might look out for. I mean, they play GR side first on this one. So, I feel like meron na silang idea siguro kung ano yung magiging plans ng Gaon when they want to try a strong defense, if I may say.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if the Ter priority is still going to be there for Gaon. No? Kung matandaan mo, Mochi, round 1 pa lang nag-push na agad ang EVOS in Ter, expecting the play from the door. So, let's see kung magagawin din yun ng Gaon dito. No? They did put a lot of priority on the BL side there as well. And I would expect nothing less from Gaon Gaming. Quick recap muna tayo para sa mga bagong dating dyan. No? We are already in set 2 of match 1 between EVOS and Gaon Gaming. The first map was Port with a 10-3 scoreline. EVOS ang nanalo sa Port. And now we are in second half. Ang score natin, if I'm not mistaken, is 7-2 in favor of EVOS. And let's see kung makabawi ba ang Gaon paglipat nila ng GR side. Uy! Meron tayo ditong i-highlight na comment galing kay Boss G. No. Okay, Boss G. Sobrang ganda at ang laki ng binago ng laro ng EVOS before nung una. Lalo na nung kinuha nila si Zetra. Question ba yan? Question ba yan, boss? But if it is, yes, I absolutely agree, no? Zetra is the newcomer of EVOS but has been taking the spotlight, fitting right in sa EVOS roster natin with the likes of Yobib and KSA and KLR, of course. It's been a phenomenal run for EVOS. Actually, sila lang yung wala pang talo dito sa group stage, Boss G. So, yeah, absolutely. Ang ganda ng ginanda ng laro ng EVOS lalo. Which is hard to imagine, Mochi, considering they are one of the two teams na napadala na natin internationally.
Oh, tsaka, ewan ko kasi nung pre-show na unang-una, diba, si Boss Zero to yung naging kasama natin noon. Tapos, tinanong din ni Vil, ewan ko sino tanong sa atin noon, parang tinanong ni Vil, ano ba yung naging adjustments na kailangan gawin? Marami daw. Pero, pag tinignan natin, parang hindi sila nag-adjust. For some reason, Cetra fits like a glove dun sa team. Yeah. So, that's crazy. Like, seeing that, hearing it from them firsthand, well, you can already see how good they are, how seamless his integration is doon sa team nila. Pero we are gonna be back here in Mexico too. Once again, natingon na kaagad ni Eleson ng kanyang kailan to Yobe, but meron agad sa kasagutan dito sa KSA. Gusto na nila tapusin ito kaagad. Every single one of them will be able to take itong ating side on A, and it's all up to Jackban how A is going to address this one.
1v4. And Jackban has got a mountain to climb. Yung una niyang makikita dito is potentially gonna be Zetra. Actually, we'll be taking the long way around. Kaso nakasara yung pinto, boss. There's no way to open it.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jackban's just gonna be waiting for any potential stragglers mula sa EVOS dito. With time ticking away, that is going to be the round for EVOS. And this is what I was talking about kanina, no, Mochi? You don't have to be complicated as the BL in this map. Because the map in itself is complicated. You just have to push, rush, and it could work. And it did for EVOS dito.
Ano na lang eh.
Oh,
Uga-buga push.
exactly. Tinan mo, hindi in-expect ng Gaon, and EVOS knew that. 8-2 score natin dito.
And Frey is also going to be receiving some tad bit damage from the mid area, which is really interesting, no? Ganon kaaga, ganon kabilis. We are even yet to hit less than 2 minutes. Meron na kaagad sugatan dito from Gaon. Some shots being lit out here. Ellison and as well as Keller masyadong malapit sa isa't isa rin. We're yet to see any casualties from this one, but it seems like water is a favorite spot from both of our teams.
Medyo binagala ng EVOS yung approach nila in this round. And Gaon, making a little bit of movement from PA.
Ooh.
Ray creeping up, denied by Elvin. That's a key kill. That's very important para dito sa EVOS, no? Because it's easier to push down A now. Or B actually. Kasi nag-rotate na dito si Vincent. Will be taking down Zetra. Sniper taken away for EVOS. But Vincent is down as well. So, anong adjustment ang pwedeng gawin dito ng Gaon? Pwede sila mag-push? It's Jackban that's taking that responsibility for himself. Pero babalik siya dito sa B-site. Mukhang nakakaamoy dito si Jackban. And his instinct might be right. I think B-site yung pupunterihin dito ng EVOS with Frey. Crunching up. Finding the kill and the double as well. Okay, good push coming through from Frey. And that leaves KSA all alone si Jackban. Naka-shotgun pa nga dito. Boom! One shot kill rather for Jackban. And KSA not expecting that. Gives Gaon the round.
Seems like that's pretty much a good reaction din from Gaon, no? The moment na naramdaman nila yung parang nagbabalak ata mag-rotate tong si EVOS, which is interesting. I wonder why they did that. Pero it seems like they're quick into their reactions and what they should do in order to prevent them from getting in dun sa B-site natin. But right now, it seems like they are gonna be hovering towards sa bandang alley natin or sa arco. And baka may idea na rin si Frey, no? Baka naririnig-rinig niya na rin mga full tippy taps and footsteps na meron dito kay EVOS from that. And they're just gonna be looking for a possible first blood if magkakaroon man and if he decides to push forward.
Shotgun na naman dito si Jackban. Deep into, right behind the door. Ali play coming through and Ellison expected by Elvin, but Vincent is going to trade him out. Oh, a good pick from Vincent, taking down one. But it's traded out by Zetra dito, 2v2. As both teams struggle for A-side control. Oh, what a pick from KLR, jumping up above the box. Si Jackban na lang natitira, pero naka-shotgun siya. Has to push up closer, takes KLR down to half HP. And KLR, pwede kang mag-rotate papalayo. Hawak-hawak mo naman yung C4 at nalapit na si Jackban. Yun na nga, KLR back and off. Has a minute to play with. Pwede pa mag-rotate sa B site. Layuan mo na lang yung shotgun na yan. Then Jackban, who is still running on the hunt. Hinahanap niya dito si KLR.
Ang hirap ng position niya, no? In order to get into a better angle or makapag-switch up ka ng angle mo, kailangan sumilip ka dun sa shed. Or I don't even understand what you can do there. Pero sinubukan ni KLR. But he decided, you know what, ba't ko pa pinapahirapan sarili ko? Dito na lang ako sa B-side and it's all up to him here. If meron nga ba or madedefuse ito ni Jackban, taking it in. You already got an idea, but KLR will be able to catch him. Bago pan din niya ma-defuse yung ating C4.
Yeah.
One more round.
Yeah. And, well, Jackban knew as well na it would take too much time to clear Ter. So, hindi niya na tinignan. Pero andun si ano eh. Was that KLR? Yeah, that was KLR. Zetra will be the one to take an opening kill this time. Ray going down early and the push was not done, but Frey says nope. KSA good trade onto Frey and now it's a 4v3 in favor of EVOS. Pero yung sniper nila nawala dito, Zetra taken down. But it's still good start for EVOS. who will also take down Jackban. This is all but sealed unless Vincent can do something about it. Pero isa-isa na nga pumush ang Gaon Gaming. And Vincent hindi magpapahuli as EVOS takes the round and the win 10-3 sa Mexico. Exactly the same scoreline in Port, and EVOS with a clean sweep against Gaon Gaming.
And just another day for EVOS, sabi nga nila. Like, every single week na nakakast natin itong si EVOS, I feel like they're just busy being themselves or making the most out of their day in trying to take out yung kanilang mga oppositions, which they will willfully do so. And nice try for Gaon. Seems like they learned a lot, no? Even us, we got the chance to brush up our call-outs sa Mexico too, even if it's one of the maps that we don't personally like. And I'm pretty sure the community has the same sentiments as well. Pero at least in here, we can see visibly that we are trying or exploring all the possibilities that we can in between this map. And of course, given na rin and granted itong K-Port. Kasi K-Port, parang ano na eh. Parang given na rin na, wala, masters na sila EVOS dyan. And all that's there to do is to, once again, make the most out of it and learn the most out of it.
Yeah, Mexico. Definitely an interesting experience, no? But EVOS showing us that fundamentals really matter in this map. And I think my takeaway from this map is on the BL side, you don't have to be too complicated. Just pick a path, go to it, and it should be good to go. The problem is finding out those players, where their positions are. That one particular 1v1 between Jackban at saka KLR, no? Ang hirap ng posisyon ni Jackban because you have to look out at so many angles. I mean, despite the fact, or regardless of the fact kung naka-shotgun ba siya or naka-rifle, ang dami niya pa rin kinailangan ni clear. That's what makes this map such a headache. Is there's so many things that you have to do before you can do your job. So I say just don't do it. Just rush in. Just get as much space as you can on the BL and hope that it works. And EVOS definitely did that. Came out of the gate swinging ng BL side nila, no? And Gaon unable to find enough space on the GR side. Much less on the BL side, leaves us with a 10-3 scoreline yet again dito sa Mexico. Definitely one for the books for EVOS as they stay undefeated sa ating group stage. And I think
Grabe.
EVOS looking good to take that number 1 spot sa ating group stage.
Yeah, I mean, di na rin, parang yun yung mga types of things na hindi na tayo magtataka if that happens, no? Parang evident already, and we've already seen the signs, we've already seen the evidence, we have seen how they play, we already seen their behavior din, no? Yung mga strong personalities nila na if they can, they would do it, and ganun sila din kasimple rin kausap. So, well played for EVOS. It's another 2-0 series, and nice try for Gaon, and I really do hope that we can see more of them, and I'm pretty sure that they would deliver that very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see and hear what Sneaky and Polar has to say about that Mexico map. So, panel, take it away.
At ayun na nga, nandito tayo ngayon sa ating panel together with Sneaky Frog. It's analyst time para sa ating Gaon Gaming versus EVOS sa ating Mexico 2.0 map. Sneaky Frog, we expected the 2-0, especially you guys, Daydum and Moch as well. Pero a dominating fashion coming in from EVOS Esports, parang it was very hard for Gaon Gaming.
Man, it's very tragic siguro yung nangyari sa series na to. Granted na we were a bit excited. Some of us were excited siguro for Mexico too. Obviously, I think Mexico, no, now watching and looking at it from a pro level siguro, pwede kong sabihin yung mapa na to really strips it down to the bare basics para yung ginagawa dito sa Crossfire. As in, like, if yung fundamentals mo talaga hindi maayos sa laruan na to, you are gonna lose every single time. sa mapa. But we were looking for depth eh. We're looking for depth, we're looking for strategy, and obviously, you can't find it that much dito sa Mexico. So yun nga, straight up labanan talaga yung nakikita natin dito, men.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Especially sa mid fights natin, everyone is just getting fights like 2v3s, 3v3s yung nakikita natin doon. Tapos it all ends up with a 1v1 situation kapag nasa site na sila. Pero yeah, Mexico 2.0 Mexico 2.0 was an interesting choice for Gaon Gaming. They got some rounds against EVOS Esports. Again, we're seeing a fun match against these two teams. Pero EVOS Esports really is just showing that in any map that you put them, they know how to play it. In any map that they know how to team coordinate themselves. Just like what you've said, kung hindi mo talaga alam yung mapang to, if you don't really know the basics, if you don't really have the aim to out-aim your enemies, hindi mo makapanalo yung teams na yun. Pero yeah, it's a 2-0 for EVOS, and right now, it's looking pretty good for them kasi mamaya, may kita natin yung standings at the end of the day. It might bump them up or possibly still put them in the rightful place. Pero yeah, Gaon Gaming going out with a 0 here, medyo very sad for them. But yeah, it's a good thing pa din. It's a learning curve para sa Gaon Gaming.
For sure. I mean, considering yung circumstances ng Gaon Gaming dito, I feel like an EVOS win was not gonna be here anytime soon para sa kanila dito. Ayun nga, yeah, props to Gaon still. I mean, despite not... this is probably yung game remove them from contention galing dito sa playoff. So, yun nga, it's been a very nice time itong Gaon Gaming. To be fair, no, yun nga, new roster, low-key expected bago magsimula yung season na magdidikit yung old roster dito ng Gaon, but it seems like they had different ideas, and ayun nga, maybe it is the circumstances, maybe EVOS is just too strong, man. And I feel like kagaya nga na mapa ng Mexico too, no? If you have a team that has a very solid communication, no? Kagaya nga ng EVOS dito, it's so easy to re-up or at least back-upan yung mga kakampi mo dito, considering sobrang bilis ng rotations, and the active communication talaga yung magiging susi pagdating dito sa Mexico kasi you're gonna be running all over the place as soon as may onting presence man lang sa isang side ng mapa. And this just goes to show na pagdating talaga sa communication game, I mean, EVOS are the best, man. I've seen this in real life. They're calm, cool, collected, men, pagdating sa mga ganito.
Yeah, totoo. Pero nakikita ko rin naman sa player camps natin na everyone is talking, everyone is communicating, and once you have that communication set in stone, you're just bound for greatness. You're just bound to win. At yun talaga nakikita natin. And you can already see sa ating mga highlights. We can always see Cetra just popping off with that AWM with the pulse every time. Through the smoke kills was just too intense para ma-handle dito ng ating EVOS, and just looking at Elvin as well, looking at Yubib, and as well as Kellar, even KSA, we're just playing out of their minds. But for Gaon Gaming, Ellison was one of the players that really shined, and as well as Vincent, as we look at these highlights. Na makita natin na even though they were outnumbered, even though the scoreline gap was becoming even higher, they were still putting up the numbers. Sometimes we get them up to 10 kills. May kita natin yung statistics later on once it's finished. But yeah, putting up the numbers still, it's still promising, even though they're up against that top 2 seed team, which is EVOS Esports. Nakikita rin natin doon na nilabas na nga yung shotgun coming in from Gaon Gaming. It's just nice to see that even though under pressure, even though they are at a very large margin against EVOS Esports, they're still playing fun, they're still playing good, and they're still battling against these teams.
Yun nga, it gets to a point na you're just gonna start trying stuff dito sa mapa, and hopefully it does stick. And yun nga, it did include yung second appearance of the XM1014 dito sa ating CFS PH Masters. As we take a look at the set summary, Keller, another banger game. I feel like makakausap na naman natin si Boss Keller mamaya right after this. Rest of the team, pantay yung kanilang statistics. Yobib taking a backseat on his lawn chair, pare. May bit of a spoiler, pero yun nga, Yobib just chilling, basically, man. He was watching his team frag.
Yeah, parang
just witnessing.
Yeah, sorry to cut you. Yeah, parang talaga no? Si Yobib medyo nag-clock in lang talaga, tapos he just went to work and just did what he needed to do. Yun lang basically yung nangyari for EVOS.
Yeah, it's not yet time to clock in yet, man. Tignan naman yung I'm actually curious about yung schedule dito ng EVOS. So they're gonna have acceptance and of course probably the best series that we're gonna have dito sa ating CFS PH Masters, which is that final Week 7 matchup pare of UM versus EVOS. So, I can't blame itong EVOS, no? Itong napansin ko kay Keller sa interview, they're more locked in than usual, pare. And I feel like mas nagiging locked in sila more than usual. Granted, natalo yung UM dun sa last na series nila up against PM, pero feeling ko nararamdaman na ng EVOS na, ito na yung opportunity for us to get that first group stage. Let's be serious, lock in, and play our best game. And feeling ko Keller definitely had a very best end game. Pero yun nga, set MVP is gonna be, Mr. Keller, of course, on that Mexico map. 2 MVPs in a row from a 3.25 to a 2.50 pare. Yung width bit more spread out dito sa mapa natin.
Yeah, very much so. You know what? KLR is still fragging it all out, even though he's the IGL. The same kind of stats almost compared sa ating set 1 for KLR. So, the consistency is there. You can definitely see na, just like what you've said, EVOS Esports have locked in. EVOS Esports really are aiming for that number 1 spot, and it looks like the doors are opening for them even more. Hindi na nakashut yung doors, hindi na kailangan susian pa. It looks like they just need to claim it, they just need to lock in even more, and they just need to be consistent. And that is what we are seeing every time that they are on the broadcast sa ating show. And right now, as we are at it, it's just too intense, looking back at the highlights and sa mga pinapakita ni Kellar, it's too much to handle.
Yeah, 10-3 to 10-3. Too much to handle indeed, Mari. Only scoring 6 points in between yung dalawang mapa natin. Obviously si Keller, this kid came from the rifle role, obviously. He was the initial second rifler yata right behind dito kay Yobib to try and get some offense going para sa kanyang team. But now, the swap of the role to the IGL. To my surprise, no? Kasi hindi ko talaga in-expect na si Keller to be on the IGL role considering his nature, pare. Pero it seems like they're passing with flying colors, man. Itong si Keller, pare, pagdating sa grading ng IGL siguro, 100% to, man.
Ay, naku, parang it's just a question na talagang alam na natin yung mga sagot talaga. So definitely, I agree with you on that. Yeah, Keller really putting up his team in the place that they are supposed to be. Let's look at the match MVP sa entire series natin yon sa 2 matches that these 2 teams played. It's none other than Elvin with a 1.67 KD. Elvin, welcome sa ating match MVP.
Yun nga, snatching it from the hands dito ni Mr. Keller. But at the same time, I feel like yun nga, AP is more representative of performance dito sa laruan natin, and he definitely filled up the AP charts. If you guys don't know what AP is, minus deaths plus headshots. So, more heads you take, the higher it is, and it seems like he hit plenty of it, pare. 18 for him. And Elvin, man, just like how I said it, pag mainit si Elvin sa mapa, he is the most annoying player you have to deal with. He is gonna pop out of a random corner. His lurks are so annoying. Tignan mo naman to, man, hindi nakatingin si Ray. And that's an often mo yan makikita pag mainit si Elvin. He will catch you not looking.
Yun na nga parang in the midst of a pack of wildcats, merong daga na nasa likuran mo palagi, and that is Elvin. And you definitely described how he plays very much so. Talagang detalyado. Alam natin na Elvin can frag it all up, but once he is on that peak, kapag he is in that flow state, parang lahat, oh my god, nandito na tayo agad. Pag nasa flow state na tayo, talagang may kita natin na he is really something to look out for. Pero yeah, Sneaky, it's time for us to interview the one and only match MVP for the day. It's Elvin coming in from EVOS Esports. Kamusta tayo, Elvin? Gumana lahat ng mga plano nyo?
Hindi, baka panahon lang ngayon kaya gumana.
Na-timingan lang, boss?
Oo.
Timing lang, nagkataon lang talaga na yun nga, tumama lahat ng tira, nag-MVP si Elvin, coincidence lang yun, pare. Pero yun nga, Elvin, obviously palapit na ng palapit yung matchup nyo with UBECMANIAC dito sa Week 7. Feeling ko mas nagiging seryoso na kayo for the coming weeks, men. May naramdaman ka ba na nag-shift yung ugali ng team kasi knowing na may ganun na matchup na palapit na?
Wala naman po. Parang lang. Parang depende na lang kung anong resulta mangyayari.
Ayun nga, a man of few words, more results-based itong si Elvin Polar, no?
Okay, Elvin. One more question para sa ating MVP. Congratulations sa pagiging MVP sa buong match nyo against Gaon Gaming. Looking at the state of EVOS right now, nagiging mas stronger kayo, mas nagiging something na talagang tinitignan ng ating mga other teams. May mga thoughts ba tayo dyan towards your next few matches? Kasi medyo pabigat din ang pabigat coming into your last week sa Masters. Ano yung mga plano na pwede nating makita going towards the last few weeks sa Masters?
Last few weeks?
Ano yung mga plano? Yeah.
Sa susunod o sa susunod na laban?
Na mga matches nyo? Yeah.
Siguro relax lang.
Uy. Underrated thing, pare. Underrated thing pagdating sa laruan is to relax, man. Hindi pwede puro laro. Kailangan nyo rin mag-relax dito, pare. Pero yun nga, Elvin, may babatiin ka ba yung mga EVOS fans? Hindi dito sa Pilipinas, kundi sa Indonesia as well, man. Labas mo na yung listahan.
Oo, nakalis pa na.
Listahan, pare.
Shoutout sa Arcelia family, tsaka sa Bito family, kay Melanie, kay Angelica, kay AJ, kay Coach Shiruto, tsaka kay Sob, tsaka sa Navarro family, tsaka sa girlfriend ko, tsaka sa family ko. Tsaka sa supporters ng EVOS, tsaka sa mga bashers, shoutout sa inyo.
Ayun.
Naman,
lahat talaga. Pati basher, kailangan natin no? Kasi syempre, it fuels up the blood of EVOS. Elvin, maraming salamat sa inyong time. Congratulations sa buong squad and for you being our match MVP.
Thank you po.
Congratulations. Good luck sa next matches.
Ayun nga. I mean, it's quite the victory para dito sa EVOS. At the same time, I'm so happy na Elvin finally got an MVP kasi
yes, sir.
The amount of vitriol this player has been getting ever since ng ACL, it's straight up unacceptable, pare. I mean, yung The Flame is so uninformed, pwede kong tawagin, na you just don't know how effective this guy is pagdating sa pag-apekto ng mapa, no? So, ayun nga, he showed you guys.
Yeah, totoo. Nakikita na natin yung full effect ng individual players, and even Elvin getting that spotlight means na everyone na makakalaban ng EVOS next time, you have to look out for even Elvin and the rest of the squad. It's not just one player. It's not just Yobib. It's not just Kellar. It's everyone in the team. So kailangan nyo abangan yan. Pero everybody, that ends our first matchup of the day. It's EVOS Esports versus Gaon Gaming, ending out with a 2-0. It's a crazy matchup and it's a crazy Sunday, everybody. Sneaky, any last thoughts before we go to a quick break?
Yeah. I feel like this is gonna be another David versus Goliath battle for our second series. Hopefully this is the time na makikita tayo ng something galing sa Fervid, man.
Yeah, hopefully talaga. Kasi yun din kung may inaantay tayo sa Gaon Gaming, also Fervid, we need something na talaga magpapakulo ng mga dugo ng mga Fervid fans at para mag-root for pa talaga tayo and para turn yung tides around. Kasi syempre, their contender, their opponent later on is also aiming for that very much easy spot later. Pero everybody, we're gonna be going to a quick break. After this, magkikita-kita tayo sa ating matchup number 2. We'll be right back. Kami po ang inyong panel. Ako po si Bipolar together with Sneaky Frog. This has been CFS PH Masters 2025.
stage.
And will end that one for the win.
And they win against Pacific Magna.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Magna will be your three-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
And it's time for more CFS PH Masters 2025. Matchup number 1 has been down to a 2-0. Ngayon, Sneaky, nandito na tayo sa Execration versus Fervid. At mukhang magandang labanan natin mamaya.
Oh, for sure, man. I mean, Fervid, obviously, medyo naghahabol pa rin dito sa standings natin. Currently 0-4. And same thing as well para dito sa Execration. Execration, of course, obviously, yung kanilang last stint going into Masters didn't bode too well. I wouldn't say na it's the exact same run, paper to paper pare from that last season. Pero, ayun nga, Execration, I really feel like yung roster na to is better than their standing at the moment. Feeling ko talaga na they do deserve to hover around itong top 4 at nagkataon lang talaga na medyo masakit yung kanilang kalaban dito.
Yun, totoo man. Talagang medyo yun yung ina-expect natin for them. Pero for right now, let's talk muna about Fervid Esports. Kung ano nga ba ang nangyayari sa kanila ngayon. Again, Fervid Esports is at the bottom of our standings right now, but still the promise is there. We know individually the players can outshine the opponents. Si Lance ay nandyan, si Jat, si Haj, si Nomad, and si Ting. It's a good vibes dito at ngayon ko lang naalala na namumula nga pala ang camera ni Nomad every time we see him. Pero team stats muna tayo ngayon. We can definitely see na a lot of them has potential na umabot sa 1.0 KDR, but looking at the other stuff din naman, you can see headshot percentage coming from Nomad, 0.66. That's actually good.
Yeah, that's pretty high. I think yung more accurate representation talaga ng mga players dito and the way that they do play their game siguro dun sa game na lang mismo. There's a lot of aggression, there's a lot of fights that they do want to take, pero meron pa naman silang halo na discipline, no? Thanks to the coaching dito ni Nice Katol. But nagkataon lang talaga na this is the year where 8 of the best teams in Crossfire have entered itong Masters and there's no debate about it, pare. And para naman dito sa Fervid, I really feel like someone had to be the team to be last in the standings, pare. And with them being so young, it does happen yung mga ganito na moments where feeling mo talaga na hindi ka na mananalo for the rest of the season, but then you have that ceiling, man. Nasa inyo yung ceiling, no, Polar? Nasa inyo yung napakataas na ceiling, pare.
Totoo man, ibig sabihin lang nun that the improvement is just gonna get better and better and they just need to use 1-2, 0-2s all across the board as fuel for the next set of matches and even for the next set of couple of years para sa kanila. Again, you said na they're young players plus the addition of the coach na, with Nice Katol in their team. It means na they're bound for greatness din naman tulad ng ating EVOS Esports. We were talking about that as well. Pero yeah, for Fervid Esports, unfortunately sila yung tumangki ng buong roster ng ating Masters CFS PH. But right now, meron tayong substitution, everybody. Welcome in Jat coming in and out muna ngayon si Skies for our remainder of our game. Fervid Esports, ano nga bang thoughts natin dyan, Sneaky, na si Jat naman ngayon ang papasok?
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate na hindi nga natin makikita dito si Skies. Para sa akin, I still think Skies has got to be the player with the highest potential sa lahat ng players dito ng Fervid. But unfortunately, maybe he is gonna do something and letting itong si Jat play in. Why not? Let's get a curveball in para dito sa Fervid, no? And I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see, pare. I mean, Execration, medyo shaky yung kanilang form, but at the same time, very scary, no? Depende sa makikita natin na laro. But Fervid, man, full belief sa kanila, pare, that they can do something today kasi it's been a few weeks. Maybe they picked up a thing or two dito, pare.
Yeah, baka nakapag-aral na sila. Maybe they've done their research. Again, there's teams, especially for Execration, na medyo malaking hadlang din naman for every team na makita natin dito sa CFS PH Masters. But right now, let's go on forward to our interview. None other than the substitution for Fervid. Welcome, Jat. Kamusta ka naman dyan?
Okay lang po. Medyo kinakabahan.
Okay lang yan.
Okay lang yan, pare. I mean, it is first match din para kay Jat. Jat, ayun nga, papasok ka dito para kay Skies. Pare, kamusta naman yung pakiramdam? Nag-practice ka na ba with the team? Ano yung outlook dito men sa pagpasok mo?
Nakapractice naman po pero hindi po palagi. Nanonood lang ako sa kanila pag nagpa-practice.
So parang nagigets mo na rin no yung laruan nila in general mo pare dito sa practice.
Hindi naman lahat pero may konti rin. May konti rin akong natutunan na kanila.
Maybe that's all you need, Polar?
Yan, talaga. Yun lang naman kailangan mo. Jet, anong, mabilisan lang, anong ma-expect natin from you today? Will you be a role player or magpa-frag out ka ba? Magpa-pop off ka ba mamaya? Onting insight man lang?
So po, wala akong masasabi pero susubukan ko lahat ng mananayang.
Yan ang gusto namin marinig. Confidence from the man himself. You know what, Jat? You being in the squad, it's gonna be a good addition para sa buong Fervid. Any last thoughts? May oras muna para mag-shoutout sa inyong mga fans, sa yung friends. It's your time.
Shoutout pala sa mga supporters namin. Salamat sa patuloy na pagsusuporta kahit hindi kami masyadong nakipag-ano ngayon. Pero susubukan namin lahat ng mga kaya namin. Yan lang po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Jet. Good words from him, from the new kid in the town para sa Fervid. Maraming salamat, Jet. Good luck para sa matches niyo later on. Sneaky, what a man coming in from Fervid.
Yeah, for sure. I like yung positive outlook dito ng Fervid, no? I mean, you really don't have any other choice in the matter, man. I mean, you can only go up from here at this point. And para naman dito sa Fervid, this entire Masters has been a learning experience para sa kanila dito. And I really feel like going into yung next season, granted yung natalo nga nila yung Team Secret in that Open Qualifier 1, there is potential in that, pare. And I'm excited for the next season para makita tong team na to.
Totoo man, parang it's just about to bloom para sa buong Fervid Esports. Pero one team that already bloomed into the CFS PH scene is Execration. Let's talk about them muna ngayon. Again, nandito si Folex, nandito rin naman yung mga other players na talaga nagpapakita na agresibo ang buong CFS PH right now. And those are the people right now na nakikita nyo. Medyo wala lang sila sa screen right now, pero kumakaripas na sila. Tumatakbo na at hello! Even CVN, Charles, and Folex, and ZYK. Alam naman natin, pag Execration pag nag-uusapan, it's a fun bunch of players.
Ayun nga, for sure. A very, very fun bunch of players. Obviously, yung kanilang season hasn't gone exactly the way as they expected, para with their own being over itong team acceptance in week number 1. Rest of it has been, rough para sa kanila dito. Pero granted, nakalaban nga nila dito yung UM, PM, and itong EVOS. Malay mo, diba? This might be the time for them to finally notch a win. In terms of statistics, pare, we expect what we expect, man. Folex, way ahead of his teammates, pare. And itong si CBN having, almost the exact same H&K.
Yeah, very much so. Yun yung medyo talaga nakikita din natin sa mga outcomes nila. Even though some of the games are not really at their high or at their peak, nakikita naman natin na Folex really does put up with his team, and a good addition for Execration itself. Ngayon ko lang nakikita yung SR nila, not really that high compared for other teams. They do use it, pero looking at other things naman, CBN with the headshot per kill na 0.80 is actually really, really good. Now let's look at the team data. Again, it's a mix of like ups and highs, ups and lows, pero a win from Acceptance, UBECMANIAC, it went out to 1-2, something na talaga akala natin kaya nila mag-close out. But for the rest of the show before this game is 0-2. Ngayon, it might be their time to finally rise up once again, claim their rightful spot sa ating standings. Pero yeah, team data for Execration really looking high or looking up na lang after this game.
Yun nga, after that team acceptance game, pare, they got hit with a 3-piece combo of top 3 teams. And ayun nga, unfortunately, they got almost 3-piece combo. Yun nga, they took a map off of itong UBEC, which is very, very impressive, pare. And para naman for the rest of the schedule, it doesn't look too bad. Para sa kanila dito, I think yung the only dangerous na game para sa kanila is probably that Team Secret. Pero other than that, man, yung schedule nila is looking pretty winnable para sa run nila for playoffs.
Yeah, it's gonna be looking pretty good para sa kanila, and it looks like we are now finally in the presence of the one and only Folex coming in from Execration. It's time for your interview, man. Kamusta ka naman dyan, brother?
Okay naman po. Good evening, guys. Good evening, casters.
Always nice to talk to itong si Paul, pare. Paul, obviously, tapos na ang sobrang hirap na part ng schedule no, pare, na andito na kayo sa, maybe a week where you can collect some wins. Anong may expect natin today, pare? Aggressive ba? Walang no holds barred? Walang no limits, basically, para sa inyo?
Chill lang. Siyempre, chill lang talaga, chill lang. Huwag masyadong magmadali. Take it slow, take it easy.
Uy, grabe po. Parang very
Parang
spicy.
pasok yun,
Yun nga eh. Polex, mabilisan na lang para good vibes para mapantayan natin yung buong Execration squad. Saan kayo galing? Ba't parang lahat kayo tumakbo papunta sa PC nyo kanina? Kamusta naman kayo dyan?
Sinundo lang si Clyde. Kasi si Clyde dapat yung interviewin dito eh.
Alam ko saan galing yun din. Alam ko saan siya galing.
Nagpapasuyo pa.
Okay, it's okay. Pero Folex, it's your time to shine. And may papasalamatan ka ba? May shout ka ba sa buong XFAM natin dyan?
Shoutout po sa sumusuporta sa Execration and sa girlfriend ko, kay Tiffany, and sa mama ko, sa teammates ko. Ito si Aljo nasa likod ko. Big shoutout.
Ayun nga si Aljo nasa likuran niya, no?
Nakatubo na yung buhok, pre. Okay na.
Si N9, guys.
Ay. Pero yun nga, I think that is it para dito kay Folex. Para thank you for joining us in this lovely interview.
Thank you.
Nice to, talk to you, brother. Pero yun nga, that is the Execration looking ready dito sa laruan natin. Vibes are nice and loose, pare. Obviously, si Cloyd, yun nga, kailangan pang suyuin bago pang makapasok ulit dun sa kwarto, pare. And I know exactly the reason why and the community knows as well. Pero yun nga, no, Execration and itong Fervid, pare. Key players, what's the thinking here, pare? Feeling ko si Luns and si Folex.
Yeah, possibly din talaga. Pero,
diba?
definitely so. Folex on the left with a 1.23 KD. Yung kung titignan nyo naman, nagkakaiba lang sila in terms of that headshot per kill. Kasi syempre, sobrang ganda palagi ng tutok ni Folex. Once he's in that camera, nakikita mo talaga Folex really is something na it's fun to watch kapag si Folex na yung nasa camera.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one of the most polarizing players coming in galing dito sa last season ng Impact, and he's still continuing yung kanyang momentum dito. Obviously, one of the highest headshot per kill players as well as itong si CPN. Pero ito naman si Luns, this is a kid that we've been waiting for a while now na mag-pop off dito sa laruan. He already did, but unfortunately didn't result in a win. I just want to see something, anything lang, men, galing dito sa Fervid that can at least surprise us for today. Kasi, yun nga, no, all yung prediction ko, even my thinking right now is this is Execration win, pare.
Yun nga parang we're craving for even more of Fervid Esports, and I think this is their time to shine. Ito na yung oras para tibagin nila lahat ng barikada na nadaanan nila throughout the weeks of CFS PH Masters. Pero everybody, it's time for us to throw it to the casters or introduce naman muna natin ating casters. It's Mochi and Daedum pa din sa ating caster deck.
Thank you so much, Bipolar. Super excited.
Yun, Daedum, kamusta na muna tayo dyan? Mochi, kamusta tayo dyan?
Sorry na, na-distract kami. Natawa kami kasi biglang nag-freeze yung mukha ni Daedum. Nakaganon siya. So,
nagsalvi eh.
Ito na, Amba. Pero ikaw na muna, Mochi. Ikaw na muna.
sige, so ayun, syempre, after yung series natin kanina, well, balik ulit tayo dito for our second series for more Crossfire. So, definitely exciting, and hopefully, rather than sa Sneaky Frog, we're gonna be seeing something more out of Fervid, no? I feel like they can face this the same way as Gaon views the rest of the tournament, no? As much as there is gonna be some ways for you to try and discover your true potential as a team, especially sometimes merong mga unprecedented changes, mga swap-ins, swap-outs natin, no? Through that, you can find some ways na makapag-improve further as a whole team, and maybe poke some holes kung meron pang mga butas yung mga makakalaban nyo, and malay nyo you can utilize that in the next leagues natin. Yan na naman.
Well, Daedum, welcome back to our panel dito sa ating foreheads. Kamusta tayo dyan, Daedum?
Thank you. I'm also super excited for this matchup, no? Kasi this is Execration versus Fervid, and Execration, I think this is an important match for them in the sense na, sabi nga ni Sneak, their stats are not who they are. I think Execration are coming into this matchup with a point to prove, and I think they're gonna prove it starting today. So, excited to see what they're gonna show us.
Yeah, and we're excited especially para makita ang ating map veto once again. Pero ngayon, Execration versus Fervid naman ang ating pag-uusapan. Ano nga ba ang pwede makita natin dito? It's a sub-base decider. Pero first two maps natin, Ankara and Port, is gonna be interesting. Sneaky, what are your thoughts?
Wow, di ko na-expect yung sub-base for third map actually.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, granted, may port naman talaga dito yung Fervid, no? I was actually expecting Compound to come out dito sa map number 1 natin. Because I feel like they've gotten some distance dun sa map na yun as well. But I feel like they wanted to be a bit more comfortable. Ankara obviously gonna be a heavily sided map para dito sa Execration. X is starting on GR side as well. It's gonna be a rough first two maps para dito sa Fervid unless they can do something sa BL side. Pero sub-base, I think Fervid can do something kung umabot sila dun.
Moshi.
Well, all I can say, this is gonna be a heck of a challenge para sa Fervid, no? I feel like both of these maps are definitely gonna be sided more for Execration, considering na very individually sufficient pa yung ibang mga players dito, lalong-lalo na si Paul, no? And the rest of the bunch. So, man, this is gonna be a challenge. So, it's just up to them paano nila na matatangke, if that's the best term to use.
Ikaw ba, Didom, are you feeling good with this map, Vito?
I'm feeling good for Execration. I definitely agree with Mochi. It's gonna be a big challenge for Vid to find a set in the first two maps at least. And I think that's the reason, Sneaka, kung bakit pinalagpas dito ng Execration ng sub-base. Because I think they're confident that they can end it within the first two sets, no? Ankara and Port, two of their favorite maps, barring Compound, which is, banned away on the second rotation dito ng Fervid. And yeah, it's gonna be an uphill battle for sure for Fervid, but I am hopeful for Port because Fervid picked that map up. So siguro may papakita silang bago sa Port.
Yeah, well, that's our map, Vito, for this matchup. Ankara Port sub-base decider. Again, it's a set of maps na talagang medyo magpapakitang giles ang Fervid dito, given that Execration has a lot of expertise on all of those maps. Pero mabilis ang prediction lang tayo ngayon. Medyo tinamaan na rin ako ng kailangan maging realistic na. Fervid, I hope you do give us a show here para against Execration. Pero 2-0 ako for Execration.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat here, man. I feel like Execration are better than their record, pare. So, same thing. Feel like there's too much talent on the team, man.
Mochi.
I feel like nasabi nyo na naman lahat. So, yeah. That's gonna be the points here in favor of Execration. Hindi, legit. That's definitely all that there is. So, it's a 2-0 Matic.
Yeah, agree with all three of you. I think Execration, with the talent that they have, I think they expected as a better start for their group stage, but it's coming. I think they're coming to the top 4 slot, and it starts today with a 2-0.
Yeah, well, it's first 2-0 all across the board. Napakasaya ko. Hindi lang ako mag-isa dito sa ating prediction pool. Pero everybody, it's just all uphill from here. For Fervid and for both Execration, it's looking pretty good for the rest of their journey. So possibly we can still be wrong in our predictions. But everybody, you can also put your predictions sa ating comment section. Keep liking, keep sharing the stream. Pataas ang ating fan base for CFS PH Masters. But yeah, again, Ankara being our first map, it's gonna be interesting and the vibes are even higher. It's time to throw it to Mochi and Daedom for the first map.
Thank you so much for the insights, Polar and Sneak. At we are down to our second set of the day, Mochi. For Vid, they've had a lot to prove ever since Masters started. Very few people expected for Vid to even qualify for Masters. So a lot of people consider them to be the dark horse coming into this tournament. But it's not the start that they hoped for. Neither has it been for Execration. So they're both fighting for status. Both of these two teams, with Fervid having more to prove for today. Let's see what they can do. Yung second map pick dito is an interesting one for sure. But Port is one of the favorite maps of Execration then. So, I don't know. What are you feeling, Mochi?
Yeah, literal. Mahirap si Fervid. But I really do acknowledge though. Kasi, ang nakakatuwa dito kay Fervid is nakikita mo yung mga nagsistep up pag kailangan talaga. I mean, we have been talking about Lance for quite some time already. Dagdag na rin dito kay Nomad, no? Since so far medyo mabigat talaga yung responsibilidad na kailangang i-cater ni Nomad dito. Minsan talagang di may iwasan nakapusin. Granted na rin yung changes nila dito from their roster so far. But I really do hope that they would try to step up further, no? We already saw Lance, we already saw Nomad. What if yung ibang mga members natin would provide better and more solid support so that we can have a better outcome overall, no, para kay Fervid and themselves.
Yeah, and you got to talk about the sub as well, right? Jat has got some big shoes to fill in. Skies is one of the players with actually he is the player with the highest headshot per kill count. It's a Fervid, no? So big shoes, big roles to fit in.
Of course.
Tingnan natin kung may feel niya yung role na yun. Ting, good start on to A even. Midi taking control pero CBN answers back. Ting is down. Entry frag taken away from Fervid here. Pero mga galing na dito sa A ang push ng Fervid. They will be challenging Execration. Nomad taking a lot of information in. But a quick throw from ZYK and Paul X to shut down that entrance from Fervid. C4 hindi pa nitatanim but Execration converging into that area. Lance opening up the site. And Nomad there to back him up. But Lance all alone. The quick scope doesn't connect. And Execration take round 1 just like that.
Kita mo naman, nakangiti pa yung mga players natin, no? Lalo na dyan si CBN, lalo na nung motivated yan. And alongside a bunch of the team, pero you can already witness how they're feeling. Definitely in this map, and forgiven and granted yung first map, Nomad being able to for a really quick trade here though. As all numbers are equalized here, mabilis ang palitan and harap-harapan nilang tinatapatan ang isa't isa. And now, it's all up to Jat. How would we be able to secure ang plant ng C4 natin on this one?
Ito na, tingnan natin. What can the sub do? A 1v2. The clutch! Almost for Jat! But a good swing around from Paul X to trade out A even is what secures the round for Execration almost. But it's not enough para kay Jat dito. A good attempt nonetheless for our sub. As Execration start off well with 2-0. And at full force dito, yung firepower ng Execration. As I say that, Lance decapitates ZYK. Good shot from Lance.
True. And with the rest of them trying to proceed from slide to B, we are going to be seeing additional casualties here na galing kay CBN. Habang nakaantabay lamang ibang mga member natin galing sa Fervid. Lots of utilities being thrown, pero yung shots ni Lance dito, sobrang pino, sobrang sakto, very accurate to say the least, being assisted by Nomad in the one corner. A even will be left alone right now. Not quite sure what is going to be the approach here, no? May binabato ba naman ng sandamukal na utilities? Di mo alam kung saan ka titingin. You may be able to eliminate one, but not the rest of them.
Yeah, okay. Sagot na ang Fervid. Quick push down LB into entrance B. Dire-diretso lang sila, no, taking down anyone in their way. And Execration have been met by the prowess of the BL side dito ng Fervid. But ZYK with an early peek. And Fervid yet to learn the lesson of these duels against Execration. And their shots connecting one by one. Dalawa na lang natitira dito. Yung C4 nakita pa nga dito ni Jat. Will be able to retrieve it. But it is a 2v4. And look at the positions of Execration. Mochi converging onto Jat and now onto Nomad. What can this player do? What can Nomad do? Touted as one of the most aggressive, one of the most consistent riflers of Fervid. At walang magagawa against Fall X and CBN. 3-1 Execration. Powerful round.
That's quite unfortunate, no? Those are the last few moments nung round na yun. Nakikita natin the hunter being hunted already. Considering that Execration is definitely doing what they can in order to put the fast pacing on their hands, and sila ang nag-i-initiate yun. Pero Lance, what a wonderful shot onto ZYK. And pickoff has been gonna be advantageous one in the long run with some heavy presence in the mid stairs. Pero si Lance, tumatrabaho pa din from yellow. Ayun.
Ooh, movement from CBN. Really good. Catching Nomad off guard. Di niya in-expect na malapit si CBN doon. May even. Position noted. And Lance getting flashed off pero hindi tumatama yung shots ni A-Even dito until they do. And again, Execration, good opening kills. Buhay pa nga si Charleston dito with the AWM holding on to A site habang si CBN at si Charleston at si A-Even naman rather will be in that B site. Mid control for Fervid, so far so good. But they have to decide soon saan sila magpupush. LA ata ang punteriya nila dito, Moji.
I wonder what's going to be the game plan even here and a couple of members na working together so closely dito sa CA area. Jack will be able to take one of them down and also to si Ting, no? Working hand in hand wonderfully. CBN na lang ang naiiwan. A 1v2, not quite sure what is going to be the way for CBN in order to take out one of these members and make his life a bit more easier. He's gonna be taking this exit approach. Pero ang tanong would he be able to find clarity through the smokes? Nope.
Nope. He will not. Si Haj ang makakita ng kalaban doon. And Fervid actually keeping this close. 2-3 for starters. As Fervid find the last round. Execration. And one of the big criticism sa Execration, no, is that early aggression, that individualistic aggression. It was working in the first 2 rounds, pero nakaka-adjust dito ang Fervid, no, na papunish na kapag nagpo-push dito ng Execration. And this is the round where they choose to minimize mistakes, which is good for Execration. It means na aware ang Execration sa mga mistake nila.
And even so, though, they're definitely more focused here sa pagkuha ng mga pickups natin for Fervid, which is definitely understandable, lalong-lalo na sobrang talim din nila. Mga secure na mga one-taps from here and there and for Lance as well. And given and granted na wala masyadong nag-extend on A side, this might actually be their ball. All of them gonna be pushing over and creeping over, with the possibility of some early contention at the vents area, if granted, at si Folex pa ang nandoon sa ilalim. So they better be careful about that one.
Nomad.
Uy!
Ooh, contact by Fervid. Really good. A-Even, Paul X, parehong nalaglag.
Uy!
What an angle from ZYK.
What?
Mula sa Kiatan. Will be taking down Hodges. But that's a good start to this retake. Manggagaling sa exit lahat ng players ng Execration waiting for the C4 to be planted. This is a good bait from Fervid. Not planting the C4 yet. Nomad around the smoke. Good shots. And the entry is denied. ZYK finds one, but that's it. Good cleanup mula sa Fervid as they tie up the game. 3-3.
Wow! It seems like their positionings are on point, no? And even the crossfire angling and how they were able to work hand in hand in order to lock down yung exit na location at pinanggagaligan ng Execration. And so far, though, you're gonna be seeing some quick trade-offs from Charleston and Jat. Medyo maging critically wounded. Itong si Jat sitting from our contention in the mid area with lots of utilities being rained upon each other in different areas. So, yun nga lang nga, Charleston definitely gonna be caught off guard from bypass. And might give them an idea that they can go through B, but they better be careful for ZYK dahil ayun na nga, alam na, wow, okay. The game sense is game sensing,
Exactly. Nomad, alam niya pa rin kahit nakapag-push na siya doon. Cleared up hotel, finding a kill. As you said, immense game sense mula dito kay Nomad. As Fervid still has a lot of angles to clear. It's a 2v2. Buhay pa si Fall X at si A-Even. And they're sticking together. That's the crucial part for Execration, is to try and play together. But the same could be said for Lance and Nomad. 4 of the best riflers in the lobby in a 2v2. Lance is a sniper, but still. A KD God, A even shuts down Nomad. At si Lance na lang natitira with the C4 in hand. With 48 seconds, I think he has enough time to rotate. He can also isolate. A even is coming in from LB. Ooh, shot not connecting. As the position revealed and Fall X capitalize. Execration pull ahead 4-3.
Wow! I mean, despite the fact na nagkaroon tayo ng mga really early trades kung saan medyo naging mas malamang itong si Fervid, no? Seems like Execration has been able to do the necessary adjustments in order to corner the remaining member here from Fervid. Definitely denying din the capacity in order to commit into B site. But now, CBN, sharper than ever, will be taking out si Haj with Nomad trying to respond as quickly as he can. Lance, though, will be taking some damage from Folex, and he's gonna be keeping himself safe from that encounter for the meantime.
Medyo na-trap ang Fervid dito sa may hotel. Di sila makalabas. But they do have Lance just waiting for any potential lurks from Execration. Saktong-sakto, ZYK just coming in from LA from yellow. If he pushes any further, pwede niyo makita si Lance down in mid. Interesting approach from Fervid. Huddling up in hotel, expecting a push from the players of Execration. This is tailor-made para sa Execration. No? I love the macro play from Fervid dito. Lipat ng second mid. Even still in RS, barely misses the players of Fervid.
Wow!
Makakapasok ng batteries. Charleston not expecting, and Ting takes him down. Nandito pa nga sa long. And that's gonna be Charleston. Even coming in, and Fervid na bocha yung push, pero they will trade it out. It is a mind game between these two teams, and Fervid just barely in control of the site. Si Paul X andito pa rin, the exact same position. Jat pushing up. Hindi in-expect. Paul X making so much progress by staying in the exact same spot, and Lance has to find the 1v2. ZYK, Paul X up close. The AWM, medyo lugi siya dito. The Colt comes out, but it is not enough. Execration, that mid-round adjustment, beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. Man, ang ganda na sana, no? Placing Lance there, the trust that's been put in on him has been so good. Unfortunately, they weren't been able to get the job done, which is to put the C4 down. Pero itong si King Anday atang makikita in this area sa the bypass, pero makukuha niya pareho yan. It's a matter of separation. He's been able to do that on his own, and the rest of the people here parang nakahuddle lang sila dito, no, nakapila, and now the B site is theirs. The rest of the squad here from Execration will try to even out ang nating numbers the best that they can, despite of seeing multiple people in their paths and being blocked by the smoke grenade placed by them too.
Retake para sa Execration, 3v4 bypass play from Folex. Oh, good shot onto Nomad. ZYK finding one as well. And even to come in. They're closing in. Haj mag-isa na lang nasa loob na smoke in batteries. And will be taken down by Fall X. Execration, a 6-3 scoreline as we go into the second half. Ang ganda sana ng BL side ng ng Fervid. Tailor-made for the tendencies rather of Execration. But when it comes to mid-rounding, hindi nagpatalo ang Execration.
What's crazy to me is nagagawa ni Fervid to place every single block of advantage for them early rounds. But unfortunately, nagagawan lagi ng paraan ng Execration to, turn the tables into an 80 degrees. It's just crazy to witness. And right now, though, it's been quite a good half of adjustment at dito for Execration. And parang dito nagsisink in sa akin yung mga sinabi nyo kanina na it's not just the numbers. Like, it doesn't do justice for Execration alone. Pero Teng would be taking the first blood here onto ZYK, which is quite of a loss here for Execration on the rather the BL side. But, I wonder if they would be able to trade out itong si Ting. No, I should be taking out. Definitely being caught off guard on that one as Lance tries to answer back as well. Nagkakasagutan na sila in different quarters, different areas. Ang lalayo. But what matters is that the duels are definitely narrowing down the numbers here of Fervid as A-Even has been able to take someone out dito sa bundong bypass natin once again. It's all up to Lance here.
1v2. C4, di pa nitatanim, but Execration don't really need to. They could just take down Lance.
Ay.
Oh, even going down, and this is
Naku.
suddenly doable for Fervid. Good flash from CBN, who will challenge the smoke. Down an exit, a 1v1, and even CBN will win it for Execration. Crucial mistake para sa Fervid, Mochi. Naiwan na lang
Yeah.
nakabukas yung mid eh. And because of that, A-Even wreaked havoc in RS. Ang dami niyang nakuwang space. Okay na sana eh. Na-recover na ni Lance. Pero yung mid-control, di nila nabawi. Paving the way for Execration to win the round. Meanwhile, CBN entering, taking down Ting, and opening up that hotel entrance. And nobody here to receive mula sa Fervid.
Real. Hodge though. Not quite sure what's going to be the game plan here from him. Medyo malalim siya sa B-site natin. Baka meron siyang makita dito agad. Ayun na nga, gonna be damage from that encounter. And he's gonna be well aware that super close na. May pulse sa kanya and he's gonna be able to take him out. There's gonna be another concurrent casualty here as this site here in B, it's definitely already a battlefield. Still, equalized numbers from both teams. Nantabayanan pa natin if masesecure nga ba nila ang objective dahil bantay sarado sila ngayon ni Lance at ni Nomad. Might possibly be pushing through dito sa smoke natin pero anticipated ni Nomad yun. Wow, indeed. I'm not quite sure what's going to be the game plan for A-Even kasi mamaya maispatan pa siya dito with the rotation that he's trying to do.
I like the call from Execration. Double swing Nomad. It's a good idea. Kaso si Nomad yun eh. So we'll be able to win the duel.
We're so
and
close.
force A-Even to go away. And Nomad still wins the second fight. There you go, Nomad. The savior of this round para sa Fervid. And they learned their lesson, no? Hindi na nila binigay yung mid this time around. And they win. Deny the C4 plant. Execration this time has to try something new. Hindi na pwedeng mag-mid control. Kasi Fervid are reinforcing that area. But what they're not reinforcing is that A site. Kaso lang nag-push sila and CBN anticipate na ubos sa second mid ng players ng Fervid. And suddenly, this defense is destroyed. Lance is down. It's just Nomad. Can you be the hero again? Playing around batteries.
Wow! Crispy!
CBN with the flick and Nomad did not stand a chance. 8-4 in favor of Execration.
Di ko alam kung paano mo paano mag-analyze mo doon? Nag-crossfire lang sila tapos di nila in-expect. May kasama si CBN and ZYK has been able to move mountains during that. Definitely impactful play from both of them. And I'm pretty sure that's gonna be pumping them up for the entirety of this half, no? Na yun na they can be in control of the pacing specifically. But Lance will be taking out ZYK with a one shot here from the bypass definitely occupied by Lance. Well aware sila doon and there is them to the rescue. The rest of the squad will try to occupy and see if they can take some of the numbers or members here from Fervid. Pero ngayon medyo sugatan sila dito. They're still gonna try and try and finally eliminate every single one of them. And they would be able to do so. And you can see Yung mga players natin yung Fervid, talagang motivated sila ngayon na makahabol, no? Kasi parang nakikita nila na kaya eh. Parang kaya nilang mahabol itong si Execration.
Exactly. Yeah, but the thing you gotta remember is a big reason of why they're winning these rounds is because of Nomad. Kung mapapansin mo, Moki, every time na merong 2v2, 2v3, si Nomad yung natitirang buhay for Fervid. The fact is, Fervid need Nomad to pop off to secure these rounds. And they need more than that to win this game. Execration have been winning the map, and Fervid only has been winning the numbers game because of Nomad. So, medyo mahirap i-replicate yung ganun eh. Yung Nomad, kill them all. Medyo mahirap yung strat na ganun eh, no?
Totoo.
Fervid have to find more than just their star player. But they are staying afloat. That's important for now. Pero isang win na lang Execration will be at set point. And they want to deny that as much as possible. Mukhang ang sagot nila is that second mid push from Hutch.
May napansin ata si Sneaky din dito kay CBN ngayon eh. I feel like mas okay kung sila yung mag-bring up niyan later on. Pero as of the current time, yun nga tulad ng sabi mo, not the stairs area here at mid. There's gonna be some contention, some press, some shots being fired, and some idea gonna be given here from Fervid. Merong naroon. There's also gonna be some numbers na masusugatan from the encounters na makukuha nila from CBN specifically na naman, no? Parang siya yung mauubos ng mga buhay dito ng mga players natin. The counterpart as Nomad tries to prevent that from happening. Hadj might meet someone from this one and as well as tong si Jat. So right now though, ZYK will be taking out itong si Hadj and seems like they get an idea na mukhang sa B-side sila magko-commit. Charleston with a crispy shot on the thing and all of them are just gonna be marching towards B.
At magagaling sa LB dito, flash is coming in. Jat at the receiving end of things as Lons does go down. Oh, the play down in bridge. Charleston will be denied, but Execration still get the C4 planted in B site. How will you retake this? Nomad and Jat, the last two remaining players dito. Jat takes down Paul X and CBN sasagot agad. Nomad spammed away and ZYK will deny Nomad of any heroics. 9-5 tayo dito. Set point for Execration.
Well, man, we're seeing glimpses of hope from Fervid. Yun yung gusto ko i-bring up. But it seems like right now there's no more room for mistakes here for Fervid. But good shot with the first blood here from Lance. Bypass still definitely gonna be occupied by them as well here by Execration, and seems like they are gonna be setting up themselves here, specifically itong si Lance will be facing up against it, malapit-lapit directly, but ZYK and Voice will be able to answer back, which is something Fervid's gonna be wary about kasi nagro-rotate pa lang itong si Jatan as well as si Hadj, malayo-layo pa. Some flash grenades and smokes being placed para sa Execration as they do their execute. CBN will be taking out Nomad in the process and boy, would you look at that. Every single one falling down here. Wala nang tsansa para baka mapag-retake pa ata itong si Fervid, but Hadj will try either way and what's gonna happen here will dictate the remainder of this map. We are gonna see this gonna be taken by Execration themselves. Seems like we are seeing some valiant efforts that's gonna come from Fervid, but sila pa rin ang nagtapos.
Yeah, Fervid definitely a valiant effort as you mentioned, but Execration, as I said, Mochi, they have a point to prove, and this is well, it's a testament. It's a testament to what they were setting out to do ever since Masters started. 10-5 if I'm not mistaken ang score dito na naipinta ng Execration. But what a start. What a start to this series. Fervid, well, there is some signs of life. Nomad shining bright in this game just wasn't enough.
Yeah, nice try. Definitely, no? I feel like this is gonna be some room for them to adjust forward, lalo na nawala si Skies. Pero, oy, kita mo naman yung place ng kanilang stand-in, and he has been able to do a lot of impactful plays from the rounds that they've been able to take, and even the rounds that they weren't been able to take. So, nice try for Fervid. I wonder what's going to be the answer para sa ating second map, because I'm pretty sure that's gonna be challenge again, no? If hindi pa enough itong ating mapa support. But just shows na they can rise up to the occasion if there is that road na available para sa kanila. And I'm really looking forward to hearing more for Execration, lalong-lalo na kita mo naman, CBN, even, no? It's been so on point with their shots, and the mid-round call has been so impactful for them.
Yeah, I think at some point si CBN may 100% headshot percentage, no? And every kill, which is mind-boggling to think about. Execration, they look on fire today. At kita mo naman na pinaghandaan talaga nila ang Fervid. I mean, you can say the same thing the other way around. Fervid had some strats in the BL side na tailor-made talaga sa mga positional mistakes na ginagawa ng Execration. Pero the mid-round adjustment is just on another level for Execration. And I think that's something that really comes with experience. Experience that you cannot deny Execration has with their roster that they have as of now. Pero enough about us. I think mas maraming masabi dito si Bipolar tsaka si Sneaky. So Polar, take it away.
Well, thank you, Mochi, Dedum, and Vil. Ay, hindi pala. Sorry, hindi pala. Kami po ang inyong panel, Sneaky and Bipolar. What a matchup. It's game number 1 or set number 1 versus Execration and Fervid. Execration takes out game number 1, pero ang ganda ng pinakita ng Fervid doon.
Yeah, for sure. No, may mga spots naman na may magandang pinakita dito si Fervid. Obviously, a good performance galing kay Jat and kay Nomad. Obviously, going beyond itong 1.0 at 1 point. Pero yun nga, no, Execration, this is what happens when you just allow them to get free reign dito sa mapa. Granted na Fervid, no, mas passive yung kanilang defense from time to time more than anything. I don't think that's the way. Especially, man, kita mo naman si CBN, he is on a tear dito sa mapa natin, Ankara. And ayun nga, iba talaga yung nagagawa ng Baby Time in. Napapa 99% headshot percentage ka talaga. And ayun nga, I mean, everything's going in the way dito ni X, man. I mean, everybody's working at the same time. Para naman dito sa Fervid, it's only 2 players, pare.
Yeah, totoo man. Napakatamis ng mga bala dito ng Execration, especially for CBN. Pero looking back at the highlights right now, may kita nyo naman, there was a lot of fight and promise coming in from Fervid, and of course for Execration, definitely. So nakita man natin, Folex still on the top of his game, getting a lot of headshots. Pero looking at CBN though, you were pointing this out, especially pag nakita natin probably the set MVP. CBN was playing out of his mind, basically like a robot, parang Terminator siya, kung saan ang kalaban niya lang ay buong Fervid.
No, I mean, this is what we expect. Galing kay CBN, granted it wasn't the best start kasi ayun nga, Fallflex was just literally killing everyone right before him, pare. Pero ayun nga, by the time na round number 5 did pass through, feeling ko CBN starting to slowly warm up dito sa laruan natin, and we saw a masterclass of AK work galing sa kanya dito. But paano naman sa Fervid, I mean, it's one of Execration's best map. Even yung sa last team dito ni Aljon on Macta, they also loved yung mapa na Ankara. So, map number 1, it's everything's pointing for them to lose dito, pare.
Yeah, very much. So it was just bound to happen, basically, for Execration. Pero looking back at it, let's talk about Gaon Gaming for a little bit. They did have a very passive defense, pero attacking naman nila, it had some greatness into them. And one thing to point out, Fervid pala, one thing to point out is Jat, yung substitution dito for Fervid Esports, is that he really contributed a lot. Kung makikita nyo right now, yung kanyang stat line 7-7-3-2, going on par with even CBN. Sinabi niya kanina sa ating interview na he really isn't haven't played with the team a lot. Nanonood lang siya. He is doing his work, homework as well sa mga games. Pero as a first time with his team dito sa ating Masters in the broadcast in these games especially, he actually played very well.
Yeah, I mean, you get what you get kung magsasabin ka lang talaga dito sa team. And I feel like for the expectations natin para kay Chat, which is 0 to none pare. Yun nga, he did do pretty well. He played his role. Hindi siya nag-overcomplicate na kanyang laruan dito, but yun nga, unfortunately wasn't enough to get Exe out dito sa ating crowd. Still, props pa rin. Props pa rin dito kay Chat. I mean, it's a rough situation na just to be subbed in immediately, especially knowing yung sitwasyon niya na sinabi niya dun sa interview. It not much practice, more just watching from the behind, pero feeling ko may napansin naman siya from those scrims pare.
Yeah, something to look out for as well. Tsaka hindi siya natatakot. He is almost like 50% leading the fray sometimes, or even when it's a 3v2 situation. Siya pa yung unang mag-entry, and he gets those shots and he gets 1 kill for the trade. Pero let's look at a set summary right now. After this set highlights ang ating set number 1 sa Ankara map, Execration versus Fervid. Makikita nyo naman 1.56 KD on Folex, and CBN with a 211 kills per round niya, 1.27. Ayun na nga, pag-usapan natin headshot per kill dito, Sneaky.
Jesus Christ, man. I mean, if I can remember, his last score was 17 kills, and 16 of those were headshots.
Wow.
Pare. 28 AP, absolute monster of a talent, CBN. Mapapatanong na lang talaga ako kay A7J, man. Like, where did you find this kid, bro? Nung last stint nyo dito is kasi he was actually doing the same thing against the best players in PH. So, now with a better environment para dito kay CBN, can they keep the momentum going? Obviously, medyo naging rough yung first few games nila dito sa tournament, but it's all about that secret game pare, not gonna lie. And if CBN can perform exactly like this, nako po. Baka sila pa kayo pakalagpas dun.
Totoo man. Parang looking at the journey again sa kanilang matches after this, baka if CBN really does continue this performance together with Folex and the rest of this team, they can definitely soar above the skies. Kasi for Fervid right now, looking at set number 2 mamaya, for them, kailangan mo i-tame yung beast na si CBN, kasi if you don't tame him, if you don't target him, mag-unleash lang lalo yan, and the rest of the Execration squad will definitely thrive off that feeling. Pero ito na nga, CBN, napaka-angas mo naman, sir, with a 2.11 KD, and again, a measly, sobrang angas na 0.95 headshot per kill.
Ayun nga, he's probably gonna be leading the charts once again dito nga sa Segdun sa previews. Ay nga, man, the kid is insane. Hindi ko talaga, I can't really describe how good he is kasi it really is beyond words na even for me na sobrang experience na nagkakas ng CF, like I have not seen someone who is as good on the AK-47 as itong si CBN. Siguro closest would be maybe dito sa Pilipinas, maybe si Folex, and he's on the same team.
Yeah, parang kung kinuha mo ni isa, kinuha mo pa yung pangalawang magaling din. So medyo when looking at the big picture, Execration really is in the wrong spot sa ating standings because they are at the bottom of that top 4. So medyo we were expecting them to get that top spot or one of those top spots, but right now they're showing that they can definitely come back from something na talagang nasa ilalim pa.
Yeah, and the opportunity for playoffs dito pare is still here para sa Execration. They're gonna go up against it is probably gonna be all about that TS versus X in a matchup pare na kung sino naman yung makapasok sa playoffs dun.
Yeah, very much so. Parang ang sarap din isipin na malapit na mangyari yung ganun. Pero everybody, it's gonna be a hot matchup later on, especially na 1-0 ng at Execration. It's Fervid Esports trying to also just battle them out. Nakita naman natin na with the addition of Jat, they can possibly just rampage through them, but Execration looking very much greater than before. And we'll be right back for a little bit of a short break together with Sneaky Frog and Bipolar dito sa ating panel. CFS PH Masters will be right back.
for the night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Pasta will be your 3-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
The continuation of the Wild Dogs versus the Feral Boys coming in from Fervid Esports. What a term coming in from my mind. Pero grabe yun. Again, set number 1 coming in from Execration gets them a 1 point away from getting the whole series against a Fervid Sneaky Frog on the desk. Kamusta tayo dyan?
Yeah, pretty much chilling pare. Actually pretty happy na may onting laban galing dito sa Fervid from map number 1, especially yun nga, meron tayong nakita galing kay Nomad at kay Jat, but unfortunately wasn't enough to stop the CBN train and Folex train and the rest of the Exe shot siguro. But yeah, hopefully we see something sa map number 2, pero I'm not so high on it kasi port GR side Exe. You do the math pare.
Yeah, parang ano kasi, ay naku po, it's Execration's map. For me lang it's Execration map from the first 2 maps until the decider. Tulad nga sinabi mo, GR side yung starting nila. It might be a detrimental factor na kailangang harapin agad ng Fervid dito. But still, then again, they can probably just do it once again. Kailangan lang nila targetin si CBN, make him fall to his knees, and possibly let Folex again take over para this onti na yun, process of elimination, try to take things slow. But let's see, parang hindi kasi gumana yung slow-paced gaming ng Fervid doon against the Wild Dogs or the Execration na talagang diretso lang ng diretso.
For sure, man. It got to a certain point na Execration were just literally W pushing sa isang side ng mapa, and I think nangyari yun in Hotel actually in 8-5 yung score. Ayun nga, that's not a natural strat pare. In Execration, I feel like they knew na the foot was already on the neck dito ng Fervid GT pare, and all they had to do was step on it. So, ayun nga, opportunity for Execration to get a big lead dito sa first half para naman sa Fervid. If they can get like 3 sa BL, wouldn't be too bad para sa kanilang second half, honestly.
Yun nga, medyo we are now getting ready for our set number 2 saan I think this is gonna be a great map for these two teams. Execration versus Fervid. Mochi and Daedom, kayo naman.
Maraming salamat, Bipolar! Tayo na ngayon nandito para sa ating set number 2 in Port. We're going into Port for our potential series concluder between Execration and Fervid. And surprise pick sa atin to na Fervid picked up Port and let Subbase, or actually made Subbase to be our third map dito. So everything riding here on Port. If Fervid can win this, pwede silang umabot sa Subbase kung saan mataas ang tsansa na makipagbakbakan sila ng may lamang against Execration. You think we're gonna get there, Mochi?
Pwede. Kaya lang kasi, the second map is already done and dusted, then I don't know, just by basing from history talaga, this is one of Execration's better maps as well. So, this is gonna be another challenge for Fervid. I mean, they've been able to extend themselves, no? Breach the boundaries kung anong makakaya nilang gawin kanina. So, mali mo magawa uli nila yun, but better. Because there are some of trends na ang unang map nakikiramdam, second map kaya na pala. So hopefully we can see something like that heading into this. Most specifically, that it seems like yung stand-in natin may mga some quite of a very impactful plays kanina na kaya niyang ma-bring heading onto our second match.
Yeah. Speaking of impact, you gotta address EBN. Almost 100% yung headshot per kill niya dito. Sabi nga ni Sneaky, if magpatuloy lang to, we might see this night end quickly, especially in Port. I mean, nakagulat kasi na pinili ng Fervid ang Port as a map that is tried and tested for Execration, which I guess you can say as well for Fervid, but admittedly not the same level as Execration. One of the favorite maps din naman ng Fervid ang Port. It's not as high as Subbase, but it is one of their more consistent maps along with Black Widow and Subbase. So Yeah, medyo kagulat-gulat na pinili nila yung isang mapa kung
Yeah.
saan malakas ang Execration. Parang sinasabi nila dito, bring it on. We've got it. We've got port covered. Tingnan natin. Especially because they're starting on the BL side. Because of the fact na sila yung pumili ng mapa, of course, Execration picked the GR side to begin with. So, BL, yung panimula dito ng Fervid. Second port map we're gonna be seeing here today. At kanina nakita naman natin another David Goliath matchup, yung EVOS versus Gaon. So, pretty much the same story dito. Comfortable yung Goliath natin, which is Execration in port. And Fervid, trying their chances in this map. Ano yung natitimbre mo dito, Mochi? Will Nomad be able to outshine CBN or is it gonna be more of the same?
I feel like there is a possibility na mangyari yung last map, no? Na ganun din yung mangyayari, rather. Pero malay mo naman, meron pala silang baon, which is the reason why they chose this map. Pero let us see, because we're gonna be diving right back in here in the port map, and seems like they're already on the move here.
Okay. Fervid on the BL. Remember, LALB. Parehong iniingayan dito ng Fervid. Flashes being used in B. Pero mag-isa lang doon si Lanza. It is everyone else moving towards LA. Pivoting Charleston or funneling a lot of the nades onto Charleston. Na popcorn na nga si Charleston from up above. And immediately Execration calling for the rotation. Lumipat si ZYK into A. That leaves mid open. Uy, good bait and switch. Wala sa Fervid.
Na-popcorn si bro. And medyo napatigil ang mundo ng Execration right after that one, and they're gonna be holding quite some passive positions sa spawn and also sa entrada ng B site. But also, we are yet to see if merong makukuha mga pickups dito din sila. So never mind, they're gonna be staying close to each other, making the most out of the advantage na nakuha nila from the A pickoff earlier on, and they might attempt to push forward the A long muli.
Bait and switch and switch. Balik lang sila dito sa A kung saan sila nakakuha ng opening kill. Si ZYK will be on the other side, waiting for anyone to push close onto CBN's position. But still, a lot of A priority mula dito sa Fervid. Mid-push from A even sa Ninja nakita. And Hatch will be taking him down. But ZYK through the smoke takes down Ting. Fall X manggagaling sa mid. ZYK good for another. And the sniper angles are just so deadly from the defense as Nomad gets left all alone. Gets the kill but not the trade. CBN will be doing so. And Execration with a hold from ZYK keeps A site in control.
Parang dun ka matatakot no? Yung medyo matagal na tinanabahong dalawang pick-off ng Fervid, ilang segundo lang kay Execration bago nila makuha yun. Specifically pushing forward dito sa mid area natin as they try to funnel down all the members here at A. Charleston daw na early pick-off here dito kay Hajat, mukhang maaaring masundan pa ng trade, pero hindi na raw ata nilang pangangahasan i-attempt yun except for Jat. Might be looking out for some possible people. You see, even pa, makakaharap niya, but he's not even looking at the best area. Ting though will not, to see Fall X will not get a chance to see him. Sa ibang lugar din siya nakatingin. So, that's gonna be a quick and major trade habang mas lamang pa rin si Execration. Ngayon ay hindi na, as Sting is willing to push forward and try to secure every single person inside, being assisted by the rest of the squad. It's all up to Charleston, critically low in terms of HP, and would not last any more longer.
Yeah, good stairs play mula kay Ting. Crucial mistake. Yung Execration, di nila na-clear yung hagdan. So Ting will be taking the double kill, taking the round for Fervid. 1-1 ang score natin. And this time, parang standard yung 4-1 split dito ng Fervid. This time, 4 of the players moving towards Cat. Pero andun si CBN. Takes down Ting. ZYK from LA as well. So A is a stronghold for Execration. Good pick from ZYK to take down Luns. And kailangan umalis ng Fervid dito. Wala pa rin silang nakukuhang space from Kat.
Push silang umatras dun sa bodega, no? Na medyo na-free yung headache. Nawala kay CBN because maaring marami sanang magpupush sa kanya doon pero pinangunahan na agad ng mga grenades at flash. But CBN, iba ata ang plano. Will be taking out ito si Jat and has been able to secure more intel than wanted. And they already have a good idea kung saan naglalagi itong si Haj as Nomad tries to put himself in a position anticipating any possible pushes, pero no. Execration is definitely just holding down every single site na meron dito, playing it safe, except for ZYK.
Who will swing and get taken out by Nomad. Yeah, a bit aggressive mula kay ZYK, pero okay lang. They still have 4 people left standing. Nakakaamoy na nga si CBN with the sniper up above sa A site. Swing,
Ooh!
flick, good shot from
Wow.
CBN. But Nomad finds the trade despite the good angle from CBN. Good flash, another good flash. There's a lot of time being bought by the utility. Tatlong flash yung kinain doon ni Nomad. There's a lot of time wasted away because of the util. And Nomad good for one more before going down. Execration 2-1. But the trend continues. Si Nomad pa rin yung biggest headache dito habang kumukuha ng sobrang daming kills dito ni CBN.
True. And seems like they're very much focused on their goal and narrowing down the possibilities dito kay Fervid. Pero pinangunahan na kaagad ito ni Ting ngayon. Even be able to take a couple of people down in here. Medyo napalalimata ng sobra si Fervid. From bridge and heading into hopefully or possibly B, pero hindi talaga nila in-anticipate that they even is gonna be right around the corner. ZYK will be waiting for any person na dadaan sana dito o paputungo dito sa A-site natin alongside with CBN. This is gonna be pretty much an explosive one waiting to happen. Oh no, a shot is crazy from this guy and he is not backing down anytime soon. Very much confident after taking that pick off. Atras kaagad.
Nakakatakot. CBN with the confidence. Catching a timing. And medyo impatient din yung Fervid doon. No? Could have waited for the smoke to fully bloom bago mag-rotate. Pero did so without waiting for the smoke to pop. And CBN took advantage. Yan, medyo nahihirapan sila. They do have control of the C4 for now, but there's only 1 minute left to play with. And 2 people left standing for Fervid. I think they've decided on A site. Uy. Good catch onto A even as Jat takes him down. At lilipat si CYK sa A sa taas. Good position. Good reposition. Kaso bababa ulit Ano bang play dito ng Fervid? Lilipat ng mid.
Nako. Medyo kinakabahan ako para sa kanila. May idea na si Execration kung nasaan sila. At ZYK will be taking out here by Lance though. Wonderfully done. It's all up to Fall X and his AK. The question is, would he be able to take them down? Segregate them? Parang possible, but no, they're just gonna be focusing themselves here into a safer spot. Leveraging through the wall bangs na pwede nilang magawa dito sa windows. But Fall X running out of time, but sobrang nag-alay ng kanyang shots on that area. Wonderfully done. Now Lance. Gaon would try to connect this one shot, that one kill. Unfortunately not, but the Colt would get the job done. Fervid will be taking this round for them. Lapit ata the scorelines natin ngayon.
Tense 1v2 Fall X. Pag si Fall X kasi lagi natitira, nakakatakot But Lance with the quick adjust will be able to take him down, and that's 2-2 ang ating score. Going into round number 5. Fervid putting up again a surprising amount of fight back against Execration. Keeping the early game dead even Pero ganito rin yung first map natin no? The problem for
Yeah.
Fervid has been keeping the score close. And so far, so good.
Aga pa no? I mean, they have 5 more rounds, so it's all up for grabs for either of them. And the challenge for Fervid is to get an edge from them early on. Hindi ko connecta ang wallbang doon, but they're quite a bit scattered all over the map here for Fervid. And they're still gonna be taking a huge space possibly for A site as si Charles said ang nagmamata nung sino man magpapakita sa A-long. But C4 is not even on their hands, so it's a matter of like scouting for any information or any pickoffs that they can get in order to give them the great advantage as they commit.
No advantage yet so far though. Still a 5v5.
Wala, impassive ni Execration right now.
Which for the most part is kind of a good thing for them. Minimize mistakes. Pretty standard. As Fervid somewhat making a bit of progress down mid. CBN taking low. ZYK going down. But the trade is good from CBN as Jat goes down. Good pick up from A even with the perfect timing to get a double kill. Si Lance magagaling mula sa entrance, mula sa house at Lance. Getting a challenge of recovering that C4 in a 1v1 against A even. And it still gets won by CBN. What a hold from A even. What a peak. And what an angle.
Grabe! Si bro ay literally nag-crutch lang dun, no? But, just gonna be waiting and peeking at the best time possible. I feel like it's not a matter of, wait lang, like dead round. I'm not quite sure if the last round is yung dead round o yung ngayong round ay yung dead round. But either way, well, you can see kung anong pwedeng may offer ni even here on the table. It seems like mapapa-wow lang talaga tayo. It's sometimes it's 90% timing and 10% of getting the shots right kasi it's just ewan ko, sinong makikita mo and whatever sound cues you would get, it's all up to you how you be able to make the most out of it talaga.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's the decision making of the players dito, no? And they even showing us that he does not crack under the pressure. Guys, we'll just try and reset the game habang inaayos natin yon. A quick reminder for everyone, kung nakikita nyo yung pin comment dyan sa baba, pwede kayong sumali sa pag-uusap namin dito nila Moji and the Sneaky and Bipolar. Just ask a question. Ask an interesting question about Crossfire. Pwedeng about a player, pwedeng about a map, pwedeng about a team dyan sa comment section. At pwede natin yan ma-feature later on. Just make sure it's related to Crossfire. Ganun. Related sa Crossfire na tanong. And we will try to answer it all throughout the broadcast. And potentially kahit umabot ng next week, no, baka ma-feature din yung comments ninyo, no? So make sure to do that and make sure to watch our streams as well. Kung hindi nyo alam, meron din tayong Impact ongoing at the same time as Masters. Yung schedule natin is every Wednesday and Thursday. Meron tayong Impact. Friday, meron tayong preview show, parang podcast na kami-kami din yung makikita nyo along with Vil. Shoutout kay Vil, andito siya kanina. And of course, every Saturday, Sunday ang schedule ng ating Masters. Guys, week number 5 na tayo, day number 10. Meron na lang tayo natitirang 2 linggo ng group stage ng Masters at palapit na ng palapit ang playoffs. Top 4 ang kuha natin sa playoffs. So, patindi na ng patindi ang mga laban natin.
Palala ng palala din yung growth ng mga teams natin, no? And these are already the times wherein we're already gaining some clarity kung ano yung mabubuga ng mga teams, hanggang saan sila or hanggang saan lang sila for the time being, and what's going to be their plan of action moving forward, and especially na parang done and dusted na rin na andyan si EVOS, si UBEC, si Pacific. Seems like yung fourth spot natin nagpapatayan pa yung mga teams na malalapit-lapit yung mga round differential and as well as yung scores for our leaderboard. So, man, if they won't apply pressure, it's about time. Ito na yon, and they should make or do the most or utmost effort na kaya nilang makuha for the last 6 remaining days here in our Masters.
Yeah, and you have to remember as well, hindi lang top 4 pinaglalabanan natin dito. Top 4 qualifies for the playoffs, pero top 6 papasok sa regionals. And I'm looking at the standings right now, no, magkakadikit lang ang score so far ng Execration, Team Acceptance at Gaon Gaming, no. So yeah, you have to consider that as well. Sila yung currently sitting at number 5, number 6 at number 7. And pinaglalabanan din nila yung last 2 final slots doon sa top 6 natin. While medyo malayo na rin yung agwat ng top 4, pwede pa rin naman silang matibag dito ng Execration. Kasi kung nakita natin yung schedules ng Execration, I think kaya nilang mag-qualify pa sa top 4 if they win all remaining matches na meron sila dito. No? Pwede pa nilang i-dethrone ang Team Secret who currently sits at number 4. So, mahigpit talaga ang laban natin. And yung sa taas naman ang pinaglalaban nila, yung top 2 spots na lang dito. EVOS, Pacific Macta, and UBECMANIAC. Pretty much secure na sila going into the playoffs. And excited to see ang mga susunod na matches kung saan sila ang magkakalaban-laban. Speaking of which, may nagtatanong kanina kailan lalaban ang Pacific Esports? They are fighting sa isang linggo, sa Sabado, no, up against Fervid. Excited to see sa isang linggo Team Secret versus Execration naman on Sunday. And then on week 7, the final week, 2 weeks from now, aabangan ko dito yung Pacific Macta versus Secret. And then UBECMANIAC versus EVOS. Yun talaga yung grand finale ng group stage natin.
Oo, ang init, no? Ewan ko, sinabi mo yung pinakahuling series kay EVOS tsaka kay UBEC, parang na-flashback ako nun back in the regionals last year. That's crazy. That's a crazy one, not gonna lie. Pero we are gonna be heading and going back sa ating laro just in a bit. Standby lang kayo dyan. Grab your snacks, grab your dinners, at sama-sama nating papanoorin ang laban ng Map 2 of Fervid and as well as Execration. And by the way guys, konti info lang tayo, no? 1-0 na, Execration ang lamang. And this time, we are gonna see if kaya ba i-pull ng Fervid into third map.
Yes, sir. Execration meeting a lot of resistance dito sa GR side nila. CBN nasa cut, nakita yung ulo. Who will get the headshot? Ay, CBN. Worst timing to go down. And Haj just able to kill him from that cat push. And again, LA position will be challenged by Fervid. Successfully so. Could be another one of those bait and switch rounds mula sa Fervid na eventually babalik din sa LA.
And mukhang Fervid na naman muli ang merong advantage ngayon, no? Dito talaga sila nagtathrive sa mga early rounds natin. It's just a matter of what's going to be the call as the round progresses. Because they already got a couple of picks here, an A, and one might lead them to think that this is where they should be committing, and that's what they would do. Charleston already putting down the hands of Jat and the rest of the squad here, at madadagdagan pa, meron matatamaan ng grenade here. Si Lance lang naman yun. It's critically low in terms of HP, pero hindi pa man din natatapos ang kanyang buhay, ay yung KE even ay mawawala na.
Nice shot from Folex. Good swing out, Folex with a transfer, and it's a 1v2, pero Folex making it feel doable. Haj, Nomad, both 1 HP, and Folex with Colt in hand, hoping to make some magic happen. Folex finds Haj. Nag-iisa na lang si Nomad dito, and Folex have successfully isolated, pero kulang. Nomad takes him down. What a round, but Fervid win it all. 3-3.
Nakakatakot yun. Nakakatakot pagka si Full X yung naiiwan. Oh my. But at least Fervid managed to make it work out, no? And as they try to establish some presence here sa bandang house area natin and mid, there is going to be this possibility wherein they might engage with CBN at the bridge area. Medyo nakakaba. They're just gonna be there staring at each other side by side while wala pang nagsiswing sa kanila. Not quite sure if narinig si Ting Don though. But LA might actually be the point of contention as well, as we might see Nomad and Jat try and peak, no? Maaaring tumingin din sila dito so far, but they really, really want this round and sobrang ingat nila gumalaw, which is definitely evident from what we're seeing so far.
Yan na naman tayo sa push ng LA, pero this time si CBN yung gagawa nun. Challenging cat. Ting right there as well, providing entrance. But CBN on an off angle. Wala pa sila nakikita. Nomad clearing every single corner, pero hindi nakita sa CBN. Charleston on the board as well. And the entry flagger Ting will be taken out by Charleston as well. What a shot on that AWM as Execration taking down the players of Fervid 1 by 1. There you go. 5 or 4-3 favor of Execration. And another elimination round win para sa kanila.
Wow. Tara naman tayo sa mid-round calling ng Execration. Doon talaga sila nagtatrive, no? So far. Yay, napakalala. Even yung cheeky positioning ni CBN, malatawa ka na lang yun. Ay, nandun pala siya. It would look awkward at first, but it works. As long as it works, of course, you're bound to do it again and again. And we're seeing some early trade-offs here from Noman as well as K-Fall X. And right now, they will be putting themselves back into safety, hovering more in quite a passive position, while yung mga members natin for Execration will just stand their ground in both sides. And currently daw, Jat onto Charleston, wonderfully done. Dahil nilang nag-pick doon, kahit kung ako si Charleston, I'm not quite sure how I would be able to address that.
Execration starting off with 2 people down compared to Fervid, who just lost Nomad. CBN mag-isa sa LA, sa A actually. And ZYK, A even, both picking up a rifle. Medyo mabagal yung approach dito ng Fervid, keeping Execration guessing. And the C4 retrieved finally by Ting. Marami pa silang options dito. Could go B, could go mid, could go A. A lot of paths towards those sites as well, pero nagpupush na dito CBN on the hunt, looking for a little bit more information. Wala siya nakita sa RS, kaya babalik siya ng A. So potential options are LB and mid. And papasok si CBN in mid just to check. In bridge, nakita niya na nga si Haj and will be losing the duel. It's Haj Ting on the board, leaving ZYK all alone in the site with the Colt in hand, getting a double kill. Labas ang sniper. Good nade, and it draws attention from ZYK to take him down. What a play from Haj. Ginamit niya as a flash yung frag grenade niya doon. Napatingin si ZYK. And Haj winning the duel, keeping us into an equal scoreline, 4-4. Ito na naman tayo, Charleston with the takes down Jats. Walang flash, walang smoke, and Charleston will be taking advantage. The AWM swing out again, and Charleston triple kill. Looking for more, si Nomad magpupush na nga mula sa ilalim, but A site is an absolute battleground with Charleston murdering the players of Fervid. Fall X takes down Nomad, and Luns coming in from behind will be left all alone in a 1v3, Mochi.
They're trying to attempt for a trade here, pero parang hindi talaga binigyan ng chance ng Execration na magawa yon, and instead, it's all up to Lance here trying to find his way and a different approach from putting himself on mid and possibly somewhere else rather than LA, because he's quite too far and C4 wala sa kanya, and he's holding an so the best that he could do is try to play or pickups, kaya lang kasi syempre kung nasa yun na yung C4, ba't ka palalayo, diba? And he is gonna be struggling for quite a bit here, as every single point of entry is just gonna be occupied by Execration themselves. And I wonder what's going to be the next step for him as he tries to gravitate towards patungong LA na naman muli. 55 seconds on the clock. Man, this is gonna be quite a stretch for him.
Hirap din kasi mag-push pag sniper yung hawak mo. So you
Mhm.
have to be very slow, very careful.
Ayun.
Oh, and Charleston's just absolutely ready. 5-4.
Tulog.
A good GR half for Execration. They managed to take the advantage just barely dito, Mochi. So it could be in for a long one. Kasi gotta remember, GR-sided tong mapang to, no? But Fervid made it feel like an equal battleground.
Yeah, she's talaga pinagantaan nila to, no? Which is great, which is wonderful. We're seeing some improvements from Fervid themselves. So, props na rin sa mindset ng mga players natin and how impactful every single one of them are. Kasi parang sa ngayon, pagka nakita mo yung mga pangalan nilang nakahilera dyan, alam mong may masasabi kang something na ginawa nila in a specific encounter, specific round, or specific map. Pero tayo ibabalik muli with now the sides are gonna be swapped. So I wonder what's going to be the change in terms of addressment of objective dito kay Execration, no? Because they definitely thrive dito sa mid-round calling natin. Pero what if idaan nila sa brute force? Kasi earlier on tinatry nilang gawin yon and nagagawa nila na maganda, specifically from our first map.
Well, let's see. From a strategic point of view, it's not the most convincing na strategy, no, going for the brute force, but if it works, why not?
It works.
Tingnan natin, Execration moving to the BL side with a round advantage for Vid. Uy, medyo aggressive yung position nila dito. Nasa loob ng B house and then pushing down mid as well from Connector. And look at how close the angles are for Fervid. Baka hindi to i-expect ng Execration who are going for a cat ninja play.
Yun na nga eh. Anday nilang magkakalipit dito. Medyo nakakakaba eh. But ZYK though seems like he already has an idea. Some couple of members here. Pero si Lance, ayan na naman. Nagsisimula na naman ang mga early pickoffs ni Lance. But question is, alam niya ba o maiispatan niya ba dito si Paul X? ZYK takes out itong si Hudge. Nasa bandang itaas pa man din siya. May makukuha pa siya dito. Ting will be falling down. The hands of Polex himself. Shows and ZYK na lang naiiwan dito. C4 is not even their hands as of the current time. But it's all up to them in terms of the wraparound. No man taken out by Charleston here. Wonderfully done. And it's all up to Lance. Nasa kanyang C4. Pero ang tanong ay hanggang kailan ZYK would be able to rummage through him as simple and as quick as that.
Man, bakit ganun yung M4 ni ZYK? Ang accurate. Bakit pag ako yung nag-M4
May magnet, no?
Hindi naman ganun. Ang layo pa Ang layo pa nung angle niya. But still, he could connect the shot. What a shot. And what a round for Execration and ZYK. Who will pick up round number 10 for themselves. 6-4 ang score natin. A lot of LB presence being asserted by Execration, who will be denied by Haj. Nomad taking 1 kill each. A even sasawsaw but will only get 1. CBN to find his own. That leaves us in a 2v2. Habang papasok ng B-side dito, si CBN waiting for the C4 to be planted. Fervid just lying in wait from the close angle coming in from RS. Pero ito na, papasok na. Lance finds one in trade of Charleston killing Jat. At papasok mula sa malapit na box dito si CBN. Lance pushing up, naka-om, naka-Colts, fighting the duel. CBN chip down to 40 HP and Lance, maling angle titignan mo boss, and will fall down to the hands of CBN. A round that Execration needed to deny and they will 7-4.
Gusto ko yung nagkaroon pa ng opportunity si Lance na mag-cha-cha dun eh, no? Pero, at least nagawa naman ang paraan ito ni CBN. And right now, before we even know, it's already a 7-4. Tatlong round na lang ay matatapos na ng Execration ng laban natin na ito. At yun ay kung hahayaan na ito ng Fervid. Some damage will be taken by Folex and Nay-Even from the grenade being thrown at them by Nobad. But, naka-occupy lang sila dito sa bodega natin. Mukhang A-site ang kanilang punterya. Ayan naman. It's all up to Lance and Jat. Ano ang kanilang game plan when the time strikes into the execution na binabalak ng Execration dito ngayon.
Ito, dalawa ba? Tatlo? 3 people under si A. Hinihintay lang mag-push dito yung kalaban. And they will catch him off guard. Jat taken down by 3 people crouching. Si Lance nag-iisa dito sa taas ng A. What a quick scope. Takes down A even, and Lance a stronghold. ZYK expected from that mid angle. And si Charles na lang mititira mag-isa dito. Sa mid din siya manggagaling. Imba jumping to lessen the noise. Di nila alam. This could be an opportunity for Charleston to catch Nomad off guard.
Humawak niya.
Uy, nakita niya pero the shot does not connect. And Charleston revealing his own position. Rotated towards Kat. Colt in hand. Lance taken away. Good headshot from Charleston. 2 more in the way. 40 seconds. Ay, di na itama yung shot niya doon. But a quick scope onto Ting. And Nomad trades it out. Muntik na naman tayo doon. But Fervid able to win the 3v1. 5-7. Fervid slowly fighting back.
Kala ko may iba pa ang ihip ng hangin. But before we even know it, they're just 2 more rounds away before the numbers are gonna be equalized here by Fervid. And once again, tulad na sabi natin kanina, hindi reliable ang pagbo-brute force dito or like a synchronous attack, because there will be some times where certain angles will not be occupied themselves, and seems like Fervid is already catching their drift on that one. And mid area, possibility of taking someone out early this time, which is something that they would want. Fervid is quite passive and being on the GR side, because seems like they're pretty much confident in terms of their retakes so far. Ito na naman muli sila sa bandang bodega. Meta taon na. And possibly others pushing forward, but through the smoke, through the wall, Ting will be able to take someone out, and as well as Nomad. They're working hand in hand in this one. The springs are definitely connecting for the May even. Already good for 1, pero ang tanong dito ay paano tatapatan ni Charleston itong 4 na naiiwan galing sa Fervid ngayon. Wala pa man din yung C4 sa kanya.
At least he's can see it. Nakinig siya dito sa mid Ting knows Charleston was in mid, anticipating the C4 to have already been taken dito, but Execration down to just 1 player. So Fervid hindi sila masyadong kabado kasi alam nila na they could just hold their ground. And Ting knows that Charleston is close and will be able to win the duel with that M4. 6-7 Fervid. Nakakabawi dito, Mochi.
Nakakabawi si Fervid. I am not quite sure what is happening here for Execution, but all I know, that is a good thing for Fervid. And currently, Laz will be taking it out. What a good positioning. Definitely anticipating na merong tatao doon. Paul X be falling down. Wait lang, para nag-audition na kayo. Not a good thing here for Execration themselves. Especially being blocked through the smoke. Pero merong edge and idea itong si Fervid where they are gonna be coming from. ZYK falling down the hands of Ting. As even a CBN all now left alone here. Occupying different areas, trying to regroup themselves to hopefully get someone out dito sa Fervid. But the question is if they can, because they're gonna be entering enemy's territory from here on.
Grabe tong angle, Nomad. Very close. But will win the fight into the double kill. Nomad.
Wow.
Single-handedly holding down the house. And taking his team to 7. 7-7 tayo dito. Execration have got to do something drastic.
What the heck? What the heck is happening? For some reason, lahat ng mga shots nila tumatama through the wall. And hindi man lang alam ng Execration kung saan sila papwesto if that is gonna be the case, because all of the shots na nanggagaling from Haj, Ting, and as well as Ja are actually phenomenal and connecting so far. And hindi lang na si Nomad at si Lance ang nag-step up. Lahat ay mayroon ng galaw. ZYK will be taking tremendous amount of damage from that position sa ating doors. And Charleston's looking into getting some pickups onto this one, pero parang may kalamangan ba rin talaga si Fervid when most of they're already in GR in this map.
Parang nga eh. I don't know how. But every round, Fervid feels like they're in control. Particularly on this BL side. Lalim ng position nila dito, no? Expecting Execration to make a move on them. Flash comes in down mid. Bit of a challenge. Double push from Nomad and Haj. Yun na nga, Execration with the punish from the aggressive defense. Good anticipation from Execration. That's the adjustment they're looking for. CBN magpipeak. Ting the entry frag, finding out where A even is hiding. Good double from Ting. And suddenly, Fervid put themselves in a good position to get this retake going. Pero, ZYK magagaling sa likod. The AWM with a lurk! Nahuli si Jats. And suddenly, Fervid have nowhere to run. House is a death trap as Charleston pushes up. And suddenly, Execration pull that trigger on the conversion round. 8-7. Execration are not done yet.
Pre, sasabihin ko lang napakalayo ni ZYK but he really made the most out of that. We're in reporting every single area kung saan na ang mga membro natin dito from Fervid and even getting almost a couple of kills and cornering the two people na nandoon sa House B. Pero ang tanong ay, would they be able to inch it further, no? Kasi parang ginagatekeep sila ng Fervid to take this map for themselves and call it a day but parang ayaw talaga Fervid. They really want this so bad. Napahirapan sila dito and the scores are closer than ever.
It is. And Execration, nakuha nila yung punishment last round.
Yeah.
They anticipated the double B main, the double LB push rather, dito ng Fervid. Kaya ngayon, mabagal na yung playstyle. Nomad.
Nandun uli siya. Medyo nakakatakot and Jat is trying to lurk and it's gonna work! Wow! Okay, and after taking that kill, mamba out na uli siya.
Yeah, good discipline mula kay Jat, no? Exactly what you need from a lurk. Lipat position! Nakita ni ZYK, the duel being won by ZYK. Evening it out.
It's a stack.
This is a gamble, but it might just work for Fervid.
Okay, C4 holder natin na si ZYK. They might possibly go through A, no? You're thinking na baka i-anticipate sa kanila yon, but actually that would have been a good decision for them to do, but it seems like they're gonna be leaving ZYK here on House B. Keeping themselves safe. Nomad, where he has an idea, Hatch critically low in terms of HP being damaged, but ZYK falling down into the hands of Nomad.
Wow.
All up to the three remaining members here from Execration. They're looking better than ever. Shots connecting here from Lanza. Every single one of them being eliminated. And look at that. 8-8 scoreline. This is so huge for Fervid.
And this is why Fervid picked this map against Execration, against a team that loves playing Port. Fervid are moments away from getting set point against Execration, from pushing us into Game 3. Execration, I think they've only won 2 rounds sa ating BL side. You can see just how much they're struggling to penetrate these sites by Fervid. Di man lang sila nakakapag-trim ng C4 much.
True.
And every round using as much time as they can.
Napaka-on point ng mga adjustments and as well as yung mga pickups dito, no? I feel like if I was in the side of Execration, medyo magtataka ako. Why is it every single wallbang na ginagawa nila is kumukonekta sa members natin, definitely making them hesitate on whichever execution they want or trying to do. But there's already tons of them here,
Jad.
Jad. Nako po, marami pa
Ayun.
makikita. But he's gonna be taking a couple of them. I don't know where they're looking for, pero CBN will try to equalize the numbers again. Now a 3v3, and now CBN trying to occupy the A side for the team. It seems like there's gonna be a lot more time for execution, but they are already here. It is free, it is already theirs, and it's just a matter of anchoring if they can keep the Fervid people away from them. Oh no, this is not looking good for Execration right now because there's 3 more people and may nadaplisan pa kanina, no? Pero, let us see if they can keep this for themselves. I guess not, because it's all up to Charles and once again left alone with the ominous self. As these members from Fervid will try to just go in ng sama-sama. And yes, they would be able to do that. And look at that. This is quite the first time that they've get a round advantage in a map. This is... Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. What if?
Yeah.
What if?
Yeah, they're so close, Moji. That mid angle, that bridge angle from Lance has been a headache for Execration. Laging yun yung tumitira sa kanila dito eh. Whenever they get control of A site, laging nandun si Lance. And this time Lance will be in that A site. Bridge angle denied by a good smoke lineup, and Ting will be coming in from RS, finding a kill, making it a double. Eto na, Execration throwing everything they've got into this A site, and they can't even get in. Si Charleston na lang ang matitirang mabubuwag for Execration. Fervid forces set 3, and you could see the hype, you could see the energy, the boys celebrating. We are going to sub base, and Fervid might have just secured a win by taking us into that map.
Aral na alal! Itong port map natin ng Fervid, and look at what these boys look right now. It's crazy for us to witness how they've been able to tip over itong Execration. I mean, what just happened there? That's supposed to be their map. But for some reason, they definitely outsmarted them. They put up the best defense they can do. Definitely really studied it so hard in order to get rid of options na pwedeng gawin ni Execration dito on the BL side, and we are heading into sub base.
Fervid has a chance. They have a chance to play the villains of Execration. I mean, let's face the facts. Fervid, up to this week, hasn't won a single series. Pag natalo na lang Execration, they won't be able... Well, Fervid won't be able to qualify for playoffs anymore. But if they take Execration down, medyo mabubuwag ang playoffs dreams na Execration dito. And Sneak and I were hyping them up so much. They are a team worth more than their stats. And Fervid are saying, no, bawal. I mean, this is the villain arc for Fervid, and I'm all for it. Papasok tayo sa sub-base. Fervid's favorite map, and Execration is in trouble. They have to keep it together. And this is looking dicey. Kasi nakita natin yung player cams kanina, no, before the game ended. Fervid are looking happy and stoked. But I can't say the same for Execration, Mochi.
Nako, medyo delikado sila dito. I'm pretty sure mapapawaw yung panel natin dito ngayon. Bipolar and Sneaky Frog, anong masasabi nyo?
Napawaw na nga kami talaga, man. Wala kami masabi ni Sneaky Frog dito sa panel. And it's all just a good and happy day for Fervid, because as you can see, Sneaky, nagsigawan ang ating mga players. Almost tumayo pa nga to the point doon sila Jat and even si Lance. But yeah, a great conversion, going to almost tie, closing out the map without even letting Execration go into match point. We're going to sub base, Sneaky. Anong thoughts natin dyan?
Subbase is gonna be a very exciting map in all honesty. Ayun nga, both teams very experienced pagdating sa mapa na yun. Execration, obviously, it's not gonna be a wash para sa kanila dito. They have had some really good games on Subbase and kailangan lang nilang ulitin. Problema nga lang, you did lose to Fervid, which is not too good para sa confidence nyo pare kasi yun nga, you're a Execration, you're a playoff team na dapat makarating dito sa top 4 and you have so much talent on your team and you lost to Fervid GT, the team that is 0-4 currently sa standings natin. So that's just to paint the picture no dito ng series natin. And para naman sa Fervid no, nice job. Oh my god, grabe. Ay nung first half pa lang sabi ko, okay, nakakuha sila ng round sa BL and then it just kept going. Tapos yung parang yung disbelief ko parang nag-grow slowly, no? And I was just mind blown. Ang ganda ng laruan dito ni Lance. Lance was sniping out of his mind. Jat, absolutely fragging out of his mind as well. Nomad 1 finally, man, living up to the hype dito support pare. I love what I'm seeing galing dito sa Fervid, man.
Yeah, you gotta give it to them, especially those plays that you've mentioned because they played out of their minds and definitely so na akala natin they were just not gonna be playing like the best in capabilities. Pero si Jat, even him, he was just saying na sa ating interview na he was just gonna be there as a role player. He's gonna be contributing to his team. But look at him now. He is screaming out of his mind pagdating ng 10 score nung talagang naging katotohanan na yung panalo. You can definitely see in their faces now what just happened kahit sila naguluhan. But right now, let's look at the highlights muna from this matchup na talagang punong-puno ng barilan, punong-puno ng bakbakan at talagang it's the crossfire that you want to see if you're a fan of each of these teams because it's just good crossfire nonetheless. But nakita naman natin yung first 5 rounds, it was mostly a lot of like execration rushes, a lot of execration powerhouses. Pero Fervid, just like what you've said, once they got that rhythm, tuloy-tuloy na, palagi silang tie game, palagi nang nadidikit yung laban, and ultimately, that gave them the win.
Yun nga, no? It is always in the back of your mind kung kayo yung winning team dito sa series. And obviously, 10-5 yung naging score natin dito sa map number 1. So obviously, confidence is at an all-time high para dito sa Execration, but overconfidence might have just killed yung kanilang fourth dreams dito, pare, unfortunately. But at the same time, you still have to compliment the holders on the other side, pare. Fervid, on their BL pa lang, grabe na yung pinaramdam sa atin dito. And Execration, I was actually surprised na they couldn't get it through nung patapos na yung game natin kasi nga, CBN was hitting some nice shots. Yung nga, Folex wasn't finding as much opportunities as expected, but itong si AE Ben pare was also looking. Pero pagdating talaga ng GR side, I was very impressed dito sa depensa ng Fervid. I mean, the rotations were very fast, the reactions were exactly where it needed to be. Ayun nga, I mean, I'm glad that there's progress dito sa team na to. At least tangible na progress na nakikita nga natin. And just a footnote dito, Bipolar. This is the exact same team, itong Fervid GT, that did beat yung Team Secret in a best of 3 doon sa ating open qualifier. So, di naman sa hindi nila kaya mag-beat ng top team. Maybe the time is just right para sa kanila dito.
Yeah, baka it's their time. Baka sinasabi natin na Execration having a good journey up ahead. Baka Fervid pala ang magbibigay sa atin ng ganong kind of storyline. But as you can say, medyo nagulat tayo na Fervid can really, once nag-switch yung sides natin, talagang nakita natin na Fervid really outplayed themselves. Just look at the first half. It's a back and forth, pero pagdating mo dun sa second half, nakuha ng Fervid mostly all of those rounds. And just look at this, 1.80 on Nomad with yung KD niya, tapos that kill per round is it's 1 kill per round. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, in any other map, kung kunyari Black Widow yung usapan natin dito, pare, nakita natin yung first half, back and forth, okay lang yan. Pero pagdating kasi sa mapa ng port, if you allow the other team to have 4, edi magiging 5 yung score mo. And you give them GR side, 1 point lang yung leeway mo dun, pare, which is not the best position para sa Execration. Pero granted, may mga nagkaroon naman sila ng early rounds dito sa kanilang BL side. Problema nga lang, once Fervid started to figure out this defense a lot more, Lund starting to hit the shots, Nomad anchoring very well, Jat playing very well as well. I think it's really hard to enter kasi mainit na nga yung Fervid, plus the map is on their side as well.
Yeah, alam mo, I think one thing to point out as well is that sa sobrang dami ng back and forth natin, Execration gave time for Fervid, for Luns, for Nomad to pop off and to get into their flow state na hinahanap natin from them. And definitely so, nakita na natin yun. Look at Luns as well, 1.64 KD together with Nomad with a kill prod na isa. It's just crazy crossfire coming in from Fervid.
For sure.
Pero ngayon, makikita na natin ang ating MVP. Sino nga ba nandito?
Yun, there it is. Nomad 1. Na yun nga, the monster that originally came from Herbie Gaming team now is in Fervid. Yun na, showing what he is capable of dito sa ating mapa. And I like this point. I really love this point. I know na wala tayo sa comment section na part ngayon, but I really love this point. Naalala ko talaga yung SS sa Fervid back in the day, sabi dito ni Claire Navarro. And I really like that point kasi ayun nga, SS granted na hindi gaganda yung kanilang run dun sa last season, still provided us with some very, very nice surprises from some odd maps. And it could be the exact same vibe, no? Para dito sa Fervid.
Yeah, very much so. I can see that as well. And you know what, looking back at the highlights right now sa ating mga matches dito sa mapa na ito, you can definitely say na team talaga nila yung Beast, which is the Wildcats, the Wild Dogs coming in from Execration, and that just means aabot na tayo sa Cebu. Sneaky, pupunta tayo sa subbase, and I think Dado might be right here. It's a problematic scene for Execration. Again, it was a good map for them when it was UBECMANIAC, if I'm correct, kung tama pa naman ako. They did perform very well doon, pero right now it's Fervid. It's a hard spot na natalo ka on that set 2, so hindi ko lang paano nila i-convert yung energy na yun going into subbase.
Yeah, for sure. It hurts a lot more, no? Especially it did come from Fervid, but I mean, I feel like subbase is truly a 50-50 kung sino na lang talaga magsisimula ng mas maganda dito. I really feel like subbase, the first 4 rounds are more important than people think. Kung nakuha nyo nga yun, then yun nga, you could probably have control for the rest of the game and probably set the pace for the rest of the game here, pare.
Yeah, very much so. You know what? Good thoughts all around, pero wala na tayo masasabi. Pupunta tayo sa subbase in just a little while. Hindi pa tayo tapos dito sa CFS PH Masters. We'll be going to a short break. We'll be right back.
kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific Masta will be your 3-time champions of CFS PH Masters.
The matches still continue and we are still here for CFS PH Masters 2025 Execration versus Fervid Esports. Sneaky Frog, kamusta tayo dyan?
It's been a pretty exciting best of 3 pare. Fervid finally taking one against one of our better teams dito sa ating standings. I mean, granted, standings didn't look good para sa Exe, but at the same time, they are a good team pare. But man, I couldn't be more prouder for the boys here, man, despite predicting 2-0. Ayun nga, pretty happy for Fervid that they got some distance in the series natin.
Yeah, very much so. Nakikita na natin finally the bloom or the outburst of the power of every player coming in from Fervid. So, it's nice to see na kaya talaga nilang makipagtapatan and we're seeing finally yung lakas na pinakita nila against Team Secret nga na pinag-uusapan natin when they dominated that scene. Ngayon, it's Execration on the spot. They're on the edge of the cliff. It's gonna be a hard time for Execration, lalo na it's sub-base. Fervid has a lot of arsenal pagdating dito.
Yeah, pero I wouldn't count out itong Execration on sub-base at all. Obviously, they've had some very good showings sa mapa na yun, especially up against itong UBEC. And I really feel like this is not gonna be easy para sa Fervid, but it is winnable para sa kanila, considering yung familiarity ng mapa of sub-base for the team. So, we need to see that exact same performance galing dito kay Nomad. Kailangan natin makita ng exact same performance as well galing dito kay Luns kasi yun nga, pag pinawala mo dito si Charleston who actually had a very good game sa sub-base, then may hirapan sila, especially knowing yung mga snipers, they're holding a very important position in the map, which is that second mid, which could separate itong rotators natin in between yung mga sites.
Totoo man. And lumabas na talaga yung coin flip na sinasabi natin na pagdating ng sub-base, it's anyone's game. And as their decider, Execration Fervid right now need to play in their A game. Both of the teams, not just Fervid, but for Execration, we need to see that CBN from set number 1. We need to see that Folex as well as for even to get 2 shots in. Pero wala nang patumpik-tumpik pa. Mamaya na kami ditong mga panel with Sneaky Frog. Together with Mochi and Daydom, sila naman ang makikita nyo for the Hypecast. Mamaya. Ay, here na pala. Ngayon na pala yan.
Ngayon na talaga. Maraming salamat, Bipolar. And we're here for the final set of the day. We're going to sub-base, Mochi. And I just wanna say, sabi ni Sneaky, this is a 50-50. I disagree. I think this is a 60-40 in favor of Fervid. Let's see. I'm so excited what they're going to bring dito sa sub-base.
Alam mo kung anong natatawa ako dito? Kasi kanina, di ba, nagpa-plan tayo ng ating predictions. Kung kailan yung one time nasabi ni Bipolar, kapareho niya na tayo. Parang ngayon pa ata siya magsisisi. Because look at what is happening right now. We are on the brink of seeing Fervid possibly defeat etong si Execration and sub-base pa ang susunod na mapa natin. Ano ba tong mga to? Mga Cebuano, diba? Ano ang susunod na mapa? Sub-base, diba? Ano pa ba ang posibleng pwedeng mangyari dito? I wonder how Execration will be able to handle the heat at kung nagkaroon ba sila ng magandang mental reset kanina with such super short time.
I mean, yun yung tanong no? Will Execration be able to bounce back? Kasi that's a big mental hit. As Nikki was saying earlier, it doesn't feel good. Especially in your favorite map of Port, doon ka pa natalo. It's gonna be a big task to whoever the mental coach is within the team. Alam ko, Execration, they don't necessarily have as a big support system when it comes to the coaching staff. No? I'm not even sure if the team has an acting coach sa ngayon. I think it's just one of the players who is acting as the coach. No? So whoever that player is has a big task at hand na i-reset yung mentality ng mga players dito. Okay, we're going into map 3. We're still in the game. Hindi pa tayo talo. But you have to remember, this is a Fervid we're talking about. I think lahat tayo nakalimutan na this is still the team that beat Team Secret in the open qualifiers. This is still a very formidable team with Nice Katol as the coach, and this is a team that is very much a talented roster. Nomad, pinakita yung sarili niya in that first 2 games, and Lance coming online is a good thing for Fervid, not the best for Execration. So medyo mahirap talaga makabawi dito yung Execration, especially in the favored map of Fervid. No? So having said all that, I think Fervid has got a good chance of taking them down.
Yeah, right after what we have seen, there is a possibility indeed. Actually, ang nakakatawa dito, kanina medyo naantok na ako kasi nakakala ko 2-0 na naman. Pero tignan mo! Eto na! Nagising na diwa ko, man! 1-1 and we're heading on to map 3. And I'm pretty excited on to this one. What's gonna be the next play na ipupull off ng Fervid dito? Like, is it gonna be more strength pagka nasa defense sila? Would it be the same drill as what we have seen kanina sa port? Or would it be a bit more of a really aggressive one, no? Because we can finally observe because when they have these slow plays, kaya nilang mag-scale, kaya nilang mag-excel, kaya nilang mag-provide ng support sa mga tao na kailangan nilang pag-provide ng support and whichever spot of the map that actually requires it. So, if they can move like this and put everything under control nang hindi sila dinidiktahan or parang pinapressure ng Execration to play fast, I feel like there is a good chance for Fervid to actually get this one for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially on that GR side. No? Let me take a look actually kung sino yung magsisimula sa GR side dito. I believe it's Fervid starting on the GR side.
Nako.
And I think that's a nightmare scenario for
Yeah.
Execration. No? Nung GR side ng port dito ng Fervid, hindi makapasok ng site yung Execration. And by the time they get into the site, Lance has already found himself in a good position to deny them of planting the C4. That could very well be the case dito sa sub-base, no? Especially because of how big this map is. Yung problema kanina ng Execration is nauubusan sila ng utility bago sila makapagtanim ng C4. Kasi lahat yun ginagamit nila just to create space. That could very well be true in sub-base as well, kung saan it's a lot of open spaces that you have to use utility. And this is also a map where that sniper can shine. Another map where Lance could show us what he's made of. So this is not looking good for Execration at all. They're gonna have to be creative. They're gonna have to show us something else dito sa sub-base, which is a map that is not particularly their best. No, I mean, when you talk about Execration, you think port, compound, Ankara, more of the standard stuff. No, even Black Widow for that. Sub-base is not necessarily their best map, and they're gonna have to work double time to work against a team who does love playing this map.
Di lang. I feel like they should work on this quick. Kasi tulad nga lang sabi ko, if you give them the time to adjust, it seems like it's gonna be a bad thing for you. So, if Execration can try and utilize, maybe not just brute force, pero try to make executes more quicker than the usual, and being still prominent with the pick-off potential na meron sa kanila, what Charleston, what Folex, and what the squad may actually provide. I feel like they have a good chance on this one. Yan ay kung magagawa nila yon on BL.
Alright, here we go. Final set of the day. Can Fervid take their first set win against Execration? Tingnan natin, they are pushing up. Execration already inside of the site of A site, that is. Nakakuha na ng kill dito si Folex. Hatch going down early, and Nomad all the way on the other side. Will not be able to help much in this A site execute. C4 nilalapit na nga dito ng Execration.
Bilis.
And Fervid just waiting for CBN will be able to shut down the lurk. A good start for the retake of Fervid.
Yan ang katanungan paano ba i-address ng Execration nito sobrang low na makumpare natin dito. Ting marching down, spotting him, but Folex will be taking him out from that area. Nomad will be able to get an idea kung nasaan si Folex dito at mukhang magkakandalagasan na ang parehong kapunan on this one as Nomad and Lance will be working together para maubos sa mga member natin dito from Execration at iba ang kanilang dating ngayon. Fervid is looking so good than ever here in sub-base right now.
And this is This is getting worse for Execration. Sticky
yeah.
said the first 4 rounds is of huge importance. Kasi in sub-base, momentum is a big game. Speed is a big game. And when you get ahead of that, no one knows it better than Cebuano teams. Fervid being one of those teams na pag nakuha mo yung early lead, it's a big chance to win this set. And they secured the first round just like that. A good retake for Fervid. So, Execration, again, have to work that mental game. Have to get past it. Ito sa ating set number 3. Medyo mas mabagal yung approach na dito, Mochi. Taking more of the time. A bit more attention towards, I believe that's Woods. Yun na nga, no? ZYK around here as well. With Fall X. Flash coming through. Baiting a little bit of attention habang naghahanap ng potential kill si CBN.
Ito yung mga times na i-hope mo na sana mag-pop off ulitong si CBN eh, no? Because these are the times na if Fervid would for some retakes, I feel like mahihirapan sila because once again, this is their map after all. They're just gonna be taking their time of day setting themselves up though.
Wow.
The Flash will be connecting on themselves. Kahit na sila ang nagbato, just taking out itong si Polex, but Execration be able to try and fend them off. Charleston naman muli ang may iwan dito. Nalagansa for them, but Fervid is taking their time of day into just occupying every single nook and cranny na maaaring panggalingan nitong naiiwan nating miyembro. Pero, itong si Nomad, tamang ba to? Mapa-flash? Ako pwede pa nga silang sumilip doon pero they're taking it safe, they're putting respect, which is wonderful. The discipline is definitely evident for Fervid so far. And mukhang wala na nga rin siyang oras para makapag-off sa kanyang execute and it's all gonna be falling down to the hands of Tank.
You could see Execration. The cracks are showing. A bit of a lopsided execute with that flash from A even. Na-flash niya si Folex eh. So, going into a deep push and when your flash is not gonna work out at all, but CBN this time will have a good setup courtesy of A even. Good flash onto Nomad and AV even will get a 3K to capitalize. Okay, good start. Execration creating a bit of space in LB, and that leaves a bit of a hard defense for Fervid. Dalawa na lang natitira sa kanila dito. And Execration just considering their choices. Pwede pa silang lumipat ng A eh.
Nakupo. At Folex even stars are gonna be finding themselves their way here onto E side. Mukhang magkakitaan pa nga itong si even at si Ting. But Ting will be taking him out. Saktong-sakto pagkakita with the crossfire positioning na meron sila dito ni Lance, no? And balak pa atan sumunod ni Charleston dito pero mukhang siya naman makakasecure. Might possibly get one more. Tinakbuhan na lang siya ni Charleston dito. That Lance would be able to connect the shot. Oh my! 3-0 na, Tear Dome! Ano to?
Fervid are making it happen.
Naku! Ayoko mangyayari kay Execration on this one. But seems like Nomad will be taken out here by ZYK immediately this early. Which is a good sign for them, no? Finally hoping to break that momentum na kinukuha at ina-accumulate ng Fervid so far. Uy, nakita.
Wow.
Ulu.
Charleston, nasty angle. Okay, good start. The best start for Execration so far. Taking 2 kills early. Oh, but Haj answers back. Good re-peak. Iba talaga ang timing dito ni Haj. Speaking of timing, ZYK will catch one onto him. So this is a hard position to recover from for Fervid, who will get picked off by Charleston. Si Chat na lang natitira dito. The sub in for the day. Can he do something here? The answer is no. There you go, ZYK getting the kill, getting the round for Execration. They denied the 4-0 start from Fervid.
Ayan na. Seems like there is going to be the end of the round win streak na naka-accumulate dito ng Fervid kanina. No? Seems like it's a matter of close quarter combats na nakuha nila from the second mid area and so forth. But currently, there is a great deal in terms of pickoffs din dito kay Execration. No? If they can get that for themselves, I feel like they're off into promising BL side journey here in sub-base. But can't deny na masyadong limited yung possibilities na pwede nilang makuha yon. Especially they're the ones who must be pushing right now. ZYK critically tip low in terms of HP. Kasama ni Haj. There's gonna be quick tradings off on this one. Ting na lang. He'll be caught in the act throwing a utility. And Folex will be taking him out at mukhang it's all up to Lance Nomadandjat here as they try to offer a retake. Kung may ispatan nila itong apat na nagkatenga at nag-aabang sa kanila, well, it's gonna be about a different story. Inapaulanan na ng mga utility. Ang tanong ay kung tumatama ba, trying to narrow down, divide the spaces if possible. Some shots being thrown here. Nomad and as well as some members here. Kuha na lang mga trade-offs onto this one. Lapit na sa isa't isa. Wala silang choice but to face them head on. Some pop-ups here. Lance still left alone here. We're taking that one. Pero yun nga. Wala na sila ng oras doon.
Yun nga. Still a good attempt from Fervid. Execration denying space. Standard angles. Execration playing with discipline, taking the round 2 to 3, still in favor of Fervid though. And ZYK with an early push. Okay, Jat taken down. And slowly, the Execration looking on form with those. With that round and with the opening of this round. Slow peak punished by Lance. No lurk for ZYK anymore.
Kumukota na raw siya.
Pabagal ang approach dito ng Execration. And so far Fervid have to stay disciplined, but Folex Charleston inubos yung tatlo. It's Lance all alone now. An Execration getting some fight back. Lance on the AK. Has to try and clutch this 1v3. Pero alam na nila saan manggagaling si Lance dito. Know exactly where he is. Oh my God, Lance forces the recall here from Folex. Forces the retreat. 18 seconds left to play with. Lance, di chinek yung connector. And that is going to be the death of him. Folex with the punish. 3-3 Execration equalize.
Ayan. They're back, I guess. And kita din naman that they've been able to make the most out of the quick executes and pickups na meron dito kay Execration so far. Lalong-lalo na para kay ZYK na pinatahimik dun sa last round natin and seems like nakapag-step up naman itong si Fall X. And right now, definitely gonna be waiting for any actions possible here, no? Bantay sarado itong sikip natin for Lance while they will be trying to possibly march on to siguro sa B-site natin kung meron silang mamamataan at madadaanan doon, no? It's too early to say because maaga pa man din na si Jat nandito lang sa taas natin nakaabang.
Yeah, Execration gearing up for a push in A. Ito na, magaling sila sa luwag dito. Folex pushing up. Lance getting flashed away. That's the sniper player. Si Lance, yun na nga na-push ni Folex with a jumping peak. Pero Charleston finds his own Execration. Good opening kills. And Fervid forced away from CR, and the C4 gets planted as well. Fervid crumbling under this Execration push. Nomad going down, and it is a very clean round from Execration. 4-3. 3 rounds in a row, Mochi. Execration still having a point to prove.
Actually, 4 na, di ba? Di ba 4 rounds in a row na? Kasi kanina 3-0 si Fervid.
No?
So,
4 pala. 4.
yeah. And currently, it seems like Folex is definitely standing up for his team, no? Parang kanina, they're just trying to coordinate with each other, but no, there's already prevalence and dominance from his end. Ayun pa nga, pinatulog pa tong si Haj, no? Ting as well already been taken out from the missiles area. ZYK just gonna be securing the objective alongside the rest of the squad. Now all up to Lance and Nomad. Si Nomad na lang. At makakatulog din ni Charleston, just as I was saying that one. And parang medyo yung ignition ng Fervid na meron dito kanina naubos na Execration for the past rounds. Now the streak is still on there and super strong. And right now, it is all up for Execration if they can still carry over yung streak na meron sa kanila dito ngayon, kasi not gonna lie, seems like they are definitely knowledgeable enough kung ano yung mga pwedeng i-play ng Fervid dito.
Yeah, they feel unstoppable at this point, Execration. Everyone else popping off here. ZYK, Fall X, Charleston as well. Fervid forced to adjust. Medyo mas malapit yung playstyle nila dito. ZYK takes down Haj. The lurk again. Deadly from Execration. Si Ting manggagaling sa likod, but there's 3 people inside a CR. Nomad good for 2. Pero si A-Even na lang natitira dito. Fervid converging onto A-Even, and that is it. Fervid take him down, and it is a 4-5 scoreline in favor of Execration.
Grabe yun. Pakalapit ng ating mga puntos ngayon, no? And currently, they're yet to see what is going to be the change of pace and as well as behavior dito kay Fervid, lalong-lalo na they possibly would like to take their time, but their pickups are gonna be on point as ever as Lance takes out itong si Charleston early on.
Another good start. For Fervid's half. BL side. Nakakatakot to eh. When you put Fervid on sub-base BL and got Lance as well on the sniper duty.
Dito na tayo sa wood area. You would definitely expect that someone's gonna be falling down in here. Pero wala pa man din as of the current time. Matibay ang ating defense for Execration here in this extremity, and definitely they would be showing that off. Nomad attempting to offer the trade here onto Folex though, pero Folex knew better, taking himself in a safer position. As ZYK will be able to seal the deal here for Jat. Napakaluto with the cult. A crispy shot for him indeed. Nomad and Lance na lang ang naiiwan for Fervid, and they are yet to set their foot into a specific site. Bantay sarado pa man din ng Execration dito ngayon. It's gonna be quite a tough battle for them to do, most especially CBN ang makakaharap nila. The one tap onto Lance. I am not quite sure how Nomad would be addressing this one, but he's gonna be spotting CBN out in this area. Definitely being hindered by some utility usage here. Swapping out the AK with an not connecting though. Backing up with an AK once again. Well aware of CBN where he is. Taking that shot, connecting it, but he's not gonna be surviving for long. Ito na nga, Olex will be able to take him, and now the advantage in terms of rounds are for Exec once again.
Yep, 6-4. And Execration's defense looking good from the early kills. this time around, no, yung napapunish sa kanila sa ating map number 1, yun yung nagiging solusyon nila dito. Execration, the aggressiveness of the individuals, giving them an early advantage in every round so far, has given them a lot of room, a lot of advantage. 6-4. And the GR side have been explosive for Execration for the most part. Fervid taking each and every round as slow as they can.
Ooh.
And Charleston is not having any of it. Good denial mula kay Charleston dito. Inside of missiles. And again, Fervid, one player down.
Nako. They are yet to find a sufficient trade-off after that one. After that loss, na si Lance pa ang nakuha sa kanila. As they try to put themselves in a better position in order to get their objective done. Medyo mahihirapan sila dahil si Fault X lang naman nakaharang sa kanila dito. Hatch will be taken out at that specific moment. No answers as of yet. Tons of utilities being thrown here, raining upon them. Nomad also falling down as well as staying. Oh, this is gonna be a bad one for them. Pero si Jate makakasagot pa naman. Super low in terms of HP. Tatlo na lang. Isang pitik na lang. Burado na siya. And the grenade will be connecting onto him. 3 more rounds away for victory. Itong si Execution rather. 4 more. But once again, medyo may kahirapan pa man din for on their end. They're trying to move ahead if possible. Naku, nabura pa si Nomad this early.
Lang. One of the star players of Fervid taken out early. This is a great start for Execration. And this map, a map that thrives on duels, making it a little bit more GR sided than BL. And that's why it's so deadly. When you lose one player, mahirap na makapush sa sub base, because every angle will be accounted for by the defense. Ganda pa nga ng angle dun ni CB yan, no? From up top.
Mga tipo ng oras na mapapa-overthink ka na kung tama ba yung mga pushes na ginagawa nyo or yung pinupuntahan nyo, because the coast is so quiet. ZYK will be taking tremendous amount of damage from that one though. From Lance. But 55 seconds on the clock. They should be cooking up something real good here for Fervid, knowing that they are of disadvantage in this one. Trying to move in. Possibly for B, pero ZYK will be finding out itong si Jata. This is not a good scenario for them at all, but Teng will try to even out the numbers, pero seems like it's gonna be a bit possible for them. Haj stepping up at this current time. Kaya lang, medyo naubusan na sila ng oras dito. CBN will be eliminated by Haj. Quick on his feet. It's all up to him. 15 seconds and the clock. He is yet to put the C4 down. Maiispatan, mahaharangan. Polex sa kanyang katapat dito. At pinaglalaroan na nga lamang siya dito. The moment he puts the C4 down, it's a matter of segregation, but they're not letting them. Both of the people just gonna be closing up on him. Polex and even be able to save the day here for Execration.
In firm control of this set, Execration 8-4. And that's another 4 rounds or 3 rounds in succession para sa Execration dito. 2 away from taking this series and keeping their playoffs dream alive, and A even starts off good. Nomad going down, Ting taken away, good flash from A even, and Hodges will be out as well. Lance nag-iisa na lang dito, the Colt in hand is not gonna find anything. Execration 1 round away from taking down Fervid.
Naku. And it's all for them to take. Seems like they're trying to pick up the pace here in terms of their pushes. Pero parang mahihirapan na si Fervid na makahabol on this one, no? Ang ibig sabihin lang nito, hindi na sila pwedeng magkamali because if they do, it might mean the end for them. As Haj and Lance will try to occupy itong woods area natin muli. And the rest of the squad will be putting themselves here at MR. All the while trying to creep up in certain people and hopefully get some pickups. Pero play safe itong si Execration ngayon. Ampante. And when they get the opportunity to take someone, they would do so. At maaaring may makuha pa siyang isa dito. CBN would be damaged from that grenade. Pero it's just gonna be switching up into a different position.
And again, Fervid start off without Nomad, without one of their players. Crucially, their star player of the previous match. And it's a hard bargain. Keeping yourselves alive dito sa sub-base. Execration playing standard. A shot. Not taking out anyone yet, but it takes down ZYK to 1 HP. Oh my god, ZYK still finds a kill amid the smoke. And Fervid running out of time, running out of space. Saan sila pupunta dito, Mochi? Lance, na-discover pa nga, and ZYK takes him down. There's nowhere for Fervid to go. Kailangan nilang pumasok ng site. Yun na nga, pumasok dito. Down in second mid si Paul X. Jat will be making his way towards si Kip. At walang tao sa A-side for now, but Fervid down to the last two people, down to the last 16 seconds of this round. Si ZYK manggagaling mula sa CR, and it is just closing in on them. May tatanim yung C4 dito ng Fervid, but everyone up close and personal. Execration will be taking down Fervid. The playoffs dream is alive, and Execration win the third set against Fervid.
The playoffs dream is alive indeed. Give your salutations here for Execration as they attempt and gun down the hopes and dreams of Fervid with the third map win here in Subbase. Akala natin kay Fervid na to, but I guess not. We're not gonna be hearing any underdog stories as of the current time as Execration finally gets another win from the last 3 weeks na natatalo sila dito. Napatikim uli sila ng panalo. And we can definitely say that NT, no, kay Fervid. Kasi biro mo, they got a map. That's what matters. And it's one of the maps na alam pa natin na doon dapat nag-excel si Execration. And nahirapan silang i-penetrate yun once that they're on the BS side. But once again, seems like hindi sapat na isang mapa lang ang alam mo. You still have to be jack of all trades, if I may say. And currently, Execration hold through that they would still be able to get the victory in this series.
Yeah, it's just when they needed to. No, I mean, that's gonna hurt them a little bit in the standings that they lost one map, but the important matter is they won the series. Execration, they still have a shot at that playoff spot going up against, I think Team Secret yung kalaban nila in the number 4 spot, no? But Execration, they definitely have a shot still as long as they keep the next series as, well, not as close as they can, but as explosive as they can. Dapat malaki yung lamang nila. Dapat 2-0s yung mga next series nila dito, no? And for Vid, it was a nice attempt. It was a very good attempt from them. But it's still a winless series, a winless group stage for them, no? So mababa na talaga yung chance nila makapasok sa playoffs. Halos wala na, but they can still qualify for the regionals if they win their next couple of matches, no? So tingnan natin if Fervid can still qualify for the top 6 spot or hindi na. Execration, congratulations to them. They will be winning the series. And from here on out, dapat ganon ang mentality ng Execration, no? Just keep a strong head. Nung unang part ng sub-base, nakita natin medyo medyo shaky yung ground nila, but round 4 they were able to find some ground and tuloy-tuloy na. And I think that should be the lesson here for Execration is to keep a strong head, and they should be able to do so. I mean, this is a team that is still a very coveted team. They have a lot of talent in their roster, and I think they shouldn't get in their heads, and they should be able to qualify. They have enough talent to qualify for the playoffs much.
Yes, indeed. And hopefully we can see more of them, no? Lalo-lalo that we saw something that crazy earlier on. Pero it seems like we have been able to give our commentary from the last two series. Once again, Mochi at Daedom nga pala at your service. Panel, kayo naman.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Daedom. Sneaky, we finally have the result of that matchup that went up to game number 3. Execration is playoffs inbound. Tama nga ba?
Yes. They are inbound. Papunta nga dito sa playoffs natin. They are still in the running. As long as they keep it on to 3 losses, okay pa naman sila dito. So I think yung record nila ngayon is 2-3. And they also have to beat itong Team Secret dito sa ating week number 6 matchup, which is very fitting, no? Kasi yun nga, those are gonna be the teams possibly exchanging yung 4th and itong 5th place natin dito sa ating standings. And yeah, it's gonna be a lot para sa Execration to come back into the standings. Probably gonna be one of the best playoff runs or potentially runs papunta nga dito sa ating playoffs from the group stage if ever nga ma-pull off to na Execration, pare.
Yeah, very much so. If ever they do that, it's gonna be a storyline for the ages. Pero of course, Fervid is still something to look out, something na pwede natin pag-usapan dito. Going up to match number 3 is something na akala natin hindi natin may kita for today. Sila lang nag-break ng weekly trend natin na 2-0 or 2-1. So they did put up a fight, and looking at this, at the first part of the series, our first part of the set number 3, nakita natin, it was almost a map for Fervid because they took up the first 3 points away from Execration, pero the conversion was there coming from Execration. Nag-pop off, nakita natin through the player camps, nagalit na si Folex, and he wanted that win badly.
For sure, Paul does not want to lose a playoff spot after another year of disappointment. Yun din nangyari dun sa regional finals where he was inches away from playoffs, but then matches tore it away from his hands. And fittingly enough, pare, Team Secret has 2 members from that exact Matches squad, pare, that could stop this Execration run going into playoffs. Grabe man, ang nakaka-excite yung mga stories natin dito sa group stage actually.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo, looking back at it, kung yung Fervid naman yung nanalo, it was also a storyline to be told. Pero ngayon, ang Execration means that they're really taking into form. They became stronger amidst all the pressure and amidst the battlefield. So medyo, it's really something to look to really tell the viewers na pag nakita natin Execration again once the next week happens, it's a different kind of Execration na mapapansin natin.
Yeah, and alam mo yung pinakamadalas na tanong sa akin, Bipolar, sa stream ko, is paano nga gumaling sa laro na Crossfire? Ito yung ginawa ko. Magpabugbog sa mas magaling sa akin, way better than me, man. And eventually, you kinda get the gist of it na parang naaaral mo yung kanilang galawan, pre-aim, pre-fires, and all that, pare. And I feel like Fervid is experiencing that exactly, pero sa highest level of competition, pare.
Yeah.
Which, granted, mababa nga kayo sa standings, pero yung importante is what is gonna come from Fervid going into yung next season, going into yung regionals potentially, maybe even dun sa Impact if mapunta nga sila dun. A lot could be in store para dito sa Fervid from what I'm already seeing, and I really hope na they keep it locked in, man. Kasi pagdating nga dun sa play-ins, yun nga, no one is safe in that position. But I feel like Fervid can get through that no problem. As we take a look at yung set summary natin, of course, Fall X with another mind-boggling performance. Galing sa kanya, pare, 3KD, 1.50 kills per round, 0.71 headshots per kill, 29 freaking AP, pare. That is probably the highest AP I've seen, except yung nandun si KSA that one time where he scored that very insane game. Pero 29 AP is insane, pare.
Yeah, that whole stat line coming in from Folex means that he was online when that server went online para sa kanya dito sa ating sub-base map. You know what, ZYK also putting up a storm. It's 2.14 KD with almost above a 1.0 KR. Tapos may kita mo rin naman, both of these players, a lot of these players right now coming in from Execration really played well. One thing to point out, CBN was a little bit siguro down in the slumps. You can see 0.57, but still, he did try still against Fervid. 0.75 headshot per kill, even though the stat line for him is not really that great. May kita mo na he is still a little bit online. Tamang-tama pa din yung headshot. Yung nakita nating 0.95 na bawasan lang yun ng 0.20.
For sure. Pero pagdating naman kasi sa pag-entry dito ng sub-base, no, it is an absolute nightmare of a map as an entry fragger kasi you have to run into all the nades, you have to run into all the flashes para sa support mo to not take any of those nades. Pero yun nga, speaking of support, set MVP is gonna be Folex. 3k day 1.71 headshots per kill. Smokes per round is 0.50. He's still throwing his utility pare despite his insane stat line. Pero ayun nga, I feel like we're gonna have another conversation with Folex very soon, naman.
Yeah, hopefully, possibly pwede rin talaga natin mapakita si Folex later on if he is the match MVP. Pero for him to put out these numbers is really just intense. Na everybody was holding the edges of their seat. Nandun na sila na ganun naka-intense yung labanan, and for him to just put again perform like this, it's just too intense. It's a show in itself na talagang pag nakita mo si Folex, you expect the greatness, and he does show that.
Yeah, yung si Folex kasi, I think yung height ni Folex, siya yung tipong player na kaya niya mag-will ng panalo na mag-isa lang siya eh. And in a 5v5 game, that is pretty hard to do. But then, yun nga, Folex with the background from other FPS games, I feel like na hindi na siya naapektuhan ng pressure no matter it's a nade or a flash or anything. And ayun nga, it's just absolute anomaly of a talent dito sa CFS PH pare. But we take a look at the match results, of course. 10-5 para dito sa Ankara, 10-8 for Fervid on port, and sub-base didn't go in the way of Fervid, unfortunately. Kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, it is not as free as you guys think, itong sub-base map up against itong Execration. I mean, that good showing galing sa UBEC, and despite only getting 7 points, that's still something, man.
Yeah, kahit 10-4 lang yan, you gotta look back sa ating VODs or sa ating live na Fervid really put up a fight against Execration. But that is our match result for these two teams. Intense set of matches, an intense series that came up to a set number 3 kung saan talagang napakita ng dalawang teams natin ang kanilang mga buong lakas. Pero let's look at the entire match. MVP for Execration. Sino nga ba ito? Wala nang iba kundi ang nag-iisang Folex with a 1.47 KD, a 1.0 KR, a headshot percentage na talagang parang kahit ako hindi ko kaya gawin yan, pero yung AP niya 48. Good on you, Folex.
Yeah, absolute insane AP, man. I mean, for a person that is wielding the rifle most of the time, having that much is, just insane. I mean, 70, and the amount, yung volume pa ng kills dito ni Folex is absolutely insane. The output, I mean, 15, I think it was 17 plus yata nung first map. It was him and CBN kind of getting the brunt of the load, no, para sa kanilang team, which you did expect. But when it came to that second map, man, grabe, half of the stuff na Folex was doing was straight up illegal. Naalala ko yung shot, patakbo na yata si Jet papunta ng MR. Or papunta ng MR, and natamaan niya pa rin yun at the back of the head as soon as he went into dito sa sikip, and I was like, this is over. Yun nga, if Folex is hitting shots like that, pare, napakahirap.
Napakahirap talaga ng labanan kapag nandyan na talaga si Folex. What the hell? Nakita natin. Buti na lang nakita sa buong sa buong highlights natin. It came up to fruition for them. Pero Folex being our match MVP really sets in stone na Execration once they have something in the bag talaga. It's not just CBN, it's also Folex on that scoreboard na talaga mag-outperform every time everyone in the entire server. Pero everybody, as we finish off the highlights for Folex, kakaibang labanan talaga yung nakita natin doon. And speaking of magandang labanan, may maganda tayong interview. Finally, it's gonna be ZYK coming in from Execration. Kamusta naman tayo dyan, ZYK?
Ba't ako nandito? Hindi naman ako MVP.
Ba't ka nandito? Hindi ko rin alam eh. Nag-iisip na ako ng tanong para kay Paul eh.
Ako na. Awit talaga.
Awit. Ano pre, kamusta? Kamusta naman yung panalo? Alam kong Fervid yan, men. Medyo nahirapan kayo sa port. Pero ano, men, kamusta?
Sinubukan lang rin namin yung port kasi hindi pa namin nalalaro eh. Di ba? Parang nag-trinay lang rin namin. Since wala na. Nating tulis naman eh. Wala naman akong pake kung matalo kami dun. Bahala na.
Ay.
Joke lang. Siyempre, gusto namin manalo.
Well, at least talagang napanalo niyo yung buong set, tatlong series. CYK, hindi na natin papalawakin pa. You guys got the win for the XFAM out there. Anong mga plano natin up against sa mga susunod nating matches? May mga set in stone na ba tayo? A little bit of adjustment?
Hindi ko alam. Siguro yung kalaban na lang namin next mag-adjust sa amin. Mahirap adjust ng adjust eh.
Wow! Wow! Grabe naman yun. Alam mo yun pa talaga yung sinabihan niya na next na kalaban, pare. Kasi alam mo naman kung sino yung next na kalaban dito ng XA.
Hindi, kasi yung syempre yung mga kalaban namin, di ba? Dalawa pa yun. mahalaga rin sa kanila na, mahalaga rin sa kanilang, kumbaga, manalo eh. Kasi, di ba parang kaming dalawa na lang yung nag-ahabol sa top 4. So.
Ayun, may point ka naman, N9. Pero yun nga, may sasabihin ka ba sa Execration na crowd, pare, na mga sumusuporta?
Wala. Wala akong sasabihin.
Okay na.
Okay na yun.
Nakita na lang tayo next week.
Kita na lang.
Okay.
Ganun na lang.
CYK, maraming salamat. Congratulations sa buong Execration. Pati sa iyo. Thank you so much para sa...
Shoutout ko lang yung bagong jowa ni CBN, si Candy.
Ayun, tamis.
The real six man.
Grabe ka, wingman. ZYK, thank you very much. Congratulations sa inyong win. We'll see you next week. Doon na lang tayo mag-interview talaga. Maraming salamat, ZYK. Ay, nako. Ito na nga, Execration, your match winner and putting up in the spot para sila yung makapasok sa ating playoffs. But once again, even CBN Charleston following ZYK putting down in the stone na ang Fervid daw hindi sila mapapatibag. Sneaky Frog. Anong thoughts natin dyan? nawala ako after the interview.
Ayun nga, I was kinda lost, not gonna lie. I feel like yun yung first time natalo tayo sa interview.
Yeah.
Tayo yung natalo dun, for sure. And ayun nga, I think overall thought siguro for the day, yun nga, Execration is still in. Obviously, it's gonna be a very, very good series going into next week, men.
Yeah.
Are going into week number 6, especially June 29 pa, Sunday, prime time, yung slot para dun sa magandang labanan. So, very looking forward to that, no? Especially knowing yung implications behind the XA and the TS matchup, pare. The stories write themselves, man.
Ang ganda yung script natin dun eh. Talagang pinagbigyan tayo ni Smileget and ni Crossfire. Pero everybody, looking back at the day for today, looking back at that day, nagsimula tayo sa 2-0, nag-end tayo ng 2-1, and it was definitely a show na started off slow but ended off with a bang na kung saan paangat lang ng paangat ang ating mga players. Ngayon na natin nararamdaman na all of the teams are very much serious going into the standings. They want to get that top spot para makapasok sa ating standings. And look, it's time for us to finally get the updated standings, Sneaky. At ngayon, look at the first spot.
Ayun nga, first spot. Obviously naman, mapupunta yan dito sa EVOS considering na they don't have a loss. And 2 more wins para sa kanila dito, which would be team acceptance, which is definitely doable para sa EVOS, pare. And of course, that certified banger sa week number 7, that UM versus EVOS matchup to know kung sino talaga ang first. Pero ayun nga, even if you give a loss dito sa EVOS, I think tiebreaker pa rin yun if ever maglalaban sila ng UBEC. But then what is important here, Bipolar, is that 4th position, Team Secret, holding it out against itong Execration. Ayun nga, pag natalo dito yung Team Secret, that's a 3-3. And 3-3 na pareho dito Exe, it's gonna be about the round whether or not na kung sino aangat dito actually.
Yun na nga yung 1-2-3 spot natin parang hindi na matitibag yan, pero after that yung 4th spot talaga yung kailangan nating tutukan kasi just like what you've said, if it does happen like that, talagang titignan lang natin yung rounds. Pero let's look at the next matchups for the next week. Oras na para makita ang ating labanan kasi UM versus GG ang number 1 at P versus Fervid naman ang may kita natin ng match number 2.
Yeah, another tough series para dito sa Fervid GT, but yun nga, no, it's a learning experience. We have just accepted it that this entire tournament is a learning experience para sa kanila dito, and I really hope na they get some distance in that series para naman sa Gaon. It's the homies, battle of the homies dito pare. Obviously, UM Gaon, definitely interact with each other very often, probably scrim partners as well. So, para naman dito sa Gaon, if you have something left to prove dito sa group stage, might as well do it up against one of the best dito sa Pilipinas pare.
Yeah, very much so. Parang kung last time ang storyline natin what happened was the Battle of the Brothers, ngayon the Battle of the Neighbors siguro yung pwede natin sabihin on match number 2 kasi UBECMANIAC versus Gaon Gaming, just like what you've said, they talk to each other, pero PE versus Fervid, you gotta watch it next week. Kasi syempre, week number 6 na lang yan. After week number 6, it's just gonna be the next 2 weeks. Ang bilis ng panahon natin ngayon, Sneaky.
And yeah, my brain is still in week number 3 pare. Not gonna lie. Yun nga, nandun pa ako sa team acceptance, beating Gaon 2-0 time. And ayun nga, I'm kind of getting whiplash, but hey, excited for playoffs, man. That means the top 4 is closer than expected, pare.
Yes, sir. And with that said, everybody is excited here from the production, from CFS PH, from Smilegate, from all the talents ngayon dito. This has been a Sneaky Frog and Bipolar on your panel desk. Mochi on Daydom on the caster deck. Babalik po tayo for week number 6. This has been CFS PH Masters 2025.
Group stage.
And will end the group with a win.
And they win against Pacific MASTERS.
Call it a night, and Elvin will kill the final member as they will go to the grand final.
The dynasty is still well alive. Pacific MASTERS will be your 3-time champions of CFS PH Masters.